Chapter 152. Gao Ling's face was ashen as he spat angrily. Yun Luofeng, you've actually degenerated yourself into an illicit relationship with a guard. You have no sense of shame. You're absolutely despicable. This crown prince must have been blind to want to save a whore like you. It's not like I don't have any other women besides you. Based on my noble status, countless women have sent themselves to my bed. Don't regret losing me. He was nearly driven mad with anger. This woman is actually flirting with a guard right in front of me. Furthermore, she would rather choose a lowly guard than me. Be it in terms of status or power, I'm definitely more powerful than this guard. Yun Luofeng will regret losing the chance to become the crown prince's consort. Likewise, Yun Luofeng curled his lips and retorted, however, let me remind you, you've slept with so many women. If one day you come down with a venereal disease, don't come begging for me to treat you. I won't treat anyone from the imperial family. The young girl's words brought Gao Ling back to his senses. How could he have forgotten that his main purpose for coming here was to treat his illness? In the end, he had been so angered by these two lovey-dovey that he had forgotten his original purpose. Even the people from the medical pavilion had said that Yun Luofeng was the only one who could treat him. He could not give up on this opportunity. Yun Luofeng, was it you that caused me to lose all of my spiritual power? I'll give you a chance now. Treat me and we'll call it even. The more Gao Ling thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. That day by the Qin River, Yun Luofeng must have done something to him, which was why he had lost all his spiritual power. Yun Luofeng sneered, I've said it before, I won't treat you. You. Gao Ling was about to curse, but he swallowed his words. His face was ashen as he said, I'm the crown prince of the empire. You're the general's daughter, I order you to treat me. Order? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Do you know what price the people from the medical pavilion had to pay to come to me? Not only did they offer me a red tree, they even asked me to treat you in a polite manner. You want me to treat you with a single order? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Jailing's words sounded like a joke. Yun Luofeng laughed out loud. Jailing, 10 years ago, my second uncle was seriously injured. My father went to the palace to save him. He even knelt before the royal doctor, but your people didn't do anything. What right do you have to ask me to save you? Unless your father personally kneels in front of my old man, I might consider it. 10 years ago, Gao Tu only needed to say one word, and second uncle wouldn't have to be paralyzed for 10 years. It was a pity that Gao Tu's words never came. Therefore, if she wanted him to save Gao Ling, she might consider it if Gao Tu knelt in front of old Master Gao himself. However, this was only a consideration. It was not certain whether he would help. Yun Luofeng, don't go overboard. My father is the emperor, and Yun Luo is only a subject. If the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. If my father wanted to kill Yun Luo, he would only need to say the word. If it weren't for the fact that Yun Luo has guarded the borders for so many years, your words today would be enough to execute his entire family. Yun Luofeng laughed evilly and said arrogantly, since I, Yun Luofeng, dare to say such words, it means that I'm not afraid of the royal family. I don't know what it means to say that if the emperor wants a subject to die, the subject must die. I only know that whoever offends the Yun family will be executed. Chapter 153. 10 years. The Yun family had endured for 10 years. Now, because of her appearance, it was time for the Yun family to rise again. No one would ever dare to offend the Yun family again. Yun Shao, throw him out of here. If Gao Ling dares to step into the general's residence in the future, I'll break one of his legs. If he dares to take 2 steps, I'll break both of his legs. How will he be able to walk through the gates of the general's residence? The young lady flicked her sleeves and crossed her legs. She exuded a domineering aura, as if she was the ruler of the world. She looked like a true ruler as she sat on a chair and looked down at Gao Ling. Before Gao Ling could react, he felt a tall, black shadow looming over him. A cold, murderous aura emanated from the shadow, causing his heart to tremble. Then, a powerful force slammed into his chest. Immediately, his body shot out like an arrow from a bow, flying out of the courtyard and out of the door. No one had noticed that after Yun Xiao had thrown Gao Ling out of the courtyard, her cold eyes had inadvertently glanced at an old tree not too far away. Then, a gray figure had flown out of the courtyard from behind the old tree. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without anyone noticing. Outside the gates of the general's residence, the crowd had gathered and were pointing at Gao Ling, who had flown out of the general's residence. Gao Ling felt ashamed. He quickly rose to his feet and hurriedly walked towards the other side of the street. However, he did not notice that a gray shadow was following closely behind him. Just as Gao Ling turned into an alley, a fist suddenly came from behind and landed on Gao Ling's back with a loud thud. Pfft! Gao Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and turned angrily towards the man in gray. He asked angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" "TSK, the man in gray stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. "This crown prince of Long Yuan country is really soft and tender. If I were to sell him to the bamboo house, he would fetch a good price." Hearing the man in gray's words, Gao Ling's expression changed completely. There was no one in the mainland who did not know what the bamboo house was. Don't be fooled by the elegant name of the bamboo house. It was actually a brothel. However, it was different from ordinary brothels. The people in this brothel were all men. All the guests they served were men. It could be said that Bamboo House provided a chance for a pervert with a fetish for men to enjoy. As for the owner of the bamboo building, it was said that she was a woman, but no one had ever seen her true appearance. Hero, Gao Ling took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He then asked, "May I know how I've offended you?" "You didn't offend me, you offended my master." The man in gray robes glanced at Gao Ling and laughed gloatingly. "However, you've got guts to snatch my master's woman. You must be tired of living. Selling you into a bamboo house to serve a man is really a bargain for you." It was said that Lin Xiong, the unlucky girl, was punished by her master because she didn't do her best in dealing with young madam. Therefore, he had to perform well so that he wouldn't end up like that unlucky guy. "Who is your master?" Gao Ling was taken aback. This man in gray was far too powerful. Perhaps even the strongest cultivator of the royal family was no match for him. If that was the case, wouldn't his master be even more powerful? "You don't even know who my master is?" The man in gray looked at Gao Ling with disdain. "Of course, you don't deserve to know my master's name. All you need to know is that he's called the Ghost Emperor." Chapter 154. The Ghost Emperor? Gao Ling raised his head in shock and his eyes widened as if he had been frightened. His handsome face instantly turned pale. "Did you say the Ghost Emperor?" Others may not know about the Ghost Emperor, but as the crown prince of the royal family, Gao Ling was well aware of the powers that were above the royal family. The Ghost Emperor was a legendary figure and no one had ever seen his true face. It was said that he was extremely powerful and bloodthirsty. He could turn a city into ashes with a wave of his hand and trample millions of soldiers with a lift of his foot. Even the spiritual sect behind the royal family had to be wary of him. However, Gao Ling could not figure out when he had offended the Ghost Emperor and snatched his woman away. Suddenly, a possibility surfaced in Gao Ling's mind, and his expression darkened. Even though he had regretted his actions and wanted to save Yun Luofeng, he had only left the general's mansion for half an incense's time. Therefore, the Ghost Emperor's woman could not be that slut, Yun Luofeng. There was only one possibility. It had to be Mu Wuxuang. He never thought that the Ghost Emperor would take a liking to Mu Wuxuang. If that was the case, it would be troublesome for him to marry Mu Wuxuang. Hero, a light flashed across Gao Ling's eyes as he asked, "Actually, the person that the Ghost Emperor hates is not me, but Yun Luofeng, who has humiliated the woman he loves. The gray-robed man was dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes in a daze. What did this guy mean by that? What does he mean by Yun Luofeng has humiliated the woman my master loves? Doesn't my master love Yun Luofeng? When has Yun Luofeng ever humiliated me? No matter what you say now, it's useless. The man in gray could not understand the meaning of this sentence, so he did not say anything more. He sneered at Gao Ling. Chun Yang has been in dire need of manpower recently. With your soft and tender skin, I'm sure you'll be able to earn a fortune for her. Bang! This time, without giving Gao Ling any chance to react, the man in gray raised his elbow and slammed it into Gao Ling's forehead. Gao Ling's vision blurred and he lost consciousness. Who told you to try and take liberties with my future madam? The man in gray kicked Gao Ling's back and spat angrily. Is Lady Yun someone that a good-for-nothing like you can dream of? What's so great about a crown prince? How dare you order Miss Yun to treat your illness? I didn't expect my master to listen to Miss Yun. If I let you order Miss Yun around, wouldn't that mean that my master's status isn't as noble as yours? The more the gray-robed man thought about it, the angrier he became. He kicked Gao Ling even harder. If not for the fact that his master did not want others to know his identity, he would have already announced that Yun Luofeng was the future wife of the Ghost Emperor. She wanted to see how these shameless people would pester her now. The last kick landed on Gao Ling's crotch. The intense pain caused Gao Ling's body to tremble and he almost woke up. Unfortunately, he didn't wake up and was knocked out again by the gray-robed man. If it wasn't for Master wanting to spare your life for now, I would have already dismembered you into 1,000 pieces. The gray-robed man snorted coldly. He swiftly put Gao Ling into a sack and slung it over his shoulder. Then, he quickly flew away. The bamboo building was similar to the medical pavilion. Every country had a station. However, the influence of the two forces was completely different. Of these two parties, one focused on medical skills, while the other focused on having fun. Oh, I was wondering who it was today. It's actually young Master Qin. Chapter 155. Dressed in a long, jade-green dress, she gracefully walked down the stairs. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Her seductiveness was different from Fang Ye's. Compared to Fang Ye's enchanting appearance, this woman was more of a flirt. She was naturally seductive, and when she raised her hand, it made people feel that she was intentionally seducing them. Only women who often hung out in romantic places would have this kind of seductive attitude. The corner of the man's forehead twitched and he shook his head helplessly. When you're facing me, can you put away your seductiveness? No wonder my master doesn't like you. Chun Yang's expression stiffened for a moment. She took a deep breath and her pair of romantic eyes contained a hint of resentment. Your master is truly unreasonable. I only wanted to follow him, but he refused me without even thinking about it. In any case, I, Chun Yang, have managed such a large bamboo building, but he didn't give me any face. My master doesn't accept female subordinates. It's not like you don't know this. Furthermore, your bamboo building is such a place. It would be strange if my master would take a liking to it. Qin Yuan looked at her with disdain. This woman managed a romantic place, how could master not hate her? Based on her, she still wanted to follow master? Master probably couldn't even be bothered to look at her. I know that your master hates women, but this bamboo building of mine is a business between men. Your master shouldn't be this disgusted. Chun Yang knitted her willowy eyebrows. You don't understand? Qin Yuan said mockingly, my master has kept his chastity for so many years just to wait for his future wife. Now that he has found the target he wants to pursue, he didn't hesitate to put down all his dignity and willingly become her bodyguard. Chun Yang's eyes lit up. Are you serious? There's really a woman who can accept your master? I'm very curious about who that woman is. Unfortunately, I've always thought of your master as a homosexual. Moreover, I'm planning to draw him and another man in my sketchbook. Qin Yuan's face darkened. Chun Nyang, on account of our many years of friendship, let me give you a warning. If you dare to draw my master and another man, my master will definitely kill you. However, if you draw him and his future wife, maybe my master will be happy and let you go to Long Yuan nation to serve his wife. Of course, don't count on becoming my master's subordinate. Actually, Qin Yuan was just casually saying these words. Who would have thought that Chun Nyang would actually take it seriously? She unconsciously fell into deep thought. A woman who could subdue a ghost emperor must be very domineering. In that case, who would go up and who would go down? This problem needed to be carefully considered. Chun Nyang, I'm here today to give you something. Qin Yuan recalled the events of today. He threw the gunny sack on his shoulder onto the ground. At that moment, the gunny sack loosened and an unconscious youth appeared in front of Madame Chun's eyes. Looking at the youth's fair and handsome face, Madame Chun's eyes lit up once again. This time, the goods are really not bad. Soft skin and tender flesh. I reckon that we can sell them for a good price. Qin Yuan raised the corners of his lips. This fellow is the crown prince of Long Yuan nation. He had delusions of pestering my future wife and had offended my master. So I've sent him to you to enjoy 3 months. Within these 3 months, find me a few hundred strong men to serve him. After 3 months, throw him back to Long Yuan nation. Also, my future wife doesn't like people interfering with her matters. In the future, you must never reveal that my master had asked you to do this. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Chapter 156. Hearing this, Chun Nyang shuddered. It was obvious that she was terrified of the man who was known as the Ghost Emperor. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Chun Nyang regained her senses and gritted her teeth. This guy can offend anyone, but he even dares to offend the Ghost Emperor's woman. He must be tired of living. I'll let him receive guests tonight. He must receive 100 guests every day before he can rest. Qin Yuan nodded. Chun Nyang, you should thank me. This crown prince is not bad looking and it's his first time selling himself. I'm sure you'll earn a lot of money. Hee hee. Chun Nyang giggled and winked at Qin Yuan. Thank you, young Master Qin. If you have such good stuff in the future, you must send it to me. To thank you, I'll never draw you with another man in my sketchbook ever again. Qin Yuan's face darkened once again. Every time he thought of this woman drawing him with another man, he would feel the urge to explode in anger. Who asked him to befriend such a perverted woman when he was young and immature? It was too late for regrets now. After Mu Xingqiu and his grandson pleaded guilty, another major event happened in Long Yuan country. On the day after Mu Xingqiu and his grandson pleaded guilty, Crown Prince Gao Ling disappeared. The citizens of Long Yuan country thought that Gao Ling had been provoked by Mu Wuxuan and felt that he had loved the wrong person all this while. Hence, he chose to hide out of humiliation. Because of this, Mu Wuxuan did not dare to appear in public and sealed himself in the Prime Minister's residence. Only Yun Luofeng knew that this matter had something to do with Yun Xiao. Only Yun Luofeng would have the motive to attack Gao Ling. However, Yun Luofeng did not question Yun Xiao's actions. She pretended not to know anything and began to cultivate every day until nightfall. Fortunately, her tireless cultivation was also successful, and her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, in the backyard of the general's residence. Yun Luofeng frowned and looked at the young girl walking in front of him. He asked in confusion, "Fenger, where are you taking me?" The young girl slowly turned her head and smiled evilly. "You'll know when we get there. Now, prepare yourself, I have a big surprise for you." Surprise? Yun Luo's old face glowed with pride. "You little girl, did you fill up my treasury again?" "Ha ha ha, my granddaughter is more capable. Quick, take me to the treasury." Ever since he learned about his granddaughter's medical skills, the old man was no longer as thrifty as before. He desperately began to spend money. Anyway, many people would send money to his house after he spent it all. It would be a waste if he didn't spend it. Anyway, the money was earned by his granddaughter. Shouldn't he be filial to the old man? Yun Luofeng's face was full of black lines. This surprise isn't in the silver treasury. You'll know once you come with me. No longer in the treasury? The old man frowned again. Since it wasn't money, what kind of surprise could it be? As he was thinking, the old man suddenly noticed that the girl in front of him had stopped. He couldn't help but be stunned. We've arrived? That's right. The young girl slowly turned her head and raised the corners of her lips in a demonic manner. It's been more than half a year since I established the Steel Flame Legion. Grandpa, it's time to show you my power. At the same time, I'll let you see someone. The surprise that this little girl was talking about was the Legion? The old man was stunned once again. This Legion had only been established for half a year and it shouldn't have become very powerful. After all, no one knew the talents of the previous members better than he did. If that was the case, what did this little girl mean? Chapter 157. Seeing that the young girl had opened the entrance to the underground tunnel, Yun Luo returned to his senses and followed Yun Luofeng down the stairs without any hesitation. Over the past 6 months, the old man had not come to the underground training ground so as not to disturb Yun Luofeng's interest. Now, when he saw how luxurious the training ground was, he was completely shocked. The enormous training ground was divided into a few rings. These rings were constructed in a strict and dignified manner. From afar, it gave off a sense of grandeur. Other than that, there were countless houses for people to stay in the training ground. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was very comfortable. Little girl, how big of a hole did you dig? Why didn't you notice anything when you dug such a big training ground? The old man looked at Yun Luofeng in shock. He found it hard to believe that this little girl had dug such a big hole without anyone noticing. A project like this could not have been completed without a few months. It's all thanks to this little fella's help. Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. Just as she finished speaking, a little head peeked out from her sleeve. Its big and adorable eyes scanned the surroundings before stopping on Yun Luofeng and it squeaked twice. This is a gold-seeking rat? The old man was even more shocked, and it's a low-rank high spiritualist at that? Impossible. Gold-seeking rats were the most useless of spiritual beasts. It was said that they would never be able to break through to an intermediate beginner spiritualist, so how could they become a high spiritualist? Could it be that he had been wrong all this while? It just broke through to become a high spiritualist yesterday. Yun Luofeng gently stroked Milk Tea's little head and raised the corners of his lips. Of course, this little fella isn't a surprise for you. I've brought you here today mainly to let you meet someone. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, causing the puzzled old man's body to stiffen. Father, you're here? The old man turned his head stiffly. Suddenly, a handsome and elegant face appeared in front of him. Qingya, weren't you at the back of the mountain? Why are you here at the training ground? Also, your leg. It was only at this moment that Yun Luo suddenly realized that the man in front of him wasn't sitting on the wheelchair but was standing in front of him. His legs were very straight and his body was tall and slender. His handsome face no longer had its usual sadness and was replaced by a confident smile. Just like the talented young man who had swept the entire Long Yuan nation 10 years ago. What's going on? The old man's voice trembled slightly. You too, tell me, what happened? Grandfather. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya and slowly walked in front of the old man. He smiled and said, actually, half a year ago, I had already helped second uncle recover from his injuries. However, because he had been paralyzed for 10 years, he couldn't walk like an ordinary person and had to learn to walk from the beginning. That's why I didn't tell you about this matter. Now that second uncle can move freely, it's time for me to tell you everything. The old man's entire body trembled. The gaze he used to look at Yun Qingya turned from shock to excitement. Then, he suddenly thought of something and turned around. He grabbed Yun Luofeng's clothes and shouted angrily, "You damned girl, what else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me everything." Chapter 158. At this moment, the old man was furious. He glared angrily at Yun Luofeng, as if he wanted to tear the other party apart and eat him alive. In the eyes of those who didn't know better, they would think that this girl was his enemy. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man's hand that was holding onto her clothes and raised his eyebrows. "I haven't told you yet. My second uncle has already become the commander of the Iron Man Legion. For the past 6 months, he has been helping me train these people. Other than that, what else?" The old man snorted unhappily. This girl had really hidden a lot of things from him in the past half a year. She hadn't even told her that Qingya's leg had been cured. How could this not make the old man angry? Unfortunately, he couldn't bear to hit her, so he could only roar a few times to vent the unwillingness in his heart. "This," Yun Luofeng said guiltily, "you'll know when you see the people of the Iron Flame Legion." As he spoke, a series of neat and uniform footsteps came from behind him. It was as if they were trained soldiers, and it immediately attracted the old man's attention. The old man let go of the girl in his hand and turned to look at the people who were marching over. When he saw the dignified figures of those people, his eyes were filled with shock. These people are the useless trash who were like mud half a year ago? This group of people were soldiers who had received formal training. They were not inferior to the royal army. But half a year ago, they were just a group of trash at the bottom. It's all thanks to second uncle's good training. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. Under the leadership of her second uncle, the Iron Man Legion had gradually grown up, and the Flame Legion was not bad either. Even she was surprised by the achievements and perseverance of these people. Yun Qingya smiled. Her handsome eyes were filled with gentleness as she looked at Yun Luofeng. "No, my training is only a supplementary effect. The real reason why these people have grown up is because of Feng'er. If it wasn't for the marrow-cleansing medicine and spirit-gathering medicine that Feng'er took out, they wouldn't have grown so quickly." At first, Yun Luo only noticed the tenacity of these people. Now that he heard Yun Qingya's words, he used his mental strength to probe the strength of these people. When he felt the power of the entire army, the old man was dumbfounded. He stood there like a tree stump. How was this possible? The imperial family had also probed the talents and foundations of these people. None of them would be able to break through to the rudimentary intermediate spiritualist stage in their lifetime. Now, everyone in the army had become intermediate spiritualists, and a few of them had even broken through to advanced spiritualists. His strength was equal to that of a general like him. One had to know that the most powerful person in Long Yuan country was only a high spiritual warrior. Therefore, if Yun Luofeng brought out the strength of this legion, it would surely cause an intense wave of shock. Perhaps even the people behind the royal family would be lured out. "Feng'er, tell me, how did you do it?" The old man slowly turned to look at Yun Luofeng. One could imagine how shocked he was. These people's aptitudes are very low, so how did you help them become advanced spiritualists? Yun Luofeng smiled disapprovingly. Her eyes were filled with confidence. "I've said it before, I don't choose people based on talent. Even if they are trash, I can turn them into geniuses. As for the marrow-cleansing liquid, it could cleanse one's marrow and bones, and reforge one's innate talent. If they can't even break through under such conditions, then there's no need for me to form this army." Chapter 159. The old man's breathing tightened. Excitement was written all over his face. He rubbed his fists and said with a smile, "Little girl, is that marrow-cleansing liquid really that effective? Then this old man plans to live in this place from now on and bathe in the marrow-cleansing liquid every day." His expression as he looked at the marrow-cleansing liquid was as if he was facing a top-grade beauty. His gaze was lustful and wretched, as if he wanted to strip off the clothes of that top-grade beauty. Yun Qingya's face was filled with black lines. She subconsciously wanted to pretend that she didn't know this old man. She had never seen an old man look at a pool of water with a lustful gaze. This was too embarrassing. This. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before he raised his lips and said, "If you like, you can come here and bathe in the marrow-cleansing liquid. However, you are already old, and the marrow-cleansing liquid does not have much of an effect on you, so I have prepared another gift for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng reached into her sleeves and pulled out a vermilion fruit. When the old man saw the vermilion fruit, he couldn't help but be stunned. Red fruit? Wasn't this the red fruit that the people from the medical pavilion had given her? It was said that it took a year for the red fruit to bear fruit. It had only been half a year, and the red fruit had already successfully borne fruit? Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. In theory, this should be a red fruit, but I'm used to calling it a spirit fruit. As for its effects, you'll know when you eat it. The old man didn't hesitate. He took the fruit Yun Luofeng passed to him and took a bite. Immediately, a fragrant aroma flowed through his mouth, causing his eyes to suddenly brighten. In a few bites, he finished the spirit fruit. This red fruit tastes pretty good. When the time comes, prepare more of them and put them in my study. When I'm greedy, I can use them to satisfy my cravings. The old man wiped his mouth, his chrysanthemum-like old face full of smiles. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. What did this old fellow think the spirit fruit was? To satisfy his cravings? If his words were to spread, there would probably be many people on the continent who would gang up on him. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy rushed into the old man's dantian and fiercely collided against the barrier. In an instant, the originally solid barrier was like a thin piece of paper. It was broken by the powerful spiritual energy and reached a new realm. The old man was dumbfounded. Yun Qingya was stunned, even the members of the Steel Flame Legion were astonished. They looked at the dumbfounded old man, not understanding what was going on. Why did General Yun break through without any warning? Looks like the effects of this spirit fruit are pretty good. The girl's lazy laughter entered his ears, causing the stiff old man to raise his head mechanically. His voice began to tremble at this moment, and his words were clearly filled with disbelief. What's going on? That barrier of his had existed for many years, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not advance a single level. But why did he actually break through now? This was simply impossible. I said before, not only will I help second uncle stand up, I will also think of a way to help you break through. Yun Luofeng chuckled. His demonic eyes stared at Yun Luofeng as the corners of his lips curled up. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. Boom! Thunder pierced through the ears. After receiving Yun Luofeng's acknowledgement, Yun Luofeng was once again dumbfounded. He thought back to how he had asked Yun Luofeng to give him the red fruit as a snack. It was simply ridiculous. Chapter 160. A spiritual fruit that could allow advanced spiritualists to break through was much rarer than the simple red fruit. Perhaps his granddaughter could only produce one of them. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of crazy laughter resounded throughout the underground training ground. His laughter was filled with madness, but it also revealed the excitement in his heart. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since I broke through? Gao Tu, you dog emperor, just you wait. I'll make you pay for everything that happened back then. Yun Luofeng glanced at the crazy old man, then he looked at the people from the army. There are 3 people from the Iron Steel Army that broke through to become paramount spiritualists, and 2 from the Flame Army. The 5 of you can come forward to receive a spiritual fruit, but I suggest that you consume it when you're an intermediate high spiritualist to use it to break through. The old man, who was laughing hysterically, was caught off guard when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. As a result, he could not hold back his laughter and choked on his own saliva. His face flushed, and he coughed violently. Bastard, how many fucking spiritual fruits do you have? The old man finally caught his breath and glared at Yun Luofeng furiously. Earlier on, the young lady said that she was going to give him a surprise, but he thought that it was more like a shock. If he was not careful, he might not be able to withstand the surprise and suffer a heart attack. Yun Luofeng kept quiet for some time before he answered conservatively, "I'll probably be able to give one to each member of the Iron Flame Army." Yun Luofeng's heart twitched when he heard what Yun Luofeng said, and it almost stopped beating. He initially thought that Yun Luofeng would only have one of such a magical fruit at most. Who knew that the young fellow would be able to get so many of them without a sound? Enough for each member of the Iron Flame Army to have one? As if he thought that Yun Luofeng was not shocked enough, Yun Luofeng added, "Even if these fruits are used up, I can still get more. Therefore, if the Yun family's protectors break through to become advanced spiritualists, they can also come to me to receive a spiritual fruit, provided that they're loyal to the Yun family." Yun Luo completely went crazy. He once again grabbed Yun Luofeng's clothes and said angrily, "You little girl, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier to show your filial respect to your grandfather? Quick, give me another 180, the more the better. In any case, I won't complain about having more." The corners of Yun Luofeng's eyebrows slightly slanted upwards. He raised his hand and slapped away Yun Luo's claw. "The spirit fruit will only be effective the first time you eat it. After that, no matter how much you eat, it won't be of much use. Can't I eat it like a fruit?" The old man rolled his eyes and reached out his hand domineeringly. "Quick, hand over the spirit fruit." Yun Luofeng's heart twitched. She took out 2 more spirit fruits from her sleeve and placed them in the old man's hand. "What else? I only brought 3 with me. I don't have any more now. I'll give you all 3. I'll bring the rest to your study tomorrow." Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Luo looked at her suspiciously and asked doubtfully, "Are you telling the truth? More real than pearls?" Yun Luofeng nodded with a sincere look on her face. "If that's the case, I'll let you off for now." Yun Luo kept the spirit fruits and scoffed. "Remember, if you have anything good in the future, show your filial respect to your grandfather first." Chapter 161. Yun Luofeng finally heaved a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Understood. In the future, no matter what good things I have, I'll be the first to bring them to you." "That's more like it." The old man smiled in satisfaction. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Train well, I'll be leaving first." "Ha ha ha." Yun Luofeng laughed heartily and walked out of the training room. Second uncle. After Yun Luofeng saw that the old man had left, he turned to look at the handsome and elegant man. "I still have 5 spiritual fruits here, so you can distribute them to the members who have become advanced spiritualists. If anyone else becomes an advanced spiritualist in the future, remember to inform me." Yun Qingya smiled, "All right. By the way, second uncle, remember to take the medicine I gave you on time. Tomorrow, I have something to do and will have to leave Long Yuan country. When I return, I'll help you repair your dantian and restore your strength." Yun Qingya was stunned. She looked at Yun Luofeng with excitement. "Xiaofan, you said that I can recover my strength?" "That's right." Yun Luofeng nodded. "Not only can I help you recover your strength, I can also make you stronger. The prerequisite is that you can't stop using the medicine I give you. When I return, I'll be able to help you recover your strength." At this moment, Yun Qingya's heart was in turmoil. Ever since he had been injured 10 years ago, he had never thought that he would be able to recover his strength. Now that he was able to stand up again, he was already satisfied. However, he had never expected that his little niece would have the ability to help him recover his strength. This was something he did not even dare to think about. "Xiaofan, I really don't know how to thank you." Yun Luofeng blinked and smiled evilly. "We're family, there's no need to thank me. Second uncle, no matter what, I'll cure you completely." Looking at the young girl's determined eyes, Yun Qingya smiled. His handsome face was filled with confidence and pride. "Xiaofan, with you in the Yun family, why should we worry about not being strong? Second uncle believes in you and will wait for your return. The members of the Steel Flame Legion were also filled with gratitude, and their determination deepened. There was no other reason than that Yun Luofeng had given them such a precious treasure to consume. It was also because of the spiritual fruits that those who had yet to break through to advanced spiritualists were motivated to work hard. Perhaps even Yun Luofeng did not expect her actions today to make everyone in the army work so hard that they would forget to eat and sleep just to break through to paramount spiritualists. The next day. Dawn. A furious roar resounded through the skies of the Yun family, reverberating for a long time. Yun Luofeng, you damned girl, you actually dared to run away. When you return, see if I don't smack your butt. This voice was heard by everyone in the Yun family, causing them to jump in fright. They did not understand how the eldest miss had provoked the general, causing the general to lose his temper. It seemed that ever since the general came back, he had been infuriated by eldest miss every 2 or 3 days. They were really afraid that one day, the general would be angered to death by her. Yun Luo was furious. That girl had promised to deliver 180 spirit fruits to his study today. In the end, he had waited for an entire morning, but the young girl had not appeared. Unable to wait any longer, he had personally gone to look for her. However, he had only found a letter in the young girl's room. The letter stated that the little girl had run away from home. Of course, Yun Luo was just joking. He could not bear to actually smack Yun Luofeng's butt. Even if the young girl lost a single strand of hair, his heart would ache for a long time, let alone beating her up. Chapter 162. Flowing Gold Country. It was once one of the most powerful countries on the mainland. However, a few years ago, the general of Flowing Gold Country, Yibufan, had been defeated by Yun Luo and was forced to hand over the third prince, Yi Ling, as a hostage. From then on, Flowing Gold Country could only exist as a vassal country to Long Yuan Country. However, in just half a year's time, an organization called the Windfall Pavilion had suddenly appeared in Flowing Gold Country. It was said that the Windfall Pavilion had information on every country on the mainland and was extremely powerful. In just half a year's time, they had become a household name and their name had spread far and wide. However, many organizations had wanted to find out who the pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion was. However, the pavilion master was very mysterious. No one even knew her name, let alone see her face. At this moment, in the Windfall Pavilion, when Yun Luofeng had just stepped into the hall, a figure as light as the wind quickly pounced towards Yun Luofeng. "My lady, I've missed you so much." Qing Yan became excited the moment she saw Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, when the white-clothed girl in front of her saw her pouncing figure, she dodged to the side without a second thought. With a plop, Qing Yan didn't have time to stop her steps. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "My lady." The little servant girl raised her little face and stared resentfully at Yun Luofeng. "Qing Yan, I'm here on official business. I don't have time to catch up with you." Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips and a demonic smile hung on his lips. The little girl before him was the newly promoted commander of the Flame Regiment, Qing Yan. In the last half a year, she'd sent Yi Ling and Qing Yan to Flowing Gold Kingdom to establish the Windfall Pavilion and gather information in the world for the sake of finding the true culprit that had killed her parents. Now that she'd almost made some progress, she'd rushed to Flowing Gold Kingdom just now. "That's right, where's Yi Ling? Why haven't I seen him come out?" Yun Luofeng scanned his surroundings but did not see Yi Ling. An undetectable light flashed across his jet-black eyes. Qing Yan's expression changed slightly when she heard this. "My lady, Yi Ling has been discovered." "What's going on?" Yun Luofeng turned to look at Qing Yan. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Qing Yan bit her lip and a hint of anger appeared on her delicate features. A few days ago, Yi Ling had bumped into his half-brother, the second Prince Ye Luo, on the street. Ye Luo had recognized him and his arrival in flowing gold country had been exposed. My lady, do you know how outrageous his brother is? His talent and strength were clearly inferior to Yi Ling's, but he relied on the fact that his mother was doted on and insulted Yi Ling. How infuriating! Seeing the young servant girl's angry eyes, Yun Luofeng smiled faintly and asked, Yi Ling was humiliated, not you. Why are you so angry? Don't tell me you and Yi Ling. Miss. Qing Yan hurriedly interrupted Yun Luofeng. She angrily stamped her foot, her face flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Ling and I are only companions, that's why I can't bear to see others humiliate him. It's really not what you think. Is that so? Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly and his jet-black eyes fell upon Qing Yan. Qing Yan, even though Yi Ling is the third prince of flowing gold country, you are no ordinary little servant girl. You are someone I trust. If the two of you are truly in love with each other, I will make the decision on your behalf regarding this marriage. Qing Yan's heart trembled fiercely, and her clear eyes were filled with deep emotion. Chapter 163. Ever since the young miss had failed to hang herself, she had changed into a completely different person. However, the young miss now not only made her feel very reliable, she liked her even more now. Young miss, I know that you're doing this for my own good. However, even if he and I are in love, the Emperor of Flowing Gold Country would never allow it. The imperial family values a marriage of equal social status. A marriage of equal social status? Yun Luofeng laughed gently. Both of you are members of the Steel Flame Regiment, so this is what they call a marriage of equal social status. If the two of you truly love each other, the Emperor of Flowing Gold Country would never be able to stop you. My, Yun Luofeng's, people are never unworthy of anyone. If this is a one-sided love, I cannot help you. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Qing Yan nodded and a bitter smile appeared on her delicate face. Young miss, I understand. Yun Luofeng patted Qing Yan's shoulder soundlessly. Let's go, take me to Yi Ling. I have a few things to understand from him. Yes, young Mississippi. Under Yun Luofeng's reassurance, Qing Yan regained her cheerfulness. She blinked and giggled as she walked out of Zephyr Pavilion. Yun Luofeng shook his head in exasperation as he stared at the little servant girl's joyful figure. A demonic smile appeared on the corners of his lips before he followed Qing Yan out without any hesitation. In Flowing Gold Country, once a prince comes of age, he will leave the imperial palace and establish his own family. At this moment, Yi Ling was sitting in his study in the third prince's mansion. He was holding a book in his hand, but his mind was not on the book at all. He looked rather absent-minded. Just then, a squeaking sound suddenly rang out from the side of his feet, instantly attracting his attention. When Yi Ling noticed the white hamster squeaking at his feet, his eyes widened and he asked in astonishment, "Milk tea, what are you doing here? Could it be?" As if remembering something, Yi Ling's eyes filled with excitement. He slowly turned his head and his gaze gradually turned towards the door. In that instant, the young girl in white who was leaning against the door entered his sight. The young girl crossed her arms and leaned lazily against the door railing. The corners of her lips curled into a beautiful smile. Her robes were as white as snow and fluttered in the gentle breeze. Yi Ling, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become the third prince of the Flowing Gold Kingdom. Yi Ling withdrew the excitement in his eyes and replaced it with respect. He hurriedly rose from his seat and greeted the young lady at the door. "Master, why have you come?" Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. Her white robes fluttered like a gentle breeze and landed on the chair in front of the desk. "What, you don't welcome me?" The young girl brushed her white robes and crossed her legs. She picked up the brush on the table and played with it in her hand. She looked at Yi Ling with an evil smile in her black eyes, lazy and wanton. "However, I think you're doing a good job as the third prince." She scanned the surroundings of the study, and the smile on her lips deepened. Yi Ling laughed bitterly. "Master, don't tease me. What's so good about the third prince? It's not as glorious as being the deputy pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion. Mistress, I'd rather be the deputy pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion than be the third prince. The girl burst into laughter and raised her eyebrows slightly. Tell me, what happened? You've suddenly returned to the flowing gold kingdom. Did the royal family not suspect you? Chapter 164. Yi Ling shook her head, her heart filled with bitterness. I told them that Long Yuan country had sent me to seduce the eldest lady of the general's residence, and I took the opportunity to escape. They did not suspect me and allowed me to return to the country. However, my return has offended some people's interests and they have sent many assassins to kill me. Fortunately, my cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds over the past 6 months, so the assassins have not succeeded. Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and continued to play with the brush in his hand. An undetectable glint flashed across his dark eyes. Yi Ling, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Who was the one who killed my parents that year? More than 10 years ago, the Yun couple had come up with a plan when they were fighting against Flowing Gold Country. Unfortunately, this plan had been leaked by Prime Minister Mu and was used by the enemy, causing them to fall into a trap. However, the person who had killed the couple was someone else. That person must be related to the royal family of Flowing Gold Country. Yun Luofeng had sent Yi Ling to Flowing Wind Country to find the real killer. There is some progress in this matter. Yi Ling glanced at Yun Luofeng. Give me some time and I will find out the truth. However, I can tell you that this matter is related to Empress Rong. Empress Rong was the mother of the second prince, Yi Luo. She had even instigated the emperor to send Yi Ling to Long Yuan country as a hostage. During this time, she had helped her son become the crown prince. Obviously, her efforts were about to pay off. It was at this time that Yi Ling returned. How could Empress Rong not hate her? If it were not for the fact that the entire court supported Yi Ling and that General Yi Bufan was Yi Ling's uncle, her son would have become the crown prince long ago. Yi Ling, who had been taken as a hostage, had dared to return to the country. Seeing that her efforts were about to be wasted, Imperial concubine Rong could no longer sit still. This was the reason for the assassination every night. What Yun Luofeng did not expect was that even the death of his parents had something to do with her. A murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Yun Luofeng stopped playing with the brush and said, Yi Ling, I will be staying in Flowing Gold Country for the time being. However, it would be inconvenient for me to stay in Drifting Wind Pavilion. Therefore, I will stay in your third prince's residence and use this opportunity to find out who killed my parents. Yes, master. Yi Ling replied respectfully. From the moment he had pledged his loyalty to her half a year ago, his life belonged to her. Even if she wanted him to destroy the entire Flowing Gold Country, he would not refuse any of her orders. During the time I stay in your mansion, don't call me master. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed a few times and his lips curled into a smile. You can just call me by my name. In the Long Yuan country, Yun Luofeng's name could be said to be a household name. There was no one who did not know of her. But now that she was in the Flowing Gold Country, there wouldn't be anyone who had heard of her reputation as trash. Hence, she allowed Yi Ling to call her by her name. This. Yi Ling hesitated for a moment. I'll call you Miss Yun. I really can't call you by your name. He didn't dare to offend his superior and call his master's name directly. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. All right. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up and stretched lazily. I'm a little tired. Help me prepare a room first. I'm going to rest for a while. If there's any news, notify me. With that, she strode out of the study. Chapter 165. What did you say? In the brothel, there was singing and dancing. Inside a private room, a handsome man was hugging women on his left and right. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at his confidante standing in front of him. A sinister light flashed across his eyes. My third royal brother has always had his eyes on the top of his head. Did a woman really stay in the third prince's residence yesterday? Reporting to the second prince, this matter is absolutely true. I did see a beautiful woman dressed in white enter the third prince's residence. Furthermore, that woman was extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than the top courtesan of Red Flower Brothel. The confidant licked his lips in a vulgar manner, his mind still recalling that beautiful face. If he could obtain such a woman, even if it was just for one night, he would be perfectly satisfied. Oh! Yi Luo's eyes brightened, even more beautiful than the top courtesan of Red Flower Brothel? That boy Yi Ling actually has such luck with women? However, I think that woman was staying in the second prince's residence without any status. She must not be from a good family. She must be the new top courtesan of some brothel. This confidant had followed him for many years and had enjoyed many beautiful women with him. But now, the woman who was openly staying in the second prince's residence was praised by him like this. She must be an extremely beautiful woman. Only he had the right to enjoy such a beautiful woman. Who did Yi Ling think he was? Immediately send an invitation to Yi Ling, tell him that I invite him to the residence for a gathering. Yes, Your Royal Highness the second prince. The confidant joined his fists and retreated from the luxurious private room. It was as if the words of his trusted aide had made Yi Luo's mind become active and made him lose interest in the beauties around him. He waved his hand to dismiss the women around him and a greedy glint flashed across his glowing eyes. He was very curious as to how beautiful that woman was. Even the top courtesan of Red Flower Brothel was outshone by her. Early morning. The morning light shone through the entire residence. It was so warm that it made people feel happy. As soon as Yun Luofeng entered the courtyard, he saw the handsome young man sitting in the pavilion. The young man's gaze was fixed on a certain spot in the courtyard, and there was an undercurrent in his eyes. She followed the youth's gaze, and in an instant, the little servant girl who was playing in the stream fell into her eyes. In that instant, she came to a sudden realization. So this little girl was not having a one-sided love? These two people seemed to have a chance. Yi Ling, she raised the corner of her lips and called out softly. Inside the pavilion, the youth who was staring blankly at the smoke was pulled back from his thoughts by this voice. He hurriedly came back to his senses and turned to the beautiful young lady who was walking towards him. He was a little apprehensive in his heart. Master, you've come? Yi Ling, you like Qing Yan? Ah. Yi Ling was stunned by Yun Luofeng's straightforwardness. A crimson blush flashed across his fair face and his fingers tugged at his robes nervously. I only think that Qing Yan is very cute, like a little sister. I don't, Yi Ling, I've experienced many things. There are some things that can never be hidden from my eyes. Yun Luofeng turned his gaze away from Qing Yan and slowly turned towards Yi Luo. He asked, I'll ask you one thing. You are the third prince of Flowing Gold Country and Qing Yan is only a little servant girl. If your father opposes you, what choice would you make? Yi Ling fell silent and his lips curled into a bitter smile. Father? Can he be considered a father? No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, including him. Chapter 166. When she said her last sentence, Yi Ling's eyes were filled with determination and her tone was unyielding. She had the courage to not fear anyone. If that's the case, I can rest assured. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Yi Ling, although you and Qing Yan are both my subordinates, but compared to you who had plotted against me, Qing Yan is more important to me. She may be a servant, but in reality, she is no different from my family. In the years before my grandfather returned, she was the only one who never left me and even used her body to block the attacks of others for me. I know, Yi Ling smiled. In these 2 years, even though I was a hostage, there were times when I was allowed out for a short period of time under the supervision of the palace guards. Once, I saw you being bullied and beaten on the streets. It was Qing Yan who used her body to protect you. When I saw this scene, my heart was filled with admiration for her. I never thought that I would have the chance to work with her one day. That servant was loyal to her master, stubborn and tenacious. Perhaps it was because of this that he, who had always had his eyes on the top of his head, had set his sights on her. It's good that you understand, Yun Luofeng nodded. If you hurt Qing Yan in the future, I won't let you off. However, other than this matter with Qing Yan, I will stand by your side and give you a chance to kill your enemy with your own hands. Yi Ling's heart trembled and a complicated mix of emotions welled up in his heart. Half a year ago, he had helped the emperor of Long Yuan country to plot against her. He never thought that she would disregard the past and not only give him unparalleled power, she even gave him a chance to kill his enemy with his own hands. As for himself, he was afraid that he would never be able to repay her kindness in this lifetime. Your Highness, the third prince. Just as Yi Ling was sighing in his heart, a servant hurried over and respectfully handed an invitation to Yi Ling. The second prince has sent you an invitation. Yi Ling's face darkened and he took the invitation from the servant. After reading the contents of the invitation, his expression turned even uglier. What happened? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Yi Ling as he asked. Yi Ling took a deep breath and said, Yi Luo has invited me to his residence for a gathering. And then? If it was just an invitation, Yi Ling wouldn't have been so angry. Hearing Yun Luofeng's question, Yi Ling pursed his thin lips tightly, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He asked me to bring you along. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and smiled evilly. Since someone has invited us with such hospitality, it would be inexcusable for us not to go. Mas, Yi Ling had originally wanted to address Yun Luofeng as his master, but he suddenly remembered that there was still a servant in the courtyard who had come to deliver the news. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and sighed helplessly. Miss Yun, you probably don't know this Yi Luo's personality. This fellow is extremely lustful. Aside from visiting brothels, he has also kidnapped countless young girls from good families. Judging from his tone, he must have seen you come to my residence and become interested in you. So what? Yun Luofeng chuckled, and there was an evil smile in his eyes. Yi Ling, let's go. Take me to see that so-called second prince. Seeing that Yun Luofeng had made up his mind, Yi Ling did not say anything more and nodded slightly. All right. He was very confident in his master, but when he thought of Yi Luo's wretched look, he was very displeased. Was his master someone that a scum like him could spy on? However, Yi Ling also knew that the reason why Yun Luofeng had invited him was because Yi Ling was Empress Rong's son, and Empress Rong was related to the couple's death. Chapter 167. Flowing Gold Country. On the bustling street, Yun Luofeng, who was walking amongst the crowd, seemed to have noticed something. She slowly turned her head and frowned at the bustling crowd behind her. Master, what's the matter? Yi Ling saw that Yun Luofeng had stopped and a trace of confusion flashed across her eyes. She turned to look at her. Yun Luofeng looked away and shook her head, nothing. She did not know if it was just her imagination, but she felt that ever since she left Long Yuan country, someone had been following her. But every time she turned around, she could not see the figure following her. Could it be that she had been too tired recently and was hallucinating? Yun Luofeng rubbed her forehead. Let's continue walking. All right. Ye Ling's eyes still carried a sense of doubt. However, when he saw that Yun Luofeng had no intention of answering his question, he did not probe any further. His handsome features sank as he said, Master, we'll be arriving soon. When the time comes, remember to stay away from that scum, Yi Luo. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile at Yi Ling's reminder. Her smile was languid and demonic as she continued walking. As Empress Rong was highly favored by the emperor, compared to the cold and cheerless third prince's palace, the second prince's palace was bustling with visitors. Countless rascals tried to build a good relationship with the royal family so that they could be put in an important position in the future. At this moment, in the courtyard, Yi Luo was hugging women on both sides and flirting with the women next to him. His expression was vulgar and even his hands were placed on the women's sensitive parts. The nobles of flowing gold country seemed to be used to this and no one criticized Yi Luo for being offensive. Suddenly, Yi Luo's eyes narrowed and he stared fixedly in a certain direction. A deep sense of awe appeared in his eyes. The crowd followed his gaze and in an instant, a snow-white dress fell into their eyes. Their eyes were as shocked as Yi Luo's. This young girl was very young, around 14 or 15 years of age. Her face was extremely beautiful and her robes were whiter than snow and fluttered in the wind. At that moment, their breathing stopped for a moment, and even their hearts almost couldn't calm down. There was a smile on the young girl's face from beginning to end. She was bewitching and wanton, and her pair of pitch-black eyes were like the stars in the night sky. One couldn't see the bottom of them at a glance, but they were deeply attracted by her eyes, unable to be pulled away. Where did such a beautiful girl come from? And by the side of the third prince? Could she be his concubine? As for why he called the girl in white a concubine, that was because even though the third prince was not favored by the emperor, he was still very talented. As a noble grandson of the emperor, his wife had to be a princess or a minister. An unknown girl was only qualified to be a concubine. Third royal brother, you're finally here. Ha ha ha, Yi Luo laughed heartily as he walked towards Yi Ling. His face carried a hypocritical smile as he said, all these years you were a hostage, I've missed you dearly. I've even begged royal father many times to take you back. Unfortunately, royal father never had the guts to ask Long Yuan country for you. In the face of Yi Luo's hypocrisy, Yi Ling sneered, is that so? Then I really have to thank you. There's no need for us to be so polite. Yi Luo laughed and tried to pat Yi Ling's shoulder. But just as his hand was about to land on Yi Ling's shoulder, Yi Ling moved to the side and avoided his touch. Chapter 168. Faced with Yi Ling's actions, a vicious light flashed across Yi Luo's eyes but the smile on his face did not change. Royal brother, long time no see, why are you so distant from me? That's right, I wonder who this lady is. His gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng and a stunned look appeared in his eyes. Yi Ling's face sank. Second royal brother, Lady Yun is not someone you can violate. Yi Luo laughed evilly and said, third royal brother, I didn't think that you would protect your woman like this. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to know which family's daughter this lady is. Hearing Yi Luo refer to his master as his woman, Yi Ling's heart almost stopped beating in fright. He quickly turned to look at the young girl and sighed in relief when he saw that she was not angry. This damned brat actually dared to tease me and master like this. If master gets angry, my little life will be over. For some reason, when Yi Luo said those words, Yi Ling felt a chill run down his spine, as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from the shadows. It sent a chill down his spine and made every hair on his body stand on end. Yi Luo, be more respectful when you speak. A trace of anger appeared on Yi Ling's face. If you say such things again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Luo laughed disapprovingly. Yi Ling, don't think that I don't know this woman's background. She's just a girl from a brothel. Which family's daughter would stay in a prince's residence without any status? I just wanted to test you with a question. I didn't think that you would fly into such a rage out of humiliation. I will definitely report this matter to Imperial Father. Girl from a brothel? When the young men heard Yi Luo's words, their eyes were no longer as stunned as they had been at the beginning. Instead, they stared at her with lewd and vulgar gazes. She was just a girl from a brothel. Spending a bit of money would make her strip naked and lie on the bed waiting to be taken. A woman like this was not worthy of their respect. Woman, Yi Luo turned to look at Yun Luofeng and licked his dry lips. Being my concubine is better than following Yi Ling. Even though your status is low and you can't obtain the status of a prince's consort, I can give you plenty of love. I guarantee that no one in this prince's residence will dare to bully you. How about it? Only he, the son of the empress, had the right to possess such a beautiful woman. Yi Ling was nothing. Yi Ling finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She clenched her fist tightly and swung it towards Yi Luo with an irresistible force. Bang! Just as Yi Ling's fist was about to reach Yi Luo, a pair of legs kicked towards Yi Luo at an even faster speed. The crowd only heard a muffled sound as his body was thrown out. The girl lifted her foot and stepped on Yi Ling's chest. She looked down at him from above. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear a single word you just said. Can you say it again?" Even though the white-robed young lady was apologizing, everyone could feel the threat from her body. There was a devilish smile on her face, and her black eyes were wild and arrogant. "Men, capture this woman for me." Yi Luo held his breath and roared angrily with an ashen face. No one in the crowd thought that the banquet had not even begun and the two parties were already fighting. A wave of orderly and powerful footsteps suddenly rang out, instantly surrounding Yun Luofeng and Yi Ling. All the guards pulled out their weapons and the atmosphere was cold and solemn. Chapter 169. Yun Luofeng glanced evilly at the guards who had gathered around them. The corners of his lips curled into an angle as he spoke insolently, "If you want him dead, then you can make your move. Of course, just the few of you aren't a match for me." Bang! As he spoke, Yun Luofeng pressed his foot on Yi Luo's chest a little harder. Instantly, the sound of bones cracking rang in everyone's ears. "Ah!" Then, Yi Luo's mournful cry echoed through the air. It was heart-wrenching and made everyone's hair stand on end. You ambushed me." Yi Luo stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. "What kind of skill is that if you ambushed me? If you really have the ability, then fight me fairly." Yun Luofeng swept his eyes over him. "The winner is king and the loser is in the wrong. This is an eternal truth. A loss is a loss. If this was on the battlefield, you would have no chance to retaliate. Yi Luo, the gap between you and Yi Ling is not small. Even if you obtain the throne in the end, your seat will not be stable." The crowd was stunned by the young girl's treasonous words. Her features were wild and her words were unruly. She did not even put the royal family in her eyes. But what right did she have to look down on the royal family? That's right, the noble disciples could feel the contempt in the young girl's eyes. This kind of contempt was as if the throne was placed in front of her and she would not even bother to look at it, but what they did not understand was that she was only an ordinary girl who had given herself to Yi Ling. What gave her the courage to say such words? "Yi Ling, let's go." Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips and turned to face Yi Ling with a faint smile. "All right." Yi Ling was a little surprised but did not say anything else. He nodded and turned his gaze towards the guards surrounding them. He shouted coldly, "Get out of my way." The guards were stunned by Yi Ling's roar and subconsciously made way for her. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the two of them walked out of the courtyard without looking back. It was as if they had only come to say hello. Yi Luo only returned to his senses when the two of them had completely disappeared. He clenched his fists tightly and spat viciously, "Yi Ling, I will never let you go," outside the mansion. Yi Ling couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Mistress, why did you come to the second prince's residence? Are we just going to leave like this?" Yun Luofeng smiled softly. "Since I've finished my business, I should naturally leave." Yi Ling suddenly froze. After a long while, he continued to ask, "But I've always been by your side, and I haven't seen you do anything else. Could it be that whenever you want to do something, you beat Yi Luo up?" He asked for it. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips, "I've come here to survey the terrain. Just a moment ago, I've finished surveying the second prince's residence. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to stay any longer." Yi Ling's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Master, when did you survey the terrain? How come I didn't know? I remember that you didn't go anywhere." Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Ling and said devilishly, "Yi Ling, you must remember, there are some things that you don't need your eyes to see. You need to use your mental energy. Just now, I have already spread my mental energy throughout the entire mansion. Therefore, every corner of the mansion and every room are imprinted in my mind. Do you understand? Chapter 170. Yi Ling trembled all over. To be able to cover the entire residence with his mental strength, how powerful did he have to be to do this? Master, I understand. He slowly took a deep breath, his eyes glinting. Let's go. I still have to go to the second prince's palace tonight. Now, I'll go back to my palace and rest. I'll save my energy for tonight's event. Yun Luofeng stretched his back lazily. His pitch-black eyes were filled with determination. No matter who killed her parents, they had to pay the price for it. Night fell. In the darkness of the night, an enraged roar rang out in the quiet residence, mixed with monstrous rage. Yi Ling, and that stinky girl, I'll make you wish you were dead. At that moment, whenever Yi Luo thought of the humiliation he had suffered over the past 100 days, his heart felt as if it were being gnawed at by 10,000 ants, and the pain was unbearable. Blue veins popped out on his tightly clenched fists, and his bulging eyes were bloodshot with rage. Imperial son, you'd better not be impatient. In a room filled with the scent of sandalwood, a graceful and beautiful woman sat on a chair. She held a cup of tea and sipped it lightly, a light flashing through her beautiful eyes. General Yi is Yi Ling's uncle. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to deal with Yi Ling. As for the little girl you're talking about, to be able to injure you, her strength is definitely not simple. This kind of woman must not be seen by your imperial father. Otherwise, with your imperial father's lustful nature, he will definitely fall for that little girl. Mother, I can't accept this. Yi Luo clenched his fists and said indignantly, that woman made me lose face in public, how can I let her off? If I don't complain to my imperial father, I really won't be able to quell my anger. Son, don't you know your imperial father's personality? Whether it's the late Empress Yi or me, we won your imperial father's favor because of our looks, and your imperial father likes the new and hates the old. Since that girl is so stunning, all the more we can't let your imperial father see her. If your imperial father takes a fancy to her, how many women in the world do you think would refuse to become the emperor's concubine? In Empress Rong's mind, the emperor was the supreme being, and there was no woman he couldn't have if he wanted her. Moreover, there was no woman who could refuse to become an emperor's concubine. Mother, then how should I take revenge? Am I really going to let this woman bully me like this? Yi Luo was very unwilling. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Ling into 1,000 pieces and then take that girl in white into his mansion and torture her to death. Imperial son, you must know that there are many cheap women in this world. When they see a man with power and influence, they want to cling to him, wishing that they could kneel down and lick his boots. Therefore, I have an idea. Recently, the imperial family has been trying to curry favor with the people of Luofeng Pavilion. Why don't we give her to the steward of Luofeng Pavilion as a concubine and use this opportunity to build a relationship with Luofeng Pavilion? When your father sees that we are trying to curry favor with the people of Luofeng Pavilion, he will definitely praise you even more. The position of crown prince will then belong to you. Empress Rong lowered her eyes and a cold glint flashed across them. The smile on her lips became sinister and terrifying as she spoke slowly. Isn't that letting her off too lightly? Yi Luo frowned. His imperial mother's actions were not to punish that woman for him, but to give her a chance to become a phoenix from a sparrow. Therefore, how could he accept this? Imperial son, the person I want to build a relationship with is the steward of Luofeng Pavilion, Wu Zhong. This Wu Zhong is over 50 years old and extremely perverted. Anyone who becomes his woman will be tortured to death by him. Moreover, Wu Zhong is lustful, he will definitely be interested in this woman. Chapter 171. Yi Luo was silent for a moment, then asked, what if that woman doesn't agree to seduce the steward of the Windfall Pavilion? Hearing this, Empress Rong sneered, her lips curling into a mocking smile. My son, there is no woman in this world who doesn't want to curry favor with power. Now that the Windfall Pavilion's power is at its peak, even the imperial family has to be courteous to them. Come to think of it, she should thank us for giving her this opportunity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to meet the steward of the Windfall Pavilion. Under the deep night sky, the young girl stood against the moonlight. Her clothes were as white as snow and stood out in the dark. However, the silence of the night was somewhat frightening. Only the cicadas in the trees could be heard. Yun Luofeng gazed deeply at the candlelit window, listening to the mother and son's discussion in the room. Her lips curled into a demonic smile and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Tonight, she had originally wanted to come to the second prince's residence to investigate the truth behind her parents' deaths. She didn't expect to hear the mother and son's plot. Moreover, the target of their plot was her. Yi Ling, who is this Wu Zhong? She asked with her back to the handsome youth behind her. Yi Ling was startled, then replied, Wu Zhong is considered an old member of the Windfall Pavilion. He has been with us since the Windfall Pavilion was founded. His strength is at the advanced high spiritualist level, comparable to mine. Yi Ling, pretend that you didn't hear anything today. Perhaps this is a very good test. I want to know if Wu Zhong is loyal to the Windfall Pavilion. Yes, master. Yi Ling replied respectfully. In reality, even now, he was still shocked by Yun Luofeng's actions. Just when they had been spying on the second prince's residence, she had fed the patrolling guards something that had caused the guards to stare blankly, as if they hadn't noticed them at all. It seems that we won't be able to find any more useful information tonight. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and slowly turned around. Her voice was demonic and languid. Yi Ling, let's go back first. This subordinate understands. Yi Ling lowered her head and replied respectfully. The two of them had been standing outside the window for an hour, but no one had noticed their presence. Some patrolling guards walked past them without making a sound. If one looked closely, one could see that these guards' eyes were dull, like wooden puppets wandering in the night. Only when Yun Luofeng and Yi Ling left did the eyes of the guards recover their luster bit by bit. However, they seemed to not know that two uninvited guests had just arrived and continued patrolling as usual. Under the desolate curtain of the night, the streets were devoid of the hustle and bustle of the day. Instead, it was deep and serene. Suddenly, Milk Tea, who was originally in Yun Luofeng's sleeve, seemed to sense something and began to squeak. Its squeak was filled with anxiety and unease, as if warning Yun Luofeng that there was danger here. Miss Yun. Suddenly, a few figures descended from the sky and landed in front of Yun Luofeng. They went straight to the point and said, Our general invites you to make a trip. General? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows as he looked at the people blocking their way and asked with an evil smile, General Yi? That's right, the soldier replied coldly. Our general is indeed General Yi. General Yi of Flowing Gold Nation had once been defeated at the hands of his old man, and as a result, his nephew had been reduced to a hostage. Now that General Yi had suddenly invited her, perhaps her identity had been exposed. Chapter 172. All right. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin, his eyes deep in thought. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. I'll go with you. Yi Ling looked at the soldiers under the night sky and stood resolutely by Yun Luofeng's side. Please. The soldier was still polite and made an affectionate gesture towards Yun Luofeng as he spoke in a grave and stern voice. General's residence. In the study, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back under the cold moonlight. His black hair was tied behind his back, as black as ink. His back was facing the door of the study, his figure straight and stern like a majestic mountain. Lord General. Suddenly, a voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The person you've invited is here, but the third prince has also come with her. When Yi Bufan heard the soldier's report, he finally turned around slowly and said with a stern expression, Let them in. Yes, Lord General. The soldier accepted the order and retreated. Not long after, a figure in snow-white robes appeared in his line of sight in the dark night sky. When he saw the girl striding in, Ibufon's stern eyes became absent-minded and he could not even shift his gaze away from the girl. Alike, too alike. This girl and her mother, Bai Ling, looked as if they had been carved from the same millstone. Both of them were exceedingly beautiful and peerless. Uncle. Yi Ling saw that her uncle was staring unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng and a trace of anxiety appeared on her face. She glanced at Yun Luofeng and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was not angry. Ibufen gradually came back to his senses. He looked at Yun Luofeng with a strange look in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at someone through her. I don't know if I should call you Miss Yun or Yun Luofeng. Ibufen's expression was stern, as if the absent-minded look earlier was just an illusion. It's just a title, General Yi can call me anything you like. Yun Luofeng leaned against the door railing, her dark eyes gazing deeply at Ibufen. But General Yi and I don't know each other. May I know why you've summoned me? Ibufen pondered for a moment before he asked coldly, I just want to know why you, the granddaughter of the Long Yuan nation's general, would come to the Flowing Gold nation. If you say you have no ulterior motives, I will not believe you. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed and a dangerous light flashed through them. Sure enough, this fellow knew her identity. And now, even if she wanted to deny it, it would only be superfluous. Furthermore, she had no intention of hiding her identity when she came here. She wanted everyone in the world to know that her goal was to avenge her parents. Looks like General Yi is really well informed. I, Yun Luofeng, am just a good-for-nothing in Long Yuan nation, but you can actually see through my identity. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms over his chest, a sinister smile on his face. That's right, I am Yun Luo's granddaughter, and also the daughter of Yun Yang and Bai Ling. It was like a sledgehammer that fiercely smashed onto Ibufen's heart, and it caused him to stagger slightly. She really was Bai Ling's daughter. In fact, ever since Yun Luofeng had entered the Flowing Gold nation for the first time, she had already caught Ibufen's attention. In addition, the people from the third prince's residence all called this young girl Miss Yun, so he had been able to determine her identity. Ibufen took a deep breath as he stared at the peerlessly beautiful face in front of him. He calmed the ripples in his heart and stared fixedly at her with his deep, black eyes. Chapter 173. Miss Yun, your parents and I have known each other for a long time. However, we have different masters and we can only meet on the battlefield. So, on account of my friendship with your parents, I advise you to leave the Flowing Gold country. I can forgive you for entering Flowing Gold nation, but if you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. Ibufen's tone was unusually firm and his handsome face was solemn. He was the general of Flowing Gold nation and protecting the country was his responsibility. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely met the woman he loved on the battlefield more than 10 years ago. Unfortunately, because he was against using schemes against Yun Yang and his wife, he was summoned back by His Majesty before the war was over. He was completely unaware of what happened next. When he finally found out, he heard that Yun Yang and his wife had both died on the battlefield and their souls had returned to their homeland. This grievous news was a huge blow to him and he used it as an excuse to avoid waking up. Even now, his heart still ached. Leave Flowing Gold nation? Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. Do you think that since I've come here, I'll leave so easily? Ibufen's handsome face darkened. Miss Yun, as long as I'm guarding Flowing Gold nation, I won't let you do anything to harm Flowing Gold nation. Even if you're Bai Ling's daughter, I won't let you do as you please. Yun Luofeng glanced at him maliciously. I'm here to avenge my parents. No one can stop me. Yun Luofeng. Ibufen was slightly annoyed. When two countries fight, there are bound to be casualties. My Flowing Gold nation has also lost many people on the battlefield. Do you want to avenge them all? When will there be an end to revenge? Furthermore, there are casualties in battle. These things are unavoidable. That's right. When two countries fight, there are bound to be casualties. Unfortunately, I don't care about the lives of the people in this world. I only care about my family. I don't care how they died, I only know that those who hurt my family are my enemies. Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. Her arrogant eyes were filled with dominance. When will there be an end to revenge? What a joke. She never knew how to repay evil with kindness. She only knew that blood must be paid with blood. Bufan's brows furrowed tightly as anger appeared on his face. As if sensing their general's anger, the surrounding soldiers all drew their weapons, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become tense. Yun Luofeng, do you really insist on doing this? Bufan raised a hand to stop the soldiers and asked coldly. Yun Luofeng didn't answer him, but instead asked a question with a faint smile, General Yi, do you like my mother? The girl's voice was devilishly and languid, as if she was asking something unimportant. But her words caused Bufan's heart to clench fiercely. At this moment, the image of that peerlessly beautiful face that had a faint smile on her face had appeared once more in his mind. Do you know why my mother didn't choose you? Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly, because the person she loved was a man with unyielding character. Yun be like Yun. Luo, loyal man like other people. If my father was still alive, he would wash the imperial city in blood if anyone dared to touch my mother. He would rather give up his position as a junior general than allow anyone to touch her. Bufan was deeply affected by the girl's words. He staggered and fell on the chair in a sorry state. At that very moment, this mighty general of flowing gold nation had accidentally exposed all his thoughts for all to see. Chapter 174. Yi Ling, let's go. Yun Luofeng took one last look at the disheveled Bufan before he turned and slowly walked towards the boundless night. Yi Ling, who had wanted to leave with Yun Luofeng, did not seem to be able to bear to see Bufan in such a disheveled state. His footsteps paused slightly as he turned his back to the middle-aged man behind him and said, Uncle, seeing that you're my mother's elder brother, I'll tell you this as well. The flowing gold nation's royal family has reached its end. Don't help the emperor kill anymore. After he had finished speaking, he did not spare another glance at the man behind him as he quickly chased after Yun Luofeng. Buzz. Bufan laid on a chair as a bitter smile hung on the corners of his lips. Bai Ling, you didn't choose me back then because I was too fair and strict. Yun Yang, on the other hand, is a hot-blooded man. Could it be that my loyalty to His Majesty was also a mistake? His handsome face was filled with pain as if he had sunk into a deep recollection. If I could relive my life, I would really like to be an ordinary person without any burdens. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for me to fly into a rage for a beauty. Unfortunately, I was never meant to be hot-blooded. Bufan ordered someone to bring him some white wine and downed it in one gulp. All these years, every time he thought of that peerless beauty, he would need to rely on the numbing effects of alcohol to fall asleep. Young mistress, you're back. In the second prince's residence, the little girl, Qing Yan, saw Yun Luofeng return at first glance. Her crescent-shaped eyes lit up as she hurriedly went forward to greet her. She said with a smile, Young mistress, you've been out for the whole night. You must be tired. I've already asked the kitchen staff to prepare a bowl of soup for you. Drink it before you go to sleep. All right. Yun Luofeng walked into the room and a fragrant aroma filled the air. She walked towards the bowl of soup and sat in front of the table. She scooped up a spoonful of the fragrant soup and slowly brought it to her mouth. Why is the meal this time different from the one at noon? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. This chef isn't bad. His cooking skills are even better than those in the general's mansion. Tomorrow, I'll mention this to Yi Ling and have her send this chef to me. The old man will definitely like it. Yun Luofeng didn't have any other hobbies, but he loved to eat. As such, all the chefs in the general's residence were hired by him at a high price. Yun Luofeng, who was used to eating the food in the general's residence, was not used to the flowing gold nation. He didn't expect that the third prince's residence would have such a skilled chef. Qing Yan looked at Yun Luofeng guiltily. "Miss, this isn't very good. After all, this chef is from Yiling's residence, why not?" Yun Luofeng finished his bowl of soup, then took the handkerchief that Qing Yan handed over and wiped the corner of his mouth. He stretched his body and stood up from his seat. "I will make this request to Yiling tomorrow. I'm tired now. Qing Yan, you can leave first." "Yes, miss, this servant will take her leave." Qing Yan hurriedly picked up the empty bowl and guiltily walked out. She was thinking about how to cover up this lie. In the courtyard, under the darkness of the night, a man dressed in a long black robe was hidden in the darkness. It was as if he had become one with the night. Qing Yan saw the grim man in the courtyard with one glance. After thinking for a moment, she walked over to him. "I've already followed your instructions and sent the soup to Mississippi. I didn't let her know that you were the one who made it for her." The man's tone was as grim as ever. It was as if besides Yun Luofeng, he wasn't willing to say another word to anyone else. "Give this to her." Chapter 175. Qing Yan was stunned. Her gaze fell upon the plate of grapes in the man's hand and she blinked in astonishment. "Even though Miss doesn't like the food in the third prince's residence, these grapes don't seem to be any different." "Why did you?" "Not the same." "Not the same? How so?" Qing Yan simply could not understand this man. Why does he have to be so mysterious every time? Besides, he has always been following Miss to protect her. Why doesn't he let Miss know? The man's face was expressionless and his voice was low. "I will continue to deliver tomorrow's food." Of course, those grapes were different. Yun Luofeng was very picky about food. For example, when she eats grapes, she must first remove the seeds. Hence, he had used his spiritual energy to remove the seeds from the grapes on the plate. However, he was not interested in explaining this to Qing Yan. "Also, leave these grapes on her table. Don't disturb her rest." The man thought for a moment before he gave another order. His dark eyes looked at the flickering candlelight at the door. He then turned around resolutely and immediately disappeared into the night. Now, he should go and prepare her breakfast tomorrow. "Qing Yan, where did these grapes come from?" "Early morning." The morning light spilled into the room. The young girl was sitting at the table, her slender fingers gently tapping the surface of the table as she asked casually. Qing Yan was stunned and replied guiltily, "Yes. I prepared them for you, Mississippi, is that so? Then how did you remove the seeds from the grapes?" Yun Luofeng looked at the little girl's delicate and pretty face with a smile that did not reach her eyes as she continued to ask. "What?" The little girl cried out in shock, "How could this be? Qing Yan was about to defend herself when she suddenly realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. She quickly shut her mouth and guiltily glanced at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Her heart quickly caught on to something and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Qing Yan, since when have you helped others lie to me? Is this how you feel about me, Qing Yan thought that Yun Luofeng was angry and felt somewhat anxious. She hurriedly explained, "Young lady, this servant did not intentionally deceive young lady. If someone else wanted to bribe this servant to harm young lady, this servant would definitely not betray young lady. This servant is just. She only felt that Yun Xiao and young Miss's relationship was very good, so it was impossible for him to harm young Miss, so she helped him. Moreover, Yun Xiao had seen that young Miss had no appetite for the past few days and he didn't want young Miss to know that he was tailing her. Hence, he had sought her out. If it was someone else, she wouldn't have bothered." Pfft! Yun Luofeng laughed out loud. She raised her hand to pinch Qing Yan's cheek and said with a smile, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Qing Yan, I naturally understand your sincerity towards me. I will pretend to be unaware of this matter." You can continue to contact him. Yun Xiao had probably never thought that a plate of grapes would completely expose his whereabouts. Mississippi, Qing Yen bit her lips and stamped her feet in shame and indignation. The young miss was really getting naughtier and naughtier. She actually teased her, causing her to think that the young miss was really angry. The Empress has arrived, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has arrived. Just as Yun Luofeng stepped out of her room, a sharp voice suddenly fell into her ears. It caused her expression to sink and a murderous intent appeared in her black eyes. Chapter 176. This third prince is really outrageous. I personally came to see him but he didn't even come out to receive me. I really don't know how that dead Empress raised her son. In the back garden, Empress Rong frowned slightly and her elegant face flashed with displeasure as she scoffed. But the third prince's residence was really rich. Look at the rocks, they were actually made from stones from the depths of the North Sea. The herbs in the flower beds were actually the extremely precious scarlet flame grass. Even the bamboo in the bamboo forest could not be bought without tens of millions of gold and silver. It seemed that the Yi family was not as simple as they appeared to be. They must have given the third prince an incalculable amount of gold and silver over the years. Otherwise, he would not have the ability to build such a luxurious residence. Greed flashed across Empress Rong's eyes as she stared fixedly at the treasures that could rival a nation's wealth. What she did not know was that the moment her greed was exposed, Yi Ling had already noticed it. Hee. A cold laugh sounded as if it came from the horizon, causing Empress Rong to hurriedly retract the greed in her eyes. She turned to look at the youth who had just stepped out of the study, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. This damned brat, he's so lucky. I've already sent so many assassins but none of them managed to kill him. Unfortunately, no matter how lucky he would still end up like his short-lived mother. Sooner or later, he would die in the Yellow Springs. Yi Ling, I've come to see you this time because I have a few matters to discuss with you. Empress Rong stared coldly at Yi Ling, the greed in her eyes exploding once again. I and His Majesty have owed you far too much over the years. To make up for our guilt, I've decided to have you exchange residences with Luo-er. Luo-er's residence is in the bustling city, much better than this remote place of yours. She said it was a discussion but it was actually a forceful order. How could Yi Ling not sense Empress Rong's true intentions? The cold smile on his lips deepened as he replied indifferently, apologies, I prefer a quiet place. I appreciate your Majesty's good intentions. Yi Ling. Empress Rong's expression darkened. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm doing this to make up for what I owe you. Luo-er's residence is much better than this shabby place of yours. The meaning behind her words was that she did all this for the sake of Yi Ling, but it just so happened that this stinking brat Yi Ling didn't appreciate it. Hee. Yi Ling chuckled again and said mockingly, if you want me to exchange my mansion with Yi Luo, it's not impossible. Everything in my mansion, even a blade of grass or a tree, I'll take it all. Empress Rong's expression changed completely. Since this is an exchange of manors, then everything in the two manors will be included. I'm afraid it's very unreasonable for you to take these things away. Yi Ling smiled. His smile contained a bone-chilling coldness. His slightly raised eyes held a touch of arrogance. Empress Rong, what difference is there between your actions and a bandit's? Aren't you just eyeing the treasures in my mansion and planning to rob them openly? Why do you have to make it sound so nice? How dare you? Empress Rong shouted angrily. Her cold and elegant face flashed with viciousness. You are a prince, and also a subject of the flowing gold kingdom. Do you think that I, the Empress, do not have this little bit of authority? I'm warning you, everything in the flowing gold kingdom belongs to the imperial court. The same goes for the treasures in your mansion. Since these belong to the imperial family, why can't I make the decision? Chapter 177. Her meaning was very clear. All the treasures under the heavens belong to the empire. As the mother of the empire, she has the right to distribute these treasures. Hence, the treasures should belong to whoever she says they belong to. Yi Ling stared disdainfully at Empress Rong, who was acting like a bandit. No one else can lay a finger on my things. Not even the members of the imperial family. Impudence. Yi Luo's handsome face filled with rage when he heard Yi Ling's mocking words. He glared fiercely at the handsome, fair youth before him. Yi Ling, my imperial mother is the empress of the empire, a motherly model of the nation. Who gave you permission to speak to her in this manner? Since my imperial mother has said that this residence belongs to me, you'd better get out of my territory immediately. My place doesn't welcome a bastard like you. The word bastard made Yi Ling's breath sink. He narrowed his eyes and approached Yi Luo dangerously. What did you just say? I said that you're a bastard. Slap. Yi Ling's hand was as fast as the wind. Before anyone could react, a slap flew towards Yi Luo's face. A clear and melodious sound rang through the entire residence and shocked Empress Rong. She never thought that Yi Ling would have the audacity to hit someone in front of her. You dare to hit me? Yi Luo covered his swollen face as his eyes spat fire. I'm going to tell Imperial Father to send you to the border. You little bastard, you little bastard. I hit you for Imperial Father's sake. Do you think that Imperial Father will send me away for this? Yi Ling retracted his hand and wiped his face with a handkerchief as he sneered. You're talking nonsense. Yi Luo could not help but swear and his face turned a bright red. This little bastard actually said that he had hit me for Imperial Father's sake. Such behavior was utterly shameless. Don't forget, we share the same father. You've called me a little bastard, a little bastard. Isn't that the same as saying that I'm the son of a bastard? You're humiliating Imperial Father in front of me. Do you think that you deserve to be hit? Yi Ling casually threw the handkerchief in his hand onto the ground and stared condescendingly at Yi Luo. Yi Luo became even more enraged. Just as he was about to defend himself, the stunned Empress Rong came back to her senses and slapped Yi Luo across the face. Luo, why did you have to call him a little bastard? If His Majesty hears about this, no one will be able to protect you. Empress Rong said anxiously. Yi Luo felt very wronged, but he knew that he had spoken without thinking. Hence, he shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. Suddenly, a soft chuckle was heard. Even though the chuckle was extremely soft, it was still clearly heard by everyone. Everyone followed the voice, and in an instant, a snow-white dress appeared in their line of sight. She was slowly walking over, and behind her was a green-clothed maidservant. She was beautiful and charming. It's you. Yi Luo saw Yun Luofeng at first glance and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. However, when he thought of what this young girl had done to him, his gaze suddenly darkened. She would never forget how this damned slut had humiliated her in front of everyone. Imperial Mother, she's the woman I've been talking about. Yi Luo took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Empress Rong was shocked. She turned to look at Yun Luofeng and a hint of jealousy flashed across her beautiful eyes. Chapter 178. No wonder my son could not forget this woman. She was so beautiful. If His Imperial Majesty were to see her, I'm afraid that there would be no place for me in the Imperial Palace. Miss, how should I address you? She remembered the purpose of her visit and no longer cared about fighting Yi Ling for the residence. Her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Yun Luofeng as a sense of contemplation appeared in her eyes. Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng glanced at her from the corner of his eye and spoke unhurriedly. Yun Luofeng, Empress Rong murmured softly as a light flashed in her eyes. She went straight to the point. My main purpose in coming here this time is to see you. Now, I only have one question for you, do you wish to rise above all others? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms and asked with a smile that did not reach her eyes, what do you mean? I have an opportunity here that can help you rise above others. Empress Rong laughed icily. It all depends on whether you can grasp it. If you do, I can let bygones be bygones for hurting Luo. Oh. Yun Luofeng laughed softly and raised her eyebrows in a demonic manner. I wonder what kind of opportunity this is. Tell me about it. Empress Rong saw the young girl's expression and thought that there was a chance. Her heart leaped with joy and a trace of disdain flashed across her eyes. She had thought that such a beautiful woman would have great strength of character. Now, it seems that she was nothing more than that. She was no different from the women in the brothels. As long as you're willing to listen to me, I can give you to Steward Wu Zhong of Luofeng Pavilion. As long as you can form a relationship with him, your future will be peaceful. Empress Rong raised her chin arrogantly. Her cold and elegant features were filled with disdain as she stared straight at Yun Luofeng. It was as if she was certain that she would seize this opportunity. The little servant girl, Qing Yan, who was standing behind Yun Luofeng, was completely dumbfounded by his words. Did I hear wrongly? Is there something wrong with the Empress brain? She's actually giving the master of Luofeng Pavilion to a mere steward? She even said that this is an opportunity for her miss to rise above others. You mean the steward of Luofeng Pavilion? Yun Luofeng chuckled. I thought it would be someone important. So it's just a servant. Wasn't that right? In the eyes of the true pavilion master behind the scenes, wasn't Steward Wu Zhong just a servant? Unfortunately, Empress Rong would never have guessed that this peerless beauty was the boss of the Windfall Pavilion. If she knew all of this, she would definitely find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Servant? Empress Rong paused for a moment, then laughed abruptly. Miss Yun, could it be that you don't know the great name of Windfall Pavilion? In just half a year, the Windfall Pavilion's name has shaken the entire Flowing Gold Nation, and manager Wu Zhong is a high spiritualist. Even the imperial family's experts have to be courteous when they see him, so he's not a servant. You'd better be polite when you see him. In Empress Rong's eyes, Yun Luofeng must have been ignorant and inexperienced. He didn't know the great name of the Zephyr Pavilion, which was why he dared to boast so shamelessly. Now that she had revealed Wu Zhong's strength, she was sure that this young girl would be overjoyed and throw herself into her arms. At that time, she could use Yun Luofeng as a bridge to establish a relationship with Steward Wu Zhong. Chapter 179. What a pity. Under Empress Rong's determined gaze, Yun Luofeng shook his head. A servant will always be a servant. No matter how powerful he is, he can't escape being a servant. Empress Rong's complacent face froze. After a long while, she finally calmed the anger in her heart and sneered, "Little girl, I'm only giving you this opportunity out of kindness, but you don't know how to grasp it. That's right, I admit that you're quite pretty, but do you think that you can rely on your looks to hook up with an important person? Which one of the women married by an important person isn't very powerful? That's why it's your good fortune that Steward Wu Zhong has taken a liking to you. Don't even think about seducing someone like the master of the Windfall Pavilion." After she finished speaking in one breath, her cold and elegant face lifted into a cold smile. The master of the Windfall Pavilion is not someone you're worthy of. Even though no one knew the gender of this mysterious master of the Windfall Pavilion, everyone subconsciously thought that a person who could establish such an organization must be a domineering man. Some of the unmarried women even saw the master of the Windfall Pavilion as their dream lover. However, they didn't know that the master of the Windfall Pavilion was a woman. "My lady, is this person stupid?" Qing Yan couldn't help but blurt out. "If my lady is the master of the Windfall Pavilion, how could my lady seduce me? Impudent." Empress Rong's face darkened and she said coldly, "A little servant girl dares to interrupt. Guards, drag her away and beat her to death." "Yes, your majesty." Hearing this, the guards behind Empress Rong joined their fists and stared sharply at Qing Yan. Just as the guards were about to walk towards Qing Yan, a cold voice rang out, "I'd like to see who dares to touch Qing Yan." The handsome youth stepped forward and shielded Qing Yan behind him. He raised his chin arrogantly and stared expressionlessly at the guards, who were as cold as mountains. Qing Yan was his master's woman, how could he let this girl come to harm in his residence? Furthermore, this little girl was the woman he liked. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile as she looked at Yi Ling's figure. However, when her gaze turned towards Empress Rong and her son, a murderous intent gradually flashed across her pitch-black eyes. Yi Ling, you're disobeying my orders for a little girl? Empress Rong's chest trembled with rage. She had clearly heard this delicate and pretty little girl address Yun Luofeng as Mississippi. From this, it could be seen that she was only a servant girl who served others. Now, Yi Ling had actually disobeyed her for a little servant girl? Humph, Yi Ling scoffed coldly and replied expressionlessly, Qing Yan is not a servant girl, she is my imperial consort. It was like thunder. Aside from Yun Luofeng, everyone else was dumbfounded. The third Prince Yi Ling, who had such high standards, had actually taken a fancy to a little servant girl. What was so special about this little maidservant that she caught his eye? Qing Yan was stunned as well. Her clear eyes stared fixedly at Yi Ling who was standing in front of her, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate and pretty face. Did he just say that she was his imperial consort? Suddenly, Qing Yan's eyes darkened as if she had remembered something. There was a bitter taste in her mouth. She was only a little servant girl, how could the Emperor of Flowing Gold Country allow Yi Ling to marry her? That was an unrealistic question. Empress Rong finally returned to her senses. Her expression changed unpredictably. You're saying that you want a servant girl to be your imperial consort? Is this fellow destroying his own future? If he really does this, the civil and military officials of Flowing Gold Country will never be able to protect him. After all, a little servant girl is not suitable for the position of Empress of the nation. Chapter 180. I've made up my mind. I want to marry Qing Yan. No one can stop me. Yi Ling raised his handsome face arrogantly and stared coldly at Empress Rong. His voice was bone-chilling, like a fierce winter wind. Empress Rong's beautiful eyes darted around. Since you insist on marrying a little servant girl, I won't force you. I will report this to His Majesty and let him handle it. Yi Ling, since you want to give up on the throne, then Luo will accept it on your behalf. His Majesty will never allow a servant girl to become the mother of the nation. Luo let's go. Empress Rong no longer hesitated and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Yi Luo was taken aback and hurriedly chased after her. He asked anxiously, Imperial Mother, are we just going to let this go? Don't worry, there are some things she can't decide herself. Empress Rong laughed coldly, Luo, go make the arrangements. Imperial Mother is going to Zephyr Pavilion to see Steward Wu Zhong. But Imperial Mother, the third prince's residence. Yi Luo's eyes were filled with greed and reluctance. There were too many treasures in the third prince's residence. Wouldn't it be great if all of them belonged to him? How could Empress Rong not sense Yi Luo's intentions? Her red lips curled into a confident smile as she spoke slowly, Luo, when you become the emperor, what can you not have? When that time comes, all you need to do is say the word and Yi Ling will obediently offer all of his treasures to you. This is the benefit of power. The benefits of power were great. Empress Rong knew this very well. She liked the feeling of being in control of someone else's fate. I understand, Imperial Mother. Yi Luo's eyes brightened. He licked his dry lips and his treacherous eyes swept over the place, carving every blade of grass and tree of the third prince's residence into his mind. Every time he thought about how all of these precious treasures would belong to him in the future, he had the urge to throw his head back and laugh maniacally. Yi Ling, you've chosen a servant girl as your concubine. This means that you've already given up on the throne. Don't regret it. The day of my registration will be the day of your death. In the courtyard, Yi Ling stared at the retreating figures of the people from the palace, and a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes. Just as he was pondering, the young girl's lazy voice slowly sounded out by his ear. Yi Ling, remember what you said earlier. I'll leave Qing Yan in your care. Yi Ling was startled. He turned his head and met Yun Luofeng's pitch-black eyes. He gently pursed his thin lips and nodded firmly. Master, don't worry. I will protect her. With me around, no one can hurt her. No one can stop me from marrying her heart. As his thoughts had long been seen through by Yun Luofeng, Yi Ling no longer concealed the love in her heart. Her gentle gaze gradually turned towards Qing Yan. Qing Yan, will you marry me? Qing Yan's face instantly blushed and she clutched the corner of her robes shyly. I don't want to get married in the next few years. I still want to spend more time with you, Miss Qing Yan. Marrying Yi Ling doesn't mean that you can't work for me. Yun Luofeng chuckled. However, if you're not in such a hurry to get married, you can get engaged first. There's no harm in waiting a few years before you get married. Miss Qing Yan's head was almost buried in the dust. Even her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. The back of her ears were bright red and she was extremely shy. Chapter 181. Master's idea is a good one. Yi Ling looked gently at Qing Yan and said with a smile, Qing Yan, you are the woman I want to find. I admire your strength, perseverance, loyalty and protectiveness. Besides, as long as I want to marry you, no one can stop me. He admired her character, but he had only developed feelings for this little girl after spending more than half a year with her. He was not a man who cared about family status. As long as he loved her, he would marry her even if she was a beggar. If he did not love her, it would be useless even if the emperor's daughter came. I'll listen to you, Mississippi. What she meant was that she agreed with their idea. But because she was too shy, she did not directly acknowledge Yi Ling. Yi Ling's heart leaped with joy and she knelt on one knee in front of Yun Luofeng. Master, I sincerely thank you. It's because of you that I was able to meet Qing Yan. From now on, I'll protect her with my life. Please don't worry, Master. Yun Luofeng gently raised his hand. In an instant, a powerful force grabbed Yi Ling's body and pulled her up. Yi Ling looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. In reality, Yi Ling was similar to the others. She thought that Yun Luofeng's medical skills were very strong, but his strength was not that great. In addition, Yun Luofeng had never revealed his strength in the past half a year. Hence, she had no idea of Yun Luofeng's strength. But now, under the young girl's power, he could not even exert a little bit of his strength. It was clear to see how strong this young girl was. Above a high spiritualist? An earth spiritualist? Whether it was Long Yuan country or Flowing Gold country, the most powerful people were only high spiritualists. If Yun Luofeng really became an earth spiritualist, no one in several countries would be a match for her. Yi Ling, I want you to stand by Qing Yan's side no matter what happens. Even if you have to become enemies with your loved ones, are you willing? I'm willing. Yi Ling said these 3 words resolutely. Alright, find a suitable time and I'll arrange a marriage for you. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a demonic smile. This little girl, Qing Yan, has been by her side for a long time. She would definitely choose a good husband for her. It was obvious that the current Yi Ling fulfilled her requirements. Also, you need to be prepared. Empress Rong will not let you off so easily. More importantly, she will definitely go to Wuzhong. I want to see how Wuzhong will react. If it wasn't to test Wuzhong, she wouldn't have let Empress Rong leave unscathed just because she heard Empress Rong say she would be beaten to death. Murderous intent flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes as she coldly laughed. Revenge is a dish best served cold. If Empress Rong really had something to do with the death of her parents, then she would definitely settle the scores with her. Windfall Pavilion. Empress Rong sat in the main hall with a cup of tea in her hand. She sipped it gracefully. Steward Wuzhong, I came to visit because I have a gift for you. What gift? Wu Zhongtou only cared about the tea in his hand. From beginning to end, he did not even look at Empress Rong. His voice was cold and disdainful. The Windfall Pavilion had a very high status in the flowing gold country. As the steward of the Windfall Pavilion, Wu Zhong naturally had the right to look down on the Empress. Empress Rong's expression did not look too good, but she suppressed the displeasure in her heart in the end. She smiled gracefully. It's like this. Some time ago, I accidentally met a beautiful girl. I also found out that this beautiful girl admires Steward Wu Zhong. She especially asked me to come and plead on her behalf. She is willing to become Steward Wu Zhong's concubine. All I need is for Steward Wu Zhong to send someone from the Windfall Pavilion to fetch her. Chapter 182. Everyone knew that Steward Wu Zhong had no hobbies other than beautiful women. This was the only way to please him. Sure enough, after hearing Empress Rong's words, Wu Zhong's eyes shone with a strange light and his brows were filled with great interest. Oh! He raised an eyebrow and looked excited. What does the girl look like? Do you have a portrait? Empress Rong smiled confidently. She raised her hand and clapped twice. Servants, bring out the portrait. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, the two palace maids behind Empress Rong held a portrait in their hands and walked lightly towards Wu Zhong. Steward Wu Zhong, this is the portrait of the girl. If you like it, I will be the matchmaker and have her marry as a princess of the imperial family. Empress Rong smiled gracefully. She had her reasons for doing this. Since she wanted to build a good relationship with Wu Zhong, the imperial family had to step in and accept Yun Luofeng as their adopted daughter. Only then would it be beneficial to the imperial family. Wu Zhong slowly unrolled the portrait in his hand. When he saw the arrogant and haughty girl in white, his heart stopped beating and his eyes filled with awe. This painting was beautifully drawn, and even the arrogance between her brows could be seen on the scroll. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, and her chin was slightly raised as she stared at the deep blue sky. The corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile, as if she didn't even put the heavens in her eyes. Not bad at all. I've lived for so many years but I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Wu Zhong closed the portrait and praised sincerely, Empress Rong, are you sure this girl is willing to marry me? Empress Rong smiled confidently. As soon as this girl heard of Steward Wu Zhong's name, she said that she wouldn't marry anyone but you. You can rest assured, Steward Wu Zhong. All you need to do is make some preparations and pick a day to marry her. Luofeng Pavilion was a powerful force. If the Luofeng Pavilion were to personally escort the girl would not be able to defy them. Empress, may I ask for this girl's name? Wu Zhong asked after a moment of silence. I don't know her name. I only know that her surname is Yun. Cloud? Wu Zhong was stunned. If he remembered correctly, the deputy pavilion master seemed to have mentioned that the real master behind the scenes of the Windfall Pavilion was also surnamed Yun. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? As if amused by his own thoughts, Wu Zhong laughed and shook his head helplessly, denying the suspicion in his heart. Even though he had never seen his master's true appearance, he knew that a 14-year-old young girl did not have the ability to assume the position of the pavilion master of the Drifting Wind Pavilion. Therefore, it was impossible for this girl to be his master behind the scenes. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Wu Zhong had never imagined that the master behind the Windfall Pavilion was really just a 14-year-old girl. By the time he found out, it was already too late for regrets. After Empress Rong took her leave, she didn't even have time to walk out of the Zephyr Pavilion when a petite figure suddenly entered her line of sight, causing her expression to instantly darken. Stop! Empress Rong snorted coldly. She turned her gloomy gaze towards the little servant girl who had been blocked by her and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Qing Yan did not expect to see Empress Rong here. Her expression froze for a moment and a trace of surprise flashed across her clear eyes. Chapter 183. How dare you? Our empress is asking you a question and you refuse to answer. The palace maid's expression changed when she saw the stunned Qing Yan. She stepped forward and scolded her loudly. Qing Yan returned to her senses and a disdainful smile appeared on her pretty and adorable face. Even the members of the imperial family can come here, why can't I? Impudence. The palace maid raised her chin and glanced at Qing Yan disdainfully. You're just a little servant girl and you dare to compare yourself to Her Majesty, the Empress? Our Majesty is the mother of the world and there's no place in this world that she can't go. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to compare yourself to Her Majesty? Furthermore, did your master not teach you that you need to kneel when you see the Empress? What does it mean to be a dog that relies on its master's power? This was vividly displayed by the palace maids. As fellow maidservants, they had always felt that they were a cut above others. Their words clearly showed that they had no regard for Qing Yan. I may be a maidservant but I only serve one person. In this world, the only person who can make me kneel is my lady. Who do you think you are? I, Qing Yan, am a girl with a backbone. I will never yield to power. Qing Yan's flushed face was filled with determination. She raised her chin fearlessly and her clear eyes were like a clear spring, reflecting the ferocious look on her face. You. Empress Rong never thought that this little servant girl would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Her face turned red with anger and she pointed a finger angrily at Qing Yan's nose. Since you wish to become the third prince's consort, you can't be so unruly. Guards, bring this girl into the palace. I want to teach her how to respect her elders and how to be a daughter-in-law of the imperial family. Empress Rong gritted her teeth as she spoke. Her ferocious expression made it seem as if she could not wait to tear Qing Yan apart and devour her. Now, even a little servant girl dares to look down on her. If she does not set the rules, who in the flowing gold kingdom would dare to obey her orders from now on? Yes, Your Majesty. The palace maids rubbed their fists and walked towards Qing Yan. Their faces were extremely ferocious and their eyes shone with a sinister light. You want to teach me the rules? You don't have the right. Qing Yan sneered. As the saying goes, like master, like maid. In this half a year, Qing Yan didn't learn anything else, but she learned a bit of Yun Luofeng's arrogance. It was because she understood that she was the young Miss servant girl. No matter what, she could not embarrass the young Miss, and she could not show weakness in front of the enemy. Bang! After the palace maids grabbed onto Qing Yan's arm, a wave of power leaked out from within Qing Yan's body, sending the palace maids flying in an instant and sending them crashing miserably to the ground. Empress Rong's expression froze. She never thought that Qing Yan, as a maidservant, would have a cultivation base. No wonder Yi Ling didn't treat her like an ordinary servant. Unfortunately, a maidservant was a maidservant. No matter what, she couldn't change her fate of serving others. Damned girl, if you want to be the third prince's consort, you have to get my permission first. This consort will enter the palace right now and explain this matter to His Majesty. This consort will make it so that you'll never be able to be with that brat Yi Ling for the rest of your life. Qing Yan looked disdainfully at the ashen-faced Empress Rong and said mockingly, I didn't say I wanted to be the third prince's wife. The person I like is Yi Ling, not the third prince. If Yi Ling is willing to be a prince, she will be his consort. If he is unwilling, she will only be his future wife. Chapter 184. Good, very good. Remember what you said. Empress Rong's eyes were dark. She turned towards the servants of the Windfall Pavilion and gritted her teeth, the security at your Windfall Pavilion is too lax. You've let just anyone in. If Steward Wu Zhong were to punish you, would you be able to bear the consequences? Your Majesty, I'm truly sorry. The servant was stopped by Empress Rong but he did not get angry. Instead, he wore an appropriate smile on his face and looked apologetic. Empress Rong's face lit up with pride. She was just about to order the servants to throw Qing Yan out when the servant suddenly changed his tone and continued, you're right. You're right. Our Windfall Pavilion isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Please leave, Your Majesty. Empress Rong's face froze. She widened her beautiful eyes and pointed a fair finger at the servant of the Windfall Pavilion. She asked in disbelief, "What did you just say?" "Your Majesty, this is Windfall Pavilion's territory. If Your Majesty causes trouble here, I'll have someone escort you out." The servant bowed slightly and replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Aren't you afraid that I'll complain to Steward Wu Zhong?" Empress Rong gritted her teeth and roared angrily. The servant's eyes flashed with disdain when he heard this. "I just don't want anyone to sully Windfall Pavilion's territory. I have no other intentions. If Your Majesty thinks that Steward Wu Zhong will punish me for this, then I'll just have to admit that I'm unlucky." "You're all very good." Empress Rong's eyes darkened. Her gaze swept across the servant like a knife and landed on Qing Yan. "Just you wait for today's matter. I will not let this matter rest." This was Windfall Pavilion's territory after all. She did not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, the servant was helping this little slut so much. Perhaps they had an affair. Once she has gained Wu Zhong's trust, she would settle the score with them. "Let's go." Empress Rong's voice sank at the thought and she ordered icily. "Yes, Your Majesty." The palace maids responded respectfully. They could not understand why Empress Rong, the mother of the nation, would want to curry favor with the servants of Windfall Pavilion. He didn't even dare to act rashly in front of a mere servant. "Miss Qing Yan." The servant did not even look at the furious Empress Rong. He turned to face Qing Yan and greeted her respectfully. "What's your name?" Qing Yan raised her eyebrows and looked at the person before her as she asked. "I'm Fang Yu." "Does Miss Qing Yan have anything else to say?" Fang Yu's voice was neither servile nor overbearing, but it was clearly more respectful than when he was in front of Empress Rong. Although he did not know Qing Yan's true identity, he had often seen Qing Yan by the Vice Pavilion Master's side during the past 6 months. Especially the way they interacted, it was as if they were friends. Because of this, many people in the Windfall Pavilion guessed that Qing Yan might be the same as the Vice Pavilion Master. They were both people by the Pavilion Master's side. That was why she was able to obtain the Vice Pavilion Master's respect and trust. "You did very well just now," Qing Yan nodded her chin in satisfaction. "There are very few people like you who can handle things like this. I will report to the Pavilion Master later and let you be promoted." Qing Yan was referring to the Pavilion Master, not the Vice Pavilion Master. Fang Yu was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. He raised his eyebrows in astonishment and stared in the direction where Qing Yan had left. His eyes were filled with deep shock. As expected, Miss Qing Yan really is one of the Pavilion Master's people. As soon as he thought about his promotion, Fang Yu became very excited. Chapter 185. Xiao, so you're here. You've certainly made it difficult for me to find you. The woman in red slowly walked towards the man in front of her amidst the dark clouds in the forest. Her eyes were filled with gentleness and yearning. The man's grim figure was clearly reflected in her beautiful eyes. The man's face was covered by an ice-cold mask and his body exuded a grim aura that no one could approach. This aura forced the woman in red to stop in her tracks. However, a gentle smile still hung on her face. "During this period of time, 2 forces have been looking for you. One is the eldest lady of the Spirit Order and the other is the Xiao family. Even though they haven't mentioned your name, I know that the person they're looking for is you." Yun Xiao gently pursed his light red lips as if he had not heard the woman in red's words. His grim gaze continued to stare at an empty spot not too far away from him. "I'm afraid that no one knows better than you why the eldest lady of the Spirit Order is looking for you." The woman in red covered her lips and smiled tenderly. Her beautiful eyes swirled and rippled with light. "Who asked you to be so mesmerizing? Even with a mask on, you can attract countless women. If you were to remove your mask, who knows how many people would go crazy for you." Unfortunately, this man was far too grim. His black eyes never wavered in the slightest. I really don't know if there's anything in this world that could move him. As for the Xiao family. The woman in red noticed that Yun Xiao had ignored her, but she was not angered. She continued to smile and said, I've heard that the Xiao family once had a good-for-nothing young master who was chased out of the Xiao family when he was 7 years old. Since then, there has been no news of him. I wonder what's your relationship with that young master of the Xiao family? Her words carried a sense of probing as her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yun Xiao. What disappointed her was that this man remained unmoved, as if what she had just said was an unimportant matter. If Yun Luofeng was here, he would certainly be able to guess that the young master of the Xiao family who had been chased out of the family was Yun Xiao. There was no other reason than that Yun Xiao's physique was the illusory spirit body. People who possessed this kind of physique would not be able to cultivate before the age of 10 and would only advance by leaps and bounds after the age of 10. Hence, a large family like the Xiao family could not tolerate the existence of trash and would very likely chase him out of the family. Xiao, the woman in red pursed her red lips as a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes. The Xiao family doesn't seem to know about your true identity. I understand that you don't want the snobbish Xiao family to know about your current strength. If you're willing to let me stay by your side, I'll help you keep your secret. What do you think? Her eyes were filled with infatuation. I don't want to be your wife. I just want to be by your side and risk my life for you. There was finally a slight change in Yun Xiao's gaze. His grim gaze slowly turned towards the red-robed woman's beautiful face as he spoke expressionlessly. There is another type of person who can keep a secret. That is, a dead person. The red-robed woman's expression changed abruptly as she bit her lips tightly. Xiao, you. My name is Yun Xiao. The man's aura spread out and covered the sky as he charged towards the red-robed woman. His gaze was as cold as a hawk's as he spoke expressionlessly. You have no right to call me Xiao. Hee, the red-robed woman laughed bitterly. Under the man's aura, her body felt as if it was being crushed by a great mountain and she was unable to move. Everyone says that the Ghost Emperor is cold and heartless, especially towards women. He does not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Now that I've seen it, it seems to be true. Yun Xiao's voice was low and hoarse as he stared coldly at the red-robed woman. I, Yun Xiao, will only have tender feelings for one woman in this life. But that person is not you. Chapter 186. I, Yun Xiao, will only take pity on one woman in this life. But that person is not you. The man's cold and merciless words completely hurt the woman in red, causing her face to turn incomparably pale. Suddenly, she was envious of the woman the Ghost Emperor had mentioned. What kind of peerless beauty could make this man take pity on her? I really want to meet that lady, so that I can understand why I've lost. Her beautiful face lit up with a bitter smile. The bitterness in her heart had long spread and her eyes were filled with pain. And if my guess is correct, that lady is Long Yuan country's famous good-for-nothing, Yun Luofeng? As soon as Yun Luofeng's name was mentioned, she could clearly feel the man's increasingly cold aura. This aura was like a sharp longsword, causing her heart to instantly bleed. Thinking of the news she had received during this period of time, the woman in red bit her lip and raised her beautiful eyes to stare straight at Yun Xiao. Someone as honorable as you, why would you willingly become a guard for a woman? Could it be that you've lowered yourself just so that she would approve of you? The man gently pursed his thin lips and his grim gaze swept icily towards the woman in red. Then, he finally took a step forward and slowly walked towards the woman in red. With every step that the man took, the woman in red found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a hand was fiercely squeezing her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. You don't deserve to know the reason. You don't deserve to know. Hee. The woman in red laughed self-deprecatingly. This man is always so heartless. His every word and action was like a sharp thorn, piercing fiercely into her heart, causing her already battered heart to become even more fragmented. Xiao, you want to kill me? Upon sensing the man's murderous intent, the woman in red's body trembled. Her beautiful eyes stared at the man who was walking towards her, her face turning increasingly pale. "You know too many things." The man's words were concise and comprehensive as usual, unwilling to say anything unimportant. "What?" The woman in red clearly did not understand Yun Zhao's meaning and was slightly taken aback. "You know of her existence." The man glanced coldly at the woman in red and the murderous aura on his body intensified. "I won't let any danger stay by her side." In other words, since this woman had been pestering him endlessly and knew of Yun Luofeng's existence, he would not allow such a danger to exist no matter what. "No!" The woman in red screamed as she stumbled back. Her face was drained of all color as she stared at Yun Xiao with a heartbroken gaze. "I was only curious about what kind of woman she was. I had no intention of hurting her. You can't do this to me." Yun Xiao had already walked in front of the red-clothed woman and there was no longer any path of retreat behind the woman. Her tightly bitten lips were no longer as rosy as they were at the beginning, but had turned pale. "I won't use her to test you. I will only nip all dangers in the bud." He didn't dare to take the risk, and he didn't dare to gamble on whether or not this woman wanted to take revenge on Yun Luofeng. Because the consequences of losing the gamble was not something he could bear. Bang! The woman's legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. Her hands gripped the ground beneath her tightly, and her sharp nails dug deep into the soil as she grabbed a handful of soil. She knew that Yun Xiao was speaking the truth. Even though she had no intention of killing Yun Luofeng now, she could not be sure if she would be able to maintain a calm heart when she actually sees Yun Luofeng. Chapter 187. It was likely that anyone who faced a love rival would find it difficult to do so. "Yun Xiao, I can't have you in this lifetime, but if I were to die in your hands, it would be a form of release for me." The woman in red gently closed her eyes and the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. "Yun Luofeng, you really make one extremely envious. Even though you're just a good-for-nothing and have a lowly status, you're the only soft spot in this cold and heartless man's heart." In order to prevent you from being hurt, he did not hesitate to nip all dangers in the bud. "I don't know what fucking luck you had in your past life to be able to obtain such an outstanding man." Tui. Suddenly, a wave of energy entered from the top of her head and even her body was pushed open. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the man in front of her with deep affection and longing, carving his figure deeply into her mind. "Yun Xiao, if it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, would you have allowed me to stay by your side?" She stubbornly wanted to know the answer, even though she clearly knew the other party's choice. The man did not reply to her. Perhaps to him, saying another word to her was a waste of breath. He naturally had an answer in his heart and there was no need to say it to an unimportant person. "Yun Xiao, I don't regret knowing you." The woman in red smiled bitterly. Even if she was given another chance, she would still fall in love with this man. However, she would not be as impulsive as she was today, because the result of her impulsiveness was not to obtain him but to lose her life here. Tui. A muffled sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the woman in red's body seemed to have been poked with countless holes. Blood flowed continuously from those holes and at the same time, her body was like a deflated balloon, gradually shriveling up. "Master." Qin Yuan appeared behind Yun Xiao and looked coldly at the woman in red who was gradually falling to the ground. There was no trace of sympathy or pity in his eyes. Just as Master had said, if this woman was not killed, she would definitely cause countless troubles. She would also cause trouble for Miss Yun. However, it was obvious that Miss Yun was Master's reverse scale. How could Master allow anyone who could threaten her to exist? He would only nip all dangers in the bud. He would never give it the chance to sprout. How are we going to deal with the Xiao family? Qin Yuan frowned. This woman is right. Recently, the Xiao family has indeed been searching for Master. It's just that they don't know about Master's current achievements. Otherwise, the Xiao family would definitely kneel down and apologize. Yun Xiao gently lowered his eyes, the face under the mask was cold and callous. His hands were clasped behind his back from start to finish, his ramrod-straight figure standing amidst the mountain wind, the corners of his pale red lips seemed to curl into a mocking smile. But this smile disappeared so quickly that Qin Yuan thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. His master, who had always been expressionless, could actually have other expressions? How is Gao Ling? Yun Xiao's black eyes slowly turned towards Qin Yuan and he asked coldly. Qin Yuan was stunned, he did not expect Yun Xiao to ask about Gao Ling's condition at this time. After a moment of silence, he replied, living a life worse than death. That's right, Gao Ling's life was worse than death. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the courage to commit suicide, perhaps he would have already died. Compared to the physical pain he was suffering, the psychological trauma he had suffered over the past few days was the most torturous. Especially the humiliation he had received from his benefactors, he wanted nothing more than to hack them into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 188. Continue. Yun Xiao threw this sentence at him and walked out of the forest, leaving a dumbfounded Qin Yuan behind. Continue? What does that mean? Could it be that Gao Ling has offended Master in some way? No, I must inform Chun Yang and make her punish Yun Xiao even more severely. Gao Ling probably did not expect Yun Xiao's casual words to cause him to suffer unimaginable torment. From then on, all the guests he had received had changed from normal people to a bunch of perverts. In the days that followed, he finally understood what cruelty was. His experience in the bamboo building has become an eternal nightmare in his heart. By the Emperor's orders, His Royal Highness, the third prince, is to bring Miss Yun to the palace to see the Emperor. She is to be bestowed upon by the Emperor. The tranquility of the third prince's residence was broken by this sharp voice. Yun Luofeng, who was sitting in the pavilion, slightly raised her eyebrows. A smile flashed in her demonic and charming black eyes. She lazily got up and turned her head to look at the little servant girl, Qing Yan, beside her. She asked, Qing Yan, do you want to come with me to see your in-laws? Qing Yan was shocked and raised her head to look at Yun Luofeng. When she saw Yun Luofeng's mocking smile, she realized that she was teasing her. She stomped her foot angrily and said, My lady, you're teasing me again. The imperial family will never accept me. However, if my lady wishes to enter the palace, I will follow you. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and a strange light flashed across her dark eyes. She smiled soundlessly. I want to know what choice Wu Zhong has made. Qing Yan nodded seriously, My lady, I met Empress Rong when I went to Zephyr Pavilion today. She must have gone for Steward Wu Zhong. If Wu Zhong is truly disloyal, he is not fit to serve you, my lady. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips and walked out of the courtyard. She raised her head to look at the azure sky and the demonic smile in her eyes became even more pronounced. Was she not here to meet the Emperor of Flowing Gold Country? This was because only by meeting that man would she be able to clearly understand who had killed her parents back then. Therefore, no matter how big of a move she made, there was only one goal, and that was to enter the palace. All the civil and military officials were gathered in the majestic main hall of the imperial palace. As their leader, General Yi had a worried look on his face as he glanced at Yun Luofeng from time to time. To him, Yun Luofeng's identity must have been discovered by His Majesty. That's why His Majesty summoned her. If that's the case, then her life will be in danger. My beloved subjects, I have summoned you here to make an announcement. On the high seat was a bright yellow dragon robe, but it did not set off the man's imposing manner. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that it was because he had overindulged in lust. His foundation was obviously weak, and this was the result of indulging in lust. Although the Emperor of Long Yuan country was a fatuous ruler, he was only overly biased towards the Mu family. However, the Emperor of Flowing Gold Country, Director Yi, was a fatuous and tyrannical man. All day long, he only knew how to fool around with the beauties in his harem and paid no attention to court affairs. Director Yi coughed lightly, and a dignified look appeared on his pale face. Yesterday, Empress Rong went to the third prince's residence and met this Miss Yun. She hit it off with her at first sight and is willing to adopt her as her daughter. Hence, I have summoned all my beloved subjects here to make this announcement. Since the steward of Zephyr Pavilion had taken a liking to this woman, he had to win her over to the imperial palace no matter what. Only then could the imperial palace benefit greatly. Chapter 189. The officials were in an uproar. All the officials looked at each other in dismay, their eyes full of surprise. Some of them even sized up Yun Luofeng, as if they were wondering what on earth this girl was capable of to make Empress Rong admire her so much. This official objects. Under Director Ye's dissatisfied gaze, Yi Bufan slowly stepped forward and lowered his head. Your Majesty, if Empress Rong wants to adopt her as her daughter, then she will be the princess of Flowing Gold Country. This is too rash, this official disagrees. He had received news that Empress Rong had left the third prince's residence in a huff, so how could they hit it off? Thus, no matter what they were planning, he would never agree to this. Humph. Director Yi snorted coldly. General Yi, I have already decided on this matter, so you don't have to say anything more. There's no time like the present. Today, I will adopt this daughter and add her name to the family tree. From beginning to end, Director Yi had never asked for Yun Luofeng's opinion. In his opinion, Yun Luofeng's opinion wasn't very important. As the emperor, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for her to accept a daughter as her foster daughter? But, Director Yi narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the girl's beautiful and exquisite face. He had the urge to take her into his harem. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to hook up with Luofeng Pavilion, he wouldn't have been willing to give away such a peerless beauty. Your Majesty. Please reconsider, said Yi Bufan in a serious tone. Shut up. Director Yi flew into a rage and slammed his palm on the table. General Yi, you're too long-winded. Once I've decided on something, I will never change my mind. Yi Bufan shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. His Majesty would never listen to good advice. Just then, a demonic and lazy voice suddenly rang out, making the atmosphere in the main hall even more tense. Every word and action of yours is about to decide my fate, but have you ever asked for my opinion? Director Yi couldn't help frowning as he turned to look at the girl in white in the main hall. Becoming my daughter will only bring you benefits and absolutely no harm. If you don't have the title of Imperial Princess, do you think Luofeng Pavilion will marry you? Even though Director Yi was an emperor and had an arrogant temperament, he was well aware of the Windfall Pavilion's strength. This was especially so for Steward Wu Zhong. When he first joined the Windfall Pavilion, his name had already spread throughout the Flowing Gold Nation. Steward Wu Zhong had originally wanted to pay a heavy price to recruit him, but who would have thought that he would choose the Windfall Pavilion in the end? Wu Zhong agreed. Yi Ling's eyes darkened, and a trace of coldness flashed across her eyes. He did not reveal his identity in the Windfall Pavilion and even used the name Yi Ling to become the deputy pavilion master. However, everyone in the Windfall Pavilion could tell that he did not have a good impression of the imperial family. Wu Zhong actually agreed to Empress Rong's request. This action was clearly provoking him. Impudent. Chairman Ye's eyes turned cold as he reprimanded, unfilial son, who allowed you to interrupt without my permission? As a hostage of the Long Yuan nation, you sneaked back to your country. I have already sent someone to inform the Long Yuan nation. In a few days, you will leave with the people from the Long Yuan nation. He would never allow Yi Ling to return. Who knew if Yi Ling's escape would lead to another war between the two countries? Hearing Chairman Ye's words, Yi Ling's heart gradually turned cold. They were both his sons, but the difference between them was not small at all. She really didn't know what else was there for him to miss in a place like this. Chapter 190. Little did they know that Chairman Ye's words also hurt the hearts of the civil and military officials. Yi Bufan looked at Yi Ling with heartache and shook his head. A bitter smile hung on his face. For the first time, he regretted persevering for such an emperor. Can you see it clearly? Yun Luofeng walked to Yi Ling's side, his lips curling into an evil smile. These so-called relatives? Since ancient times, the royal family was heartless. In a family like this, how could there be true father-son love? Yi Ling laughed mockingly. Ever since a few years ago, when he wanted to sue for peace, he sent me to Long Yuan country as a hostage. From then on, I've seen through him. Chairman Ye's face darkened. Unfilial son, as a prince of our country, you should contribute to our country. But you, not only did you escape back to your country, you even wanted to marry a servant girl. You're simply a disgrace to the royal family. Since that's the case, you should go to Long Yuan country and spend the rest of your life there, dying of old age. Guards, arrest him and throw him in jail until the people from the Long Yuan nation arrive. As you command. The guards cupped their fists and walked coldly toward Yi Ling, quickly surrounding the few people in the hall. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms in front of her chest, exuding a demonic aura. Her black eyes were incomparably dark and contained an evil smile. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to put Yi Ling in jail. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of music could be heard from outside the hall. Then, several maidservants carrying a bridal sedan slowly descended from the sky. At the very front of the sedan was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was already over 50 years old, but because he had taken good care of his body, his face was glowing with health. He stroked his black beard and walked into the main hall with satisfaction. Empress Rong once said that her newly adopted daughter adores me. Now, I can't wait to marry her. I wonder if my wife is here. Wu Zhong laughed heartily as he walked in. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, he noticed a stunning young girl dressed in a snow-white dress. His narrowed eyes showed an undisguised sense of amazement. Right after Wu Zhong finished admiring the young woman's peerlessly beautiful face, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Yi Ling, who stood by the young woman's side, and his face instantly stiffened while his gaze was filled with surprise. Deputy Pavilion Master? Why is he here? Moreover, he was surrounded by the imperial guards. Wu Zhong, who did not know what was going on, stopped in his tracks. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Chairman Yi did not notice the strange expression on his face. He smiled and said, "She is my newly adopted daughter. This time, she will represent the flowing gold nation in marriage with your windfall pavilion. Are you satisfied with her, Steward Wu Zhong?" He seemed to have forgotten about Yun Luofeng's rejection and directly arranged her fate. At this moment, Yi Bufan finally understood why Empress Rong wanted to adopt her as her daughter. It turned out that Empress Rong wanted to use her to curry favor with the Windfall Pavilion. This matter was truly disappointing to him. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Ling's gaze slowly shifted towards Wu Zhong. His handsome face was covered in indifference as the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful arc. "I never imagined that I would really see you here. You've really disappointed me. Unfilial son." Chairman Ye's expression changed as he angrily rebuked, "How dare you speak to someone from the Windfall Pavilion like that? Kneel down and apologize." The Windfall Pavilion's potential was extremely great, and even that lord thought highly of the Windfall Pavilion. If it was not for that lord's orders, he would not have used this method to curry favor with the Windfall Pavilion. Chapter 191. Yi Ling smiled disdainfully and ignored Director Yi. His piercingly cold eyes stared straight at Wu Zhong, sending chills down one's spine. Chairman Ye's words gave Wu Zhong a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Why had he not realized that Yi Ling was the third prince of flowing gold country, Yi Ling? No wonder he has a grudge against the imperial family. Even though he had been forced to leave his home as a hostage for a few years, he would still harbor hatred towards the people who had abandoned him. Unfilial son, kneel at once. Director Yi saw that Yi Ling did not respond and his tone became even more serious as he coldly ordered. "Kneel?" "I'm afraid he can't bear it." Yi Ling's handsome face lit up with mockery as he slowly asked, "Am I right, Steward Wu Zhong?" "Hee." Wu Zhong laughed dryly, "Deputy Pavilion Leader is right. Even if I were given the courage of the heavens, would never dare to ask the Deputy Pavilion Leader to kneel before me. I would never do something so disrespectful." Despite his dissatisfaction towards Yi Ling, Wu Zhong did not dare to refute him under such circumstances. Hence, he had no choice but to acknowledge Yi Ling's identity. However, his words were like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the crowd. Director Yi rose to his feet and stared fixedly at Wu Zhong's smiling face. His tightly clenched fists trembled as he asked, "What did you just call Yi Ling? Deputy Pavilion Leader?" "That's right." Wu Zhong's eyes darkened as he replied with a faint smile, "He's the Pavilion Leader of Windfall Pavilion." Thump. Chairman Yi staggered and fell heavily into his seat. His face was pale, and his heart was trembling violently. He was in a daze, and he was unable to recover from this reality. Yi Ling is the steward of Windfall Pavilion? It was laughable that he had given up a ready-made deputy pavilion leader to befriend a steward. How could he have known that the deputy pavilion leader of Windfall Pavilion was his own son? After all, how could he not know how powerful this kid is? No matter how talented he was, he could not possibly order a high spiritualist around. Yi Bufan stared blankly at this nephew that he hadn't seen for a few years. He suddenly realized that he could no longer see through his nephew. However, if his sister's spirit in heaven saw the changes in him, she would definitely feel extremely gratified. "Did you just say that Empress Rong told you that I love you? And you, actually believed it?" Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Wu Zhong, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. Her pitch-black eyes were incomparably deep, making it impossible for anyone to see through her gaze. When she arrived in front of Wu Zhong, the young girl stopped and raised her eyebrows slightly. "I don't know where you get your confidence from to think that I would love someone like you who is already half a foot in the grave." Wu Zhong's face sank. He feared Yi Ling because Yi Ling was the deputy pavilion leader of the Windfall Pavilion. Even if this young woman had curried favor with the deputy pavilion leader, it was impossible for her to shake his position in the Windfall Pavilion. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. On the mainland, as long as a man has money and power, there will be countless beautiful women throwing themselves at him. So, of course I have this confidence. Is that so? Yun Luofeng laughed evilly. If your power was given to you by the Windfall Pavilion, then the Windfall Pavilion can strip you of your power right now. If you're so confident because you're a high spiritualist, I can cripple your dantian. Remember, I, Yun Luofeng, will never accept betrayal. Chapter 192. Yun Luofeng's voice was very soft, so soft that only she and Wu Zhong could hear it. Wu Zhong could not help but be stunned when he heard the young girl's words. Something flashed through his mind, and he almost caught it. Windfall Pavilion? Yun Luofeng? The master of Windfall Pavilion had the surname Yun? Wu Zhong finally thought of something from this aspect. His entire body froze in an instant, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. No! Impossible! How could the master of Windfall Pavilion be such a young girl? If it was not her, why was Yi Ling by her side, and why did her name coincidentally have the two words Windfall in it? God, he actually thought that the master of Windfall Pavilion would admire him for power? The entire Windfall Pavilion belonged to her. Why would she cling on to a mere steward? Once he understood this, Wu Zhong's expression grew uglier. Whenever he thought of how Empress Rong had lied to him, a wave of hatred surged in his heart. Director Yi had recovered from his initial shock. He coughed dryly and said, "My son, why didn't you say so earlier as the assistant head of Windfall Pavilion? Since you've left Long Yuan country's control, you are still the prince of Flowing Gold Nation." Before this, Director Yi had sent Yi Ling to prison, and after learning of his identity, he had acknowledged him as his son. The two completely different attitudes made Yi Ling laugh coldly. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy the identity of Flowing Gold Nation's third prince. Other than that, I'm here to ask you something. Who killed Yun Yang and his wife? You. Director Yi was about to explode in anger when he heard Yi Ling's last sentence. His expression changed, and he snorted coldly. That bastard Yun Yang was useless and died on the battlefield. Everyone knows this. Why are you asking this now? Director Ye's eyes flickered as he spoke, avoiding the topic. Is that true? Suddenly, a chuckle could be heard. Yun Luofeng raised his brows slightly and looked at Director Ye's evasive gaze. If it wasn't for Flowing Gold Nation's honey trap, Mu Xingqiu wouldn't have revealed the secret. However, just revealing the secret alone wouldn't have killed them. I just want to know who killed them. Hearing the girl's voice, Chairman Ye's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? What is your relationship with Yun Yang and his wife? Yun Luofeng sneered, I am Yun Yang and his wife's daughter, Yun Luofeng. Yi Bufan shook his head helplessly when he heard Yun Luofeng announce his name. He never thought that he would still have to face such a scene in the end. One was the emperor of the Flowing Gold Kingdom, and the other was the daughter of the person he deeply loved. What choice should he make? Are you Yun Yang and Bai Ling's daughter? Director Ye's expression changed completely. A hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. What are you doing here? He did not expect Bai Ling's daughter to be here. No wonder he felt that this girl looked familiar from the beginning. She was Bai Ling's daughter. Whether it was her eyebrows or her facial features, they were exactly the same as Bai Ling. He actually could not recognize her at first. Yi Dong wasn't the same as Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan loved Bai Ling to the bone, and every frown and smile of hers was deeply engraved in his soul. Thus, he was able to see through Yun Luofeng's identity with a single glance. However, other people who had seen Bai Ling would only feel that Yun Luofeng looked familiar if they did not have a deep understanding of her. They would not be able to recognize her as Bai Ling's daughter. Chapter 193. I've told you, I'm here to find out who's the real culprit behind their deaths. Yun Luofeng slowly stepped forward. The peerlessly beautiful smile on her face carried a sense of danger like a poppy. Her slightly narrowed black eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared at Director Yi, who was seated high up on the throne. Director Yi returned to his senses and scoffed icily at Yun Luofeng. How can there be no casualties in a war between two countries? Yun Luofeng, what's the point of you coming here to dwell on this? We're already being merciful by not arresting you as a spy. Guards, take this woman away. He waved his hand and ordered coldly. I'd like to see who dares. Yi Ling walked towards Yun Luofeng's side and stared fearlessly at the ashen-faced Director Yi. His handsome face lit up with a disdainful smile as he said, Today, I won't let you touch her. All these years, Director Yi had never cared about him. In his heart, there had always been Empress Rong and her son. Hence, he had long been disappointed in this father in name. In comparison, it was Yun Luofeng who had given him a new lease of life. He had pulled himself together and given him the chance to take his revenge. Director Ye's expression changed and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. My son, even though you're the master of Zephyr Pavilion, you're still my son. Disobeying me is considered unfilial. If you don't want to be an unfilial son, step down. Not only will I let bygones be bygones, I will also make you the crown prince. Yi Ling laughed icily as his handsome face lit up with disdain. He clearly did not take Director Ye's words to heart. I don't care for the position of crown prince. How could the position of crown prince compare to being by Yun Luofeng's side? Hence, even if Director Yi were to step down now, he would not stay any longer. Just as Director Yi was about to lose his temper, a powerful force slammed into his mind with a loud bang, causing his body to tremble violently. In an instant, his mind went blank and his eyes turned lifeless from their initial anger. His gaze was now unfocused. The girl's voice was bewitching and lazy. She continued to tempt him, "Tell me what happened that year, including the cause of my parents' death. Tell me everything you know." Chairman Yi looked at Yun Luofeng blankly. "More than 10 years ago, I saw Bai Ling. She was so beautiful that even the gods were moved by her beauty, let alone a mere mortal like me. It was inevitable that his heart would be moved when he saw her. It was also during that period of time that the son of an official from my flowing gold country accidentally killed a prince of the Long Yuan country. Actually, for such a small matter, as long as I hand over the son of the official, I would be able to avoid a war. However, I was still trying to find an excuse to start a war with the Long Yuan country. Therefore, I decided to start a war with the Long Yuan country." These words were like a heavy weight that caused the figures of all the officials in the hall to tremble, and they seemed as if they'd suffered an extremely great shock. Among them, Ibufan had the biggest reaction. He had always thought that Chairman Yi was fighting against the Long Yuan nation to protect the citizens of the Flowing Gold nation. Even if the Flowing Gold Kingdom was in the wrong, he would still take up his weapon and fight. However, he never thought that the real cause of the war between the two countries was Chairman Ye's lust for beauty. He. Suddenly, he laughed. His laughter was filled with endless bitterness as his disappointed gaze fell upon Chairman Yi, who was seated on the dragon throne. So, in the end, those blood-soaked generals and soldiers had sacrificed themselves because of his selfishness. This kind of sacrifice was not worth it. Chapter 194. All the officials realized that something was wrong with Director Yi, but they were still in shock from the news. No one stepped forward to stop him, but they were still digesting his words. "So, how did my parents die?" Yun Luofeng's dark eyes were calm as she raised her beautiful face to look at Director Yi and continued to ask. "Humph." Director Ye's voice was fierce. "It's all because that woman, Bai Ling, dared to reject me. At that time, I sent someone to send her a letter. If she was willing to follow me, I would retreat immediately. However, she tore my letter and said that I was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Was it not?" Compared to Bai Ling, who was as beautiful as a flower, Director Yi had nothing good about him other than his status as an emperor. How could she give up on a young major general and choose a fatuous emperor who was addicted to beauty? "So, you plotted to kill them?" Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed dangerously, even her tone was tinged with a murderous intent. "Of course not. Chairman Yi harumphed, Bai Ling is a married woman. It's her honor that I'm willing to marry her. How dare she insult me? I'm going to get this woman and find 800 spiritual beasts to humiliate her. This is the price she has to pay for rejecting me." Ibufan's heart gradually turned cold. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he did not know what kind of cruel torture awaited Bai Ling if she was really captured by the Flowing Gold Kingdom. He had claimed that Bai Ling was the woman he loved, but he had never protected her well. He had even helped such a fatuous emperor to hurt her. He regretted it. This was the first time Ibufan regretted being so loyal. He did not hesitate to give up his love for a dog emperor. What a pity. Director Yi shook his head and said regretfully, "I don't know who Bai Ling offended, but she died on the battlefield. It's such a pity for such a beautiful woman. She's already dead before I could have her." Yun Luofeng fell silent. Her eyes were dark and deep, no one could tell what she was thinking. Just now, she had used her power to control Director Ye's soul and forced him to tell her the answer she wanted to know. Therefore, it was impossible for Director Yi to lie. He really did not know the mastermind behind the couple's death. Soon, Yun Luofeng's frown relaxed and a glint flashed across her eyes. "Young lady." Qing Yan was a little nervous. She stood anxiously beside Yun Luofeng, her delicate face filled with anxiety. She did not expect that not only did she fail to find out the truth, she had also exposed herself. Would her young lady not be in danger? "Qing Yan, I've already gotten the result I wanted. We'll talk about the rest when we get back," Yun Luofeng raised his lips and smiled. He should wake up now. As soon as he finished speaking, the focus in Chairman Ye's eyes gradually returned. However, he was still a little confused as he had just woken up. After a while, he suddenly recalled what he had just said and his expression changed drastically. "What did you do to me just now?" Yi Ling, Yun Luofeng's gaze had long since left Chairman Ye's body. He smiled lazily. "Today's mission is complete. Take Wu Zhong and come with me." Chapter 195. How dare you? Seeing that they were about to leave, Director Yi slammed the table and stood up furiously. "General Yi, stop these people." As if he hadn't heard this order, Yi Bufan stood upright in the main hall, his eyes full of disappointment and mockery. He didn't even lift a hand to stop Yun Luofeng and the others as they walked past him. "General Yi, how dare you disobey my order?" Director Ye's expression changed as he shouted angrily. However, Yi Bufan still didn't move. He was as cold as a statue and didn't move at all. Bang! Watching the young girl and the others gradually disappear, Director Yi felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He suddenly fell back onto his throne and laughed in extreme anger. "Good, very good, Yi Bufan. You're really a good person. You don't even listen to my order. What use do I have for you?" Yi Bufan took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply as he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Majesty, the third prince is the deputy pavilion leader of Luofeng Pavilion. No matter how capable this official is, I can't stop him. If your Majesty thinks that this official is useless, you can take off this official's black hat and give it to someone who is useful." Director Yi trembled with anger. He really wanted to kill this guy this time. However, the number of strong cultivators in Flowing Gold Nation was decreasing, and he really didn't have the determination to kill Yi Bufan. "Guards, General Yi disobeyed the imperial order. He's in seclusion and is not allowed to come out without my order." Director Yi stood up with an ashen face, flung his sleeves fiercely, and turned to leave. Luofeng Pavilion. Qing Yan looked at the young girl who was sitting at the table and sipping tea. In the end, she couldn't help asking, "Miss, weren't we too impulsive today? Not only have we not found the murderer, but our target has also been exposed." Yun Luofeng put down the tea in her hand and an evil smile appeared on her lips. "I knew long ago that the person who killed my parents wasn't Director Yi. It can't be him either." Suddenly, Yi Ling's words to her appeared in her mind. "Empress Rong? Let's see how long you can stay calm this time, what?" Surprise appeared in Qing Yan's eyes. "Since you already knew that the young general wasn't killed by the people from the imperial family, why did you still find trouble with Director Yi?" "Because only by seeing the emperor will I have the chance to understand who killed my parents." Yun Luofeng smiled. "And the move I'm using right now is called luring the snake out of its hole. Right now, we only need to wait here and we will soon know the answer." Qing Yan blinked her eyes, her clear eyes staring at Yun Luofeng without blinking. She didn't know why, but the current young miss gave her a calm and steady feeling. Using a phrase to describe it, it was that she held the universe in her hands and had a clear mind. It was as if nothing in this world could stop her. "Qing Yan, bring Wu Zhong here." Yun Luofeng's smile carried a hint of danger. "I've said it before, I won't accept any betrayal. I won't let off anyone who betrays me." "Yes, Mississippi." Qing Yan accepted the order and retreated. Before long, Wu Zhong walked into the room under the escort of Qing Yan and Yi Ling. His expression was extremely unsightly, and his brows sank slightly. Obviously, he was thinking of a countermeasure. "Wu Zhong, do you know your crime?" Yun Luofeng crossed her legs and raised her brows in an unruly manner. Her black eyes turned to Wu Zhong as she asked. "I'm not guilty." Wu Zhong raised his head and looked straight at Yun Luofeng. "I was set up by Empress Rong in this matter. At the end of the day, I'm also a victim. So, I don't admit my crime." Chapter 196. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to admit your mistake? The girl's tone was domineering, arrogant and unruly. She leaned lazily against the chair as she asked lazily. Wu Zhong's expression changed abruptly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what your relationship with Yi Ling is, but Yi Ling and I founded Windfall Pavilion. What have you done in the past 6 months? You've made no contributions to Windfall Pavilion, so why should I acknowledge you as my master? She's only a 14-year-old girl, what abilities could she have? Yi Ling must have taken a fancy to this lass, and in order to curry favor with her, she established this Windfall Pavilion. Even though he did not have a good impression of Yi Ling, he could not help but admire her for being a genius. As for Yun Luofeng, he had long heard that General Yun Luo had a good-for-nothing granddaughter. As a good-for-nothing, what right did she have for him to serve her? Wu Zhong. Yi Ling's expression turned cold. Apologize to master. Wu Zhong sneered, when I didn't know her identity, I might have thought of her as a disciple from one of those secluded sections. Otherwise, what ability does a 14-year-old girl have to make you swear loyalty to her? But now, after finding out that she's Yun Luo's granddaughter, I no longer have such naive thoughts. Yi Ling, if you want to please this girl, then do it yourself. Don't drag the entire Windfall Pavilion down with you. What right does a good-for-nothing have to become my master? He did not seem to feel the chill from Yi Ling's body as he glared at her coldly. If you don't want to be the deputy pavilion leader, then get lost. I don't want Windfall Pavilion, which I've spent so much effort on, to be destroyed in your hands. Yi Ling's expression grew colder and colder as the chill from his body thickened. Just as he was about to make a move, a slender arm reached out from the side and stopped him. You're saying that I don't have the right to manage Windfall Pavilion? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked with a smile. That's right. Wu Zhong raised his head arrogantly, you and Yi Ling don't have the right. Oh? The smile on Yun Luofeng's face deepened, so you're saying that only you have the right? If none of you have the ability to manage Windfall Pavilion, I can only do it on your behalf. Wu Zhong looked at Yun Luofeng disdainfully. I won't allow a good-for-nothing to destroy the foundation I've painstakingly built. Yi Ling looked at Wu Zhong as if he was an idiot. If Yun Luofeng was still trash, then what were they? Furthermore, he actually had the cheek to claim that he was the only one who could manage the Windfall Pavilion? Yi Ling, I once said that my people do not need to be too talented. They only need to be loyal. But now you have disappointed me. Yun Luofeng shook his head. This is the person you've raised in the past half a year? Hearing this, Yi Ling hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master, this is subordinate's fault, please forgive me, master. Remember, don't make the same mistake next time. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Ling, then retracted his gaze. His evil black eyes turned to Wu Zhong, curled the corners of his lips and slowly rose. You just said that only you have the right to control the Windfall Pavilion? I didn't know that you were so ambitious. Wu Zhong frowned slightly. He looked at Yun Luofeng who was walking towards him, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. If it was really as he thought, Yi Ling had taken a liking to this girl and had done so many things to please her. But there was no need for him to kneel before her. Could Yi Ling do such a humiliating thing? Chapter 197. What do you want? Wu Zhong snapped out of his thoughts and realized that Yun Luofeng had already walked in front of him. Instantly, he felt a gust of cold wind blow against his face, causing his entire body to shiver. Even he did not understand why this 14-year-old girl could make him feel so oppressed. He had not felt this way even when he was facing a cultivator who was stronger than him in the past. Don't you want to be in charge of Luofeng Pavilion? Yun Luofeng raised her brows and said condescendingly, since that's the case, I can satisfy your ambition. As long as you can defeat me, the position of Pavilion Master of Luofeng Pavilion will be yours. Wu Zhong could not believe such a good thing and stared at Yun Luofeng with wide eyes. Was she sure that if he defeated her, she would abdicate her position? Are you telling the truth? Wu Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never thought that he would obtain the position of Luofeng Pavilion so easily. That's right. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms and glanced sideways at him. She curled the corners of her lips. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I'm really no match for you, it's natural for you to become the pavilion master of Luofeng Pavilion, but... She paused, an evil glint flashing across her black eyes. Once you attack me, you'll be branded as a traitor. Are you sure you want to do this? He. Wu Zhong ignored the initial uneasiness in his heart. He licked the corners of his lips and laughed sinisterly. The position of pavilion master has always been for the capable. I have the ability, so naturally, I'm not willing to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, you're just a useless thing. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. A slender, jade-like hand containing an extremely powerful force suddenly landed on Wu Zhong's chest. Before his brain could react, his body slammed against the snow-white wall. The dust on the wall fell and covered Wu Zhong's body. He clutched his chest and stood up. There was a raging fire in his chest. Yun Luofeng, you, boom. A leg swept over from the side and ruthlessly kicked him in the face. His body was suddenly swept away and directly smashed a hole in the wall. Get up. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and there was an evil light in her dark eyes. She said arrogantly, continue. Wu Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood amidst the rubble of the collapsed wall. His left cheek was bruised and his eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. You're not trash. Who was the one who said that the granddaughter of the Long Yuan country's general was a piece of trash? Have you ever seen a piece of trash injure a high spiritualist like him? If the person who was spreading the rumor that Yun Luofeng was trash appeared, he guaranteed that he wouldn't beat him to death. Everyone says that I'm trash, but they've forgotten that no one in this world is born trash. Yun Luofeng's eyes were arrogant as he glanced unruly at Wu Zhong. Wu Zhong, if you want to be the pavilion master of Fallen Wind Pavilion so much, it's not that I won't give you a chance. As long as you can touch the corner of my clothes, I'll still give this position to you. Arrogant. Wu Zhong snorted coldly. So what if this little girl wasn't a good-for-nothing? I'm an advanced spiritualist, after all, so how can I not even touch the corner of her clothes? Thinking of this, Wu Zhong looked up at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 198. Under the gentle breeze, the young girl's robes were as white as snow. Her beauty was peerless. There seemed to be an arrogance in her eyes, as if she did not place any importance on the world. An evil smile hung on her peerlessly beautiful face and her dark eyes were filled with arrogance. She was like an unrestrained wild horse that no one could tame. Perhaps the young girl's gaze had provoked Wu Zhong, causing him to explode with a powerful force. His entire being was like a sharp sword as he shot towards Yun Luofeng, who was standing not too far away. The young girl did not move. Her hands were behind her back and the corners of her lips were curled into a lazy yet demonic smile. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall as it swayed gently in the gentle breeze. Her attitude clearly showed that she did not place any importance on Wu Zhong. The light smile on her face completely infuriated Wu Zhong, causing his movements to become even more ferocious. He wanted to kill her in one strike. Didn't you say that I can't even touch the corner of your robes? Now, I'll show you my true power. Wu Zhong smiled sinisterly. He watched as his hand moved towards Yun Luofeng like a hook. The smile on his face became even more sinister and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. But, just as Wu Zhong thought that he could grab Yun Luofeng's heart with one strike, he saw the young girl's body move to the side like a gentle breeze, easily evading his attack. Then, without waiting for Wu Zhong to recover from his shock, a leg once again stretched out in front of him and kicked him in the stomach. With a bang, his body once again fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing position, almost causing his buttocks to split open. Do you still want to be the master of the Zephyr Pavilion? Yun Luofeng slowly stepped forward and placed her foot on his chest. She looked down at him condescendingly. If you haven't given up, I can give you another chance. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to touch the corner of my robes." The young girl's voice was arrogant and domineering. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with arrogance and unruliness. "You? What state is your power at?" Wu Zhong bit his lip and asked with a pale face. At this moment, he had truly lost all hope. Who would have thought that a 14-year-old girl would have such power? It's all Empress Rong's fault. If it had not been for her, I would not have offended Yun Luofeng and would not have fallen into her hands. You don't deserve to know my power. Yun Luofeng lifted the corners of her lips. She looked down at the middle-aged man under her foot and said evilly, "Wu Zhong, I am a person who cannot tolerate betrayal. You clearly know that Yi Ling and the royal family have enmity, but you still colluded with them. Just this point alone is enough for me to not let you live." Wu Zhong's body trembled and he closed his eyes in despair. That's right, even though he did not know that Yi Ling was the third prince of Flowing Gold Country, he could sense the young man's hatred towards the royal family. But in the end, he still bought Yi Ling and established a relationship with the imperial family. Actually, Wu Zhong hadn't taken Yi Ling seriously since the beginning. He felt that the Windfall Pavilion was only able to obtain its current strength because of him. Since it was like that, there was no need for him to give up the peerless beauty that he'd obtained for Yi Ling. But he had never thought that this peerless beauty was a poison that he could not touch. Chapter 199. Then what do you want? Wu Zhong gritted his teeth. His mind was racing as he tried to think of a countermeasure. Yun Luofeng chuckled and increased the strength of his foot on Wu Zhong's chest. He said coldly, "Of course I want you to pay the price for your betrayal." Bang! The young girl's foot stomped down fiercely. Wu Zhong's chest caved in. Then, a shrill cry echoed throughout the entire Zephyr Pavilion, like the howl of a wild beast. "Yi Ling, he's already a cripple. Throw him out of the Zephyr Pavilion and let him perish on his own." Her foot not only broke Wu Zhong's ribs, it also destroyed his dantian, turning him into a true cripple. Wu Zhong curled up into a ball, his whole body trembling. He looked at Yun Luofeng with hatred, but even more than that, there was a hidden fear in his heart. Yes. He was afraid of Yun Luofeng. Not only was this young girl powerful, she was also decisive. She was like a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life until he died. "Yes, master." Yi Ling cupped his fists and replied respectfully. Then, his expression returned to its usual coldness as he walked towards Wu Zhong, who was lying on the ground. "Wu Zhong, consider yourself unlucky. You fell into my master's hands and even dared to violate her. Master has already shown mercy by not putting you to death by 1,000 cuts. Now, you can go out and perish on your own." At this moment, Yi Ling felt very fortunate. Fortunate that half a year ago, Yun Luofeng was in need of manpower. Otherwise, just based on the fact that he had helped the emperor of Long Yuan country to plot against her, he would have died 1,000,000 times over. "Qing Yan, I'm tired. Let's go back and rest." Yun Luofeng yawned lazily and slowly withdrew his foot from Wu Zhong's body. She believed that Yi Ling would handle the rest of the matter well. The Imperial Palace. In a luxurious and dignified bedroom, Empress Rong dismissed all the palace maids and sent her trusted aides to wait outside. After she had done all this, a cold laugh came from behind the door, causing her to tremble in fear. "That Yun Luofeng is really interesting." Empress Rong's expression changed. She turned to look at the handsome man who had appeared behind her and was sipping tea. Young Master Bai, I beg you, please help me." Empress Rong bit her lip, her eyes pleading, "Bai Ling, that slut's daughter has actually come looking for me. Please, you have to help me. She's now receiving help from Zephyr Pavilion. If she finds out that I'm the one who killed Bai Ling, she definitely won't let the matter rest." Bai Su glanced at her evilly and said in a lukewarm tone, "Do you expect others to clean up after you caused this mess yourself? Where did you find the courage to kill Whitey? Why don't you continue to take it out? Empress Rong's heart sank. If Bai Su didn't help her, then she really wouldn't be able to escape this time. Who would have imagined that that stinking kid, Yi Ling, would actually be the vice pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion? He really didn't know if the Windfall Pavilion's pavilion master was blind. How could he let an idiot like Yi Ling become the vice pavilion master? If anyone was to be the vice pavilion master, it should be her son. Young Master Bai, don't forget that your Bai family also participated in that incident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill Bai Ling. Empress Rong hardened her heart. No matter what, she must drag the Bai family down with her. Bai Su's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he smiled. That smile was charming, causing one's heart to flutter. Chapter 200. Are you threatening me? The corners of his lips curled up dangerously as he leaned lazily against the back of his chair. He raised his brows evilly and said, Rong Xian, you seem to have forgotten something. You may be afraid of Zephyr Pavilion, but the Bai family is not afraid of anything. Also, don't forget that the royal family is only a dog under the Bai family. What right do you have to threaten me? Empress Rong's heart skipped a beat. How could she have forgotten that the Windfall Pavilion was a force no one dared to provoke? But against a colossus like the Bai family, no matter how strong the Windfall Pavilion was, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Young Master Bai, she was a little nervous and wanted to explain but was interrupted by the man's devilish voice. That girl, Bai Ling, also has the surname Bai. Unfortunately, she's not a member of the Bai family. I, Bai Su, have always been a flatterer. If I can't have someone, then no one else can either. That's why I helped you destroy Bai Ling. The man looked to be in his 20s at most, but he kept calling Bai Ling a girl. It sounded strange. But Bai Su paused and turned his devilish eyes to Empress Rong. You and Bai Ling really can't be compared. It's only natural that Chairman Yi likes her. But you, because of your jealousy, begged the Bai family to help you destroy her. Empress Rong's face paled. Her jealousy towards Bai Ling rose again. Everyone thought that she couldn't be compared to Bai Ling, but what else could Bai Ling do besides having a foxy face? Why did everyone praise her like that? She just couldn't stand that vixen. But that vixen was so persistent. She was already dead, yet she still allowed her daughter to appear here. Indeed, both mother and daughter were up to no good. No one was allowed to challenge her current position. Rong Xian, back then, the Bai family made Chairman Yi the Empress because you weren't smart enough. A smart woman can only end up like Empress Yi. Bai Su smiled wickedly. But I didn't expect you to be this stupid. Threatening him? No one had ever dared to threaten him in his life. As if Bai Su's mention of Empress Yi had reminded Rong Xian of the past, her face paled. She bit her pale lips and her eyes were filled with shame. To a force like the Bai family, the imperial family was nothing but a puppet. As a puppet, there was no need for intelligence. A clever puppet would only increase its master's disgust. That was why a smart woman like Empress Yi was stripped of her position as Empress by Chairman Yi. She lived in the cold palace and died of depression. But, young Master Bai, Empress Rong's eyes darted back and forth, that boy Yi Ling is very clever. The civil and military officials do not allow His Imperial Majesty to make Luo, the Crown Prince, and insist on supporting Yi Ling. This matter does not seem to be something that you should care about. Bai Su's eyes gradually turned cold as she replied lazily, remember, don't interfere in matters that you shouldn't. The Bai family does not need you to order us around. The man's voice was laced with murderous intent. Empress Rong was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly and she broke out in a cold sweat. She bit her lips and didn't make a sound. She was afraid that if she said another word, this terrifying man in front of her would immediately take her life. How about this? Let Chairman Yi settle the grudge between you and the Yun family of Long Yuan first. If he really can't resolve it, I'll send someone to help you. Bai Su slowly stood up from his chair and glanced at Empress Rong with his devilish eyes. But I have a condition. You have to bring that girl Yun Luofeng to see me. I'm very interested in that girl. Chapter 201. That girl was much more interesting than her mother. Bai Su gently stroked her chin with her slender fingers as a bewitching smile appeared on her face. Her eyes narrowed slightly as a glint of interest flashed across them. Empress Rong suppressed her anger and said respectfully, "Young Master Bai, don't worry. I will bring Yun Luofeng to you." Bai Su could feel her anger and sneered, "I don't care how much you hate that girl. She's still useful to me. So, I don't want you to act on impulse. Otherwise, you know what I can do." Empress Rong's body trembled and she quickly suppressed her emotions. She lowered her eyes, "I don't dare, I hope you don't dare." Bai Su's lips curved, "Empress Rong, remember what I said. If I find out that you have any intentions of betrayal, I will destroy the entire flowing gold kingdom." Windfall Pavilion. On a soft couch, a young girl was resting with her eyes half closed. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the door. Perhaps the noise had disturbed her rest. She looked displeased. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" Pavilion Master, Fang Yu heard Yun Luofeng's question and quickly answered, "Your subordinate will go see who's causing trouble outside." Fang Yu was the newly promoted steward. Even though he was not as strong as Wu Zhong, he was smart and sensible. Yun Luofeng liked him a lot. "No need." Yun Luofeng sat up from the couch and gently curled the corner of his lips, "I'll go see for myself." Windfall Pavilion was not located in the bustling area of the imperial city, but there were still many people around. At this moment, the pedestrians on the street were standing far away to one side, pointing at the royal guards who had surrounded the Windfall Pavilion and discussing in low voices. Windfall Pavilion's power was only known to those in power. The common people at the bottom of the hierarchy had no idea of their power. In the eyes of these people, the royal family was the one in charge of the world. Therefore, they all guessed that Windfall Pavilion had committed a crime that caused the emperor to come personally to arrest them. In reality, a cowardly person like Director Yi was not willing to come to such a place. Unfortunately, young Master Bai had given the order first. No matter how timid he was, he had no choice but to personally capture him. Furthermore, he still had a sliver of confidence in his heart. He believed that his son would never lay a hand on him, his father. As he was thinking, Director Yi caught a glimpse of Yi Ling walking out of the Windfall Pavilion. He was overjoyed and coughed dryly. His expression was as stern as ever. "Today, father came here in order to capture the enemy nation's spy, Yun Luofeng." This Yun Luofeng was audacious to the extreme. "You actually want to kill all the people of the flowing gold country, including the innocent citizens. So, for the sake of the common people, I must take this woman down today. If you wish to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." As the emperor of the flowing gold country, his words were absolute. The people of the world would never doubt him. As expected, when they heard Director Ye's words, the surrounding crowd was enraged. It was as if Yun Luofeng was a villain who killed without batting an eyelid. Who is this Yun Luofeng? They wanted to destroy the flowing gold nation? He even planned to slaughter everyone in the flowing gold nation? Is she afraid that countless wronged souls will come to settle the score with her at night? Chapter 202. It's a good thing that your Imperial Majesty discovered her plot. Otherwise, our entire nation's citizens would have suffered. This demon should be executed by 1,000 cuts. An example to others. Kill her, kill this demon. Anyone who invades the flowing gold kingdom must die. Director Yi laughed icily in his heart as he listened to the crowd's cries. His cold eyes swept towards the indifferent Yi Ling as he spoke icily, "Did you hear that? So many people wanted her dead, which proved that she had indeed committed a heinous crime. Yi Ling, seeing that you're our son, we won't argue with you. Get out of the way. Yi Ling held back the enraged Qing Yan and glanced at Director Yi with disdain. What do you mean by that many people want her dead? That proves that she has committed a heinous crime? Isn't the reason why these people are so angry because of your framing? Imperial Father, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Chairman Ye's expression darkened. Yi Ling, is this how you talk to your father? However, you've committed treason and heresy. Imperial Father cannot reject you as his son. How about this, if you like this little girl next to you, Imperial Father will allow her to become your concubine. As for your princess consort, Imperial Father has decided for you. She will be Empress Rong's niece, Rongyu. Yi Ling's body emitted a cold aura and her eyes were icy. You don't have to worry about this. I will only marry Qing Yan in this lifetime. As for Rongyu, you can enjoy her for yourself. I won't fight with you over her. Impudence. Director Yi was enraged and glared fiercely at Yi Ling. You're a prince of the imperial family and the deputy leader of Windfall Pavilion. This woman is only Yun Luofeng's maidservant. You're willing to stoop so low as to marry a maidservant. You're deliberately embarrassing the imperial family. We will never allow this to happen. Also, don't think that we don't know that you've single-handedly built Windfall Pavilion. Rather than letting it fall into the hands of an outsider, why don't we take control of it? Director Ye's greedy expression was on full display as he spoke. He had been in deep thought for a long time over the past few days and had come to understand one thing. How could a father and son have an overnight grudge? No matter how unreasonable he was, Yi Ling had no choice but to listen to him with the word filial. Moreover, he had already investigated thoroughly over the past few days. His son had single-handedly built the Windfall Pavilion. As for the so-called pavilion master, he had never shown his face, and it was uncertain whether he existed or not. Therefore, it was not wrong for him to accept the Windfall Pavilion on his son's behalf. Who asked him to give birth to him? Suddenly, a chuckle rang out from within the pavilion. The chuckle seemed to be filled with ridicule, causing Chairman Ye's expression to change drastically. I didn't expect my Zephyr Pavilion to be so heavily targeted. Wu Zhong left, and now another one has come. You and Empress Rong are truly a married couple. You're exactly the same when it comes to seizing things. Wasn't that right? When Empress Rong went to the second prince's residence, she had also used this tone to order Yi Ling to hand over the residence. Now, it was the same for Director Yi. One was more shameless than the other. Yun Luofeng. Chairman Ye's expression sank when he saw the white-robed young woman step out of the door. He then ordered coldly, "Men, take this woman away." The imperial guards joined their fists in obeisance and quickly walked towards Yun Luofeng. The young woman leaned lazily against the doorsill as she watched the approaching imperial guards. She could not help but curl the corners of her lips and an arrogant and unruly smile appeared on her lips. You want to take me away with just these people? Don't you think that you're overestimating your imperial guards? I'm afraid that the combined power of these people can't even compare to my maidservant. Chapter 203. Director Yi was enraged and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Yun Luofeng, you're still young but your tone is very arrogant. You're actually claiming that a little servant girl can fight against the imperial family's imperial guards? Now, I'd like to see just how powerful this little servant girl is. Generally speaking, a little servant girl like Qing Yan would not have much power. Otherwise, she would not have been destined to serve others. This statement was not wrong. If Qing Yan had not met a master like Yun Luofeng, she would have spent her entire life at the lowest rung and would never have been able to climb to her current position. However, Qing Yan was also fortunate to have a master like Yun Luofeng who was willing to put in so much effort to nurture her. This meant that she was destined to have an extraordinary life. Ye Ling looked at the arrogant Director Yi and curled the corners of her lips into a disdainful angle. Her eyes were filled with disdain as if she was laughing at Director Ye's words. "My lady, don't worry. Leave this to me." Qing Yan raised her delicate and pretty face and smiled at the imperial guards who were surrounding them. Then, she quickly unsheathed the long sword in her hand and with a flash, she charged into the royal guards. Blood dyed the entire courtyard of Luofeng Pavilion red and it was as gorgeous as a blooming rose. Qing Yan's petite figure shuttled through a group of mighty men. As the blade in her hand rose and fell, a fountain of bright red blood sprayed out and splashed onto the little servant girl's jade-like face. At this moment, Qing Yan was no longer that delicate and adorable little girl. Her clean and efficient movements were just like a trained killer, cruel and merciless. Chairman Ye's complacent face froze in the wake of the young maidservant's outburst. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. His fierce gaze was like a sharp longsword as it shot straight at Qing Yan. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He pinched his palm fiercely and forced himself to calm down. However, no matter how hard he tried to control himself, his heart was still trembling incessantly. Qing Yan was only a little servant girl who served others. How could she possibly defeat the well-trained imperial guards? Furthermore, she had fought them all alone without showing any signs of weakness. "All of you, stop." Chairman Yi could no longer hold it in when he saw the countless deaths of the royal guards. He let out a furious roar. His fragile heart seemed to be unable to withstand such a blow and almost collapsed. One by one, the imperial guards stopped moving and planned to retreat. However, Qing Yan didn't give them the chance to leave. It was as if she hadn't heard Director Ye's words. Her petite body was accompanied by a flash of sword light. In an instant, several imperial guards fell to the ground. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" Chairman Yi couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. When he saw that Qing Yan didn't stop, he turned his fierce gaze towards Yun Luofeng. "Yun Luofeng, tell your people to stop." Yun Luofeng leaned against the door railing. He lazily raised his eyes and smiled evilly. "You should have known the consequences when you killed your way into the Windfall Pavilion. Now, if you want to leave this place, there is only one way, and that is to walk out sideways." In other words, she would not let them go unless they were dead and carried out of here. "Little girl, when it's possible to let people go, one should forgive them. Aren't you going too far by doing this?" Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out. It was accompanied by an amiable laughter that rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 204. Yun Luofeng raised her brows frivolously. She looked at the white-robed elder who had appeared out of thin air and her lips curled into a demonic smile. "Be lenient wherever possible? If I forgive him, who would forgive me?" The white-robed elder was not angered by Yun Luofeng's words. His compassionate features carried a sense of sorrow and his tone of voice was as kind as ever. "Little girl, you're in the wrong here. No matter how many mistakes the imperial family has made, they still control the entire country. If you kill the emperor now, the people of the world will be plunged into misery and suffering. There will be countless deaths and injuries. I can't bear to see the people of the world suffer, so I'm trying to persuade you. If you insist on acting rashly, you will certainly suffer the pain of karmic fire and will never be reincarnated for the rest of your life. What you're saying is that the imperial family can be forgiven for their mistakes, but if I'm wrong, I should die." Yun Luofeng raised her brow and smiled icily at the white-robed elder. "Little girl, your life alone cannot be compared to the lives of the people of the world." The white-robed elder shook his head and laughed bitterly. "If you die, I will ask Chairman Yi to burn countless gold, silver, and treasures for you so that you won't have to worry about food or clothing in the underworld. However, Chairman Yi is different. No matter who is in the right or wrong, he cannot die." Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips and a haughty and unruly smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. "My life is more precious than anyone else's. Even if all the lives of the people of the world were added together, it would not be comparable to my life. 10 years ago, the members of the imperial family had hurt my mother, Bai Ling 10 years later, they want to take my life. I swear I won't rest until I kill him. Little girl, the evil in your heart is too heavy. If this goes on, not only will the people of the world be plunged into misery and suffering, you will also fall into the path of demons. The white-robed elder stared at Yun Luofeng with pity and spoke kindly, how about this, come with me and acknowledge me as your master. I will dispel the evil in your heart. His tone may have been kind, but there was a faint sense of arrogance on his elderly face, as if it was Yun Luofeng's good fortune to have acknowledged him as her master. Yun Luofeng laughed icily, not everyone in this world has the right to be my master. You're even more unworthy. If it was anyone else, Yun Luofeng would definitely be enraged after saying such arrogant words. However, this white-robed old man had a smile on his face from beginning to end, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all because of the young girl's words. Little girl, you've already developed a mental barrier, causing you to make a mistake in your decision. I know that you must be struggling in pain, hoping that I can pull you out of this quagmire, but the mental barrier in your heart is causing you to be unable to ask for help. Don't worry, since you've met me, Bai Ci, I won't leave you alone. Don't worry. Since you've run into me, I won't leave you alone. His gaze was filled with contempt, as if he was looking at an idiot. His master had rejected his request to take him in as a disciple, so he thought that his master had a mental barrier in her heart and that was why she had rejected him? Gu Luofeng, Yun thought. Little girl, I'm the only one who can help you in this world. Bai Ci smiled kindly. As long as you follow me, I'll make sure that you don't kill anymore. When will there be an end to revenge? I believe that no matter what kind of hatred it is, as long as you are willing to repay evil with kindness, your enemy will definitely be grateful to you. Isn't this faster than taking revenge? Yun Luofeng nodded in agreement. That's right, you're right. So, if I kill your parents and children, and have someone rape your wife, and you repay me with kindness, I will definitely be grateful to you. Revenge breeds revenge, when will it ever end? Am I right? Chapter 205. Bai Ci's elderly face finally froze. His chest rose and fell unsteadily. He took a deep breath with all his might to suppress the anger that was about to erupt. It looks like your demonic barrier is too deep for you to say such cruel things. Do you think that you can take lives as you please? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips, then my parents should die, should I die as well? Why didn't you step forward to stop the royal family from plotting against my parents all those years ago? Now, I only want to avenge my parents, yet you keep saying that you should repay evil with good? Is this your so-called mercy? Bai Ci's voice immediately disappeared. His elderly features changed slightly and an almost undetectable cold light flashed across his eyes. Very soon, his gaze returned to its amiable state. He looked kindly at Yun Luofeng and said, these two matters are different. Your parents were young generals. Dying on the battlefield is their final destination. Now, it's different. Your actions have shown contempt for life. How can I sit back and watch this happen? Yun Luofeng, leave this place with me now. I will save you. Bai Ci's face lifted into a gentle smile as if he was thinking of himself as the savior of the world. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, what if I say no? Then I will have no choice but to kill you. Bai Ci shook his head. His eyes were filled with compassion, of course, I don't want that to happen. Yun Luofeng laughed gently. His demonic laughter was filled with mockery as it slowly rang out in front of the now silent Zephyr Pavilion. When I want to kill someone, you claim that I have stepped onto the path of the devil and is extremely cruel. When you want to kill someone, you act as if it's only natural. Little girl, I have no other choice. If I kill you, I can save even more people. Therefore, when it comes down to it, I am also saving the world. Otherwise, if you had truly stepped onto the path of the devil, the world would certainly be plunged into misery and suffering. Bai Ci looked at Yun Luofeng and his eyes were filled with pity, don't worry, after I kill you, I will become vegetarian and pray to Buddha for the rest of my life to atone for my sins. You mean that you can make up for my life by becoming vegetarian and praying to Buddha? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. I really don't know whether to call you fake mercy or hypocrisy. From the moment he saw the old man, Yun Luofeng had already seen through his true intentions. The benevolence he spoke of was from his own standpoint. For example, killing was the right thing to do. When others kill someone, they don't ask for the reason and just judge them to be wrong. This kind of person was not truly compassionate. He was just a hypocrite who talked about mercy all the time. You're really stubborn. Bai Si shook his head and sighed helplessly. Seeing that you're still young, I'll give you a chance and not kill you. However, this old man will cripple your strength so that you won't be able to kill anyone in the future. Chairman Yi was shocked. He quickly turned to look at Bai Si and said anxiously, Lady Bai Si, young Master Bai Su, before coming here, Bai Su had asked Empress Rong to warn Chairman Yi that Yun Luofeng must be brought to the Bai family to see him. If Bai Si turned Yun Luofeng into a cripple, she might not be able to explain herself to young Master Bai Su. Bai Si did not seem to hear Chairman Ye's words. The aura around his body was completely revealed. Under this powerful pressure, Chairman Ye's words seemed to be stuck in his throat and he was unable to speak. Feeling Bai Si's fierce aura, Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and used soul telepathy to ask, Little Mo, what are the chances of defeating him? Chapter 206. After a moment of silence, a tender voice rang out from within his soul, Master, are you going to use that method to raise the strength of your soul again? However, even if you raise the strength of your soul, you only have a 50% chance of defeating him. 50%, huh? Yun Luofeng rubbed his chin as his eyes filled with determination. That's enough. Little Mo, help me raise the strength of my soul. As the young girl spoke, she no longer hid her aura. With a loud bang, it exploded like a monstrous ocean, surging violently. Beginner Earth Spirit? When she sensed the young girl's fierce aura, a trace of seriousness appeared in Bai Si's eyes as a sense of pity appeared on her elderly face. A genius who has already become an Earth Spirit at such a young age. If I could get rid of your evil aura, your future would definitely be smooth sailing. Bai Si laughed bitterly as she looked at Yun Luofeng with pity. Unfortunately, your evil aura is too strong. In order to prevent you from committing a monstrous slaughter, I can only cripple your powers. Little girl, don't hate me. I've done all of this for your own good. In other words, he had killed Yun Luofeng for Yun Luofeng's own good. As for her, not only did she not have the right to hate him, she should be thanking him. Otherwise, there would come a day when Yun Luofeng would become an existence despised by all, and receive everyone's scolding and humiliation. And he had stopped such a thing from happening. Was this not for Yun Luofeng's own good? Now I finally understand that shamelessness is also a kind of realm. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips evilly as his pitch-black eyes landed on Bai Si. Unfortunately, this realm is not something that just anyone can reach. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. Bai Si's brows furrowed slightly. This girl was really stubborn. She did not listen to my earnest and well-meaning advice, so I can only cripple her powers. Little girl, you have the power of an Earth Spirit at such a young age. You do indeed have the right to be arrogant. However, you've forgotten that a genius will always be a genius. A genius who has yet to fully mature, anyone can make you fall. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. Wanting to cripple my strength. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Under the light breeze, the young girl's eyes were wild and unruly. The corners of her lips were raised in an unruly arc. Her black eyes stared straight at Bai Si, and there was no fear on her face. Ha ha ha. Bai Si laughed out loud, if that's the case, then I'll show you my strength. They were both Earth Spirits, but this girl was only a low-level Earth Spirit, while he was already a high-level Earth Spirit. The difference of 2 levels was a ravine that she couldn't cross. She was destined to be unable to surpass it. Boom! A strong gust of wind from her palm followed by Ci's sudden advance. The gust of wind was like a knife, causing pain to the faces of those around her. It was like a huge fist was smashing towards Yun Luofeng's chest. Bang! Yun Luofeng raised her hand and met Bai Ci's fist. She took 2 steps back and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. An evil light shone in her pitch-black eyes. If you want me to die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. Yun Luofeng wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She turned around and pulled out her long sword from Yiling's hand. Her white robes fluttered in the light breeze. She was like a snowflake blooming in the sky, proud and cold. She was so beautiful that no one could look away. Miss. Qing Yan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her heart was beating rapidly and her bright black eyes were filled with worry. She bit her lip and looked at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 207. Qing Yan, stand down with Yiling. Without my order, no one is allowed to come forward. The young girl held her long sword and an insolent light flashed across her pitch-black eyes. Bai Ci, I, Yun Luofeng, have always acted with a clear conscience. I have never wronged anyone. Similarly, I am not a pushover that anyone can bully. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be bitten by me. Bai Ci's eyes narrowed slightly and a murderous aura was released from her body without reservation. Her figure was like an unsheathed longsword, cutting through the air and creating a shower of sparks. Little girl, I had only wanted to cripple your powers so that you would never be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Bai Ci's speed was so fast that Yun Luofeng had no time to prepare himself. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, she had used the power of her soul to attack Bai Ci's mind, causing him to be momentarily dazed. However, Bai Ci was not Jing Lin after all and their powers were worlds apart. As such, Yun Luofeng's soul attack only caused him to be dazed for a second before he quickly recovered. His attacks became even fiercer and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng's soul attack had bought her some time. Even if it was only for a second, it was enough for her to use the long sword in her hand to block the other's irresistible attack. Bang! The fist landed fiercely on the long sword. The crowd heard a loud crack and the sword in Yun Luofeng's hand broke into 2. It slowly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The young girl took 2 steps back. Her hand gently clutched her chest and her dark eyes were filled with seriousness. Little girl, let me ask you, do you still want revenge? Bai Ci's eyes were filled with sorrow. Even though Empress Rong had killed your birth parents that year, it has been so many years since that incident. Why are you still so persistent? Empress Rong? As expected, it was Empress Rong. Having finally obtained the answer he wanted, Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips and smiled evilly. Wait until I've killed your parents and child. You can say such things again. Perhaps I might even believe you then. Looks like you really can't be saved. Bai Ci shook her head and said faintly, if that's the case, I'll kill you now to prevent you from suffering in the future. After saying this, Bai Ci's figure had already appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. She was like a ghostly shadow, so fast that her movements were erratic. Girl, do you have any last words? Yun Luofeng laughed softly. She threw the sword hilt in her hand onto the ground. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and the murderous intent in her evil eyes intensified. Yiling silently walked in front of Yun Luofeng and stood in front of her. His handsome face was filled with the determination to face death with equanimity. Yiling, move aside. Chairman Ye's expression changed and he shouted sternly, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Yiling looked at Director Yi expressionlessly and said coldly, if you want to kill her, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Yiling. Director Yi was enraged and his eyes were filled with a fiery rage. He really could not understand what was so good about Yun Luofeng that his son would protect her so much. Even if he had taken a liking to Yun Luofeng's maidservant, there was no need for him to throw his life away for Yun Luofeng's sake. Yi Ling, Yun Luofeng looked at the handsome youth in front of her and said, "Move aside. I, Yun Luofeng, will not be defeated so easily." Chapter 208. Yi Ling was startled. After a moment of silence, she finally stepped aside from Yun Luofeng. He should believe in her, shouldn't he? Based on her master's power, as long as she said she would do it. She would not fight a battle she was not confident in. Little girl, by Ci, have known many people, but I've never seen anyone like you who likes to show off. The corners of Bai Ci's lips curled into a faint smile. Her kind gaze carried a hint of condescension as she spoke in a stiff tone. If you were willing to admit defeat, I might have only crippled your strength. But now, I understand that if I don't kill you, there will definitely be future troubles. So, you can only die. There was a loud rumble and Bai Ci's figure shot into the sky like a long sword. His fist was like a falling meteorite as it streaked across the sky and fell towards Yun Luofeng. Fast. Too fast. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the elderly figure who was charging towards him like lightning. She hurriedly retreated. However, her reaction was too slow. As a result, the old man's fist landed on her chest. Instantly, she quickly moved backwards and left a long mark on the ground. Is this all an advanced earth spiritualist has? Yun Luofeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Bai Ci. His eyes exuded a strong sense of confidence. This bit of power of yours is completely harmless. Bai Ci narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He scoffed and appeared in front of Yun Luofeng once again in his snow-white robes. This time, Yun Luofeng did not wait for him to make the first move. Instead, he attacked first. She flicked her finger and a tiny silver needle streaked across the sky. It made a sizzling sound as it quickly shot towards Bai Ci's head. A sense of mockery flashed in Bai Ci's eyes. He waved his hand and caught the flying silver needle. He sneered and said, Yun Luofeng, I didn't think that this is all you've got. You can't defeat me, so you plan on using a hidden weapon to hurt me? What a joke. It seems that you've only ever had a glib tongue and have no real ability at all. He really did not understand how this little girl had the right to look down on him with her power. Really? Yun Luofeng wiped the sweat off his face. The corners of his lips curled into an evil smile. Bai Ci, your biggest weakness is that you are too confident in yourself. What? Bai Ci was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. When he came to his senses, he found that the silver needle in his hand suddenly seemed to have a life of its own as it drilled into his palm. Yun Luofeng was right. He was indeed overconfident. He believed that even if Yun Luofeng poisoned the needle, he would still have a way to detoxify it. That was why he dared to grab the needle with his bare hands. Who knew that the silver needle would actually drill into his palm? Moreover, the entire needle had sunk into his palm, leaving only a small black dot on his palm to explain what had just happened. Yun Luofeng, you are truly despicable and sinister. You actually dare to use concealed weapons to injure others. Feeling the piercing pain in her palm, Bai Ci no longer cared about her disguise. She glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng with eyes full of anger. You've finally stopped pretending? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. I had thought that you would always pretend to be merciful and compassionate. You've finally lost control? That's right, I, Yun Luofeng, am indeed despicable and sinister, cunning and shameless. But so what? The winner takes all. No matter what method I used, at least I've injured you. Chapter 209. From the very beginning, Yun Luofeng had created an illusion for Bai Ci. That illusion was that she was so weak that she could not withstand a single blow and did not even have the chance to fight back. It was because of this illusion that Bai Si had been so careless. Boom! A wave of anger rushed to the top of Bai Si's head. Her face instantly darkened and she looked like a completely different person from the amiable old man from before. The crowd sighed incessantly. In the beginning, they had thought that Bai Si was a kind old man. They never thought that this old man would become angry and have such a malevolent look on his face. Yun Luofeng, you're digging your own grave. I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Si gritted her teeth hatefully. Her face was as malevolent as a wild beast's as she charged ferociously towards the young woman in white. His entire body's aura surged into his fist. His fist felt as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms and even the air around him became heavy. One could imagine what would happen if this fist were to land on Yun Luofeng's body. This young woman's frail body would certainly have a bloody hole punched through it. Perhaps even her internal organs would be ruptured. The young woman's lips curled into a demonic angle as she stood in the midst of the strong wind caused by the fist. Her robes were as white as snow as her pitch-black eyes stared silently at Bai Si's fist which was about to land in front of her. However, she did not dodge. Instead, she faced her opponent's fist head-on. The crowd was so shocked by this thrilling scene that their hearts stopped for a moment. Some of them even closed their eyes, unable to bear to see such a beautiful, picturesque young woman's blood splattered on the spot. Is this woman an idiot? Even if she's quite talented, she's only a beginner-level earth spirit. She's actually going head-on against a middle-level cultivator. Isn't she digging her own grave? As expected, under Bai Si's powerful fist, Yun Luofeng's body was sent flying out of the way and fell into the crowd behind him. My lady! Qing Yan turned pale with fright and quickly leaped forward to catch the young woman's body in the air. Her delicate features were filled with anxiety. Yun Luofeng spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in her chest. She wiped the blood from her chin, but the more she wiped, the more she vomited. She could not stop it no matter what she did. Miss, are you all right? Qing Yan was so anxious that she was about to cry. She held Yun Luofeng tightly, fearing that the young girl would fall if she let go. Yun Luofeng shook her head. She was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. At a time like this, she couldn't care less. She took out a spirit herb from a divine grimoire and swallowed it. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out, causing the people who had been staring at Yun Luofeng to instantly turn their gazes towards Bai Si. Bai Si retreated a few steps, her face ashen. She roared angrily, "What did you do to me?" Several blue veins bulged on his arms, as if there were countless worms wandering in his arms. The blue veins covered his entire arm, making him look hideous and terrifying. Yun Luofeng wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly straightened his body. He curled his lips and smiled evilly. I've said it before, it's not that easy to kill me. Even if I can't kill you now, I'll cut off one of your arms. I, Yun Luofeng, will suffer from anything but losses. Just as Bai Si's fist was about to land on her, she had used her spiritual attack to make him momentarily dazed. She then hid the silver needle in front of her chest as fast as she could. This also meant that Bai Si's fist had landed on the silver needle, causing it to stab into the back of his hand. Chapter 210. As for why Yun Luofeng had not done this in the beginning, that was because she needed time to merge the power of her soul into the silver needles. Otherwise, ordinary silver needles would not have been able to harm Bai Si's foundation. Bai Si's expression finally changed when she saw that the veins on her arms were increasing and gradually spreading toward her shoulders. He took a deep breath and pulled out a long sword from the hand of a nearby imperial guard. He then slashed at her arm without hesitation. Splatter! Blood splattered and the intense pain caused Bai Si's face to turn pale. He staggered and forcefully stabbed the long sword in his hand into the ground to support his trembling body. The crowd gasped as they stared at the pool of blood in front of Bai Si. How much courage does one need to have for someone to be so cruel as to cut off his own arm? Yun Luofeng. Bai Ci slowly turned her gaze towards Yun Luofeng. Her face was filled with malevolence as if she had used all the strength in her body to curse, "You've killed too many people. You will certainly die a horrible death." Yun Luofeng curled his lips into a smile, "You had cut off your own arm. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, don't make yourself sound so innocent. On this mainland, who is clean and has never been stained with blood? Have you not killed a single person? You." Bai Ci was exasperated, "You're twisting words and forcing logic." Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but his voice was very weak. Even his breathing seemed as if it would stop at any time. All of a sudden, a devilish laughter rang out in the sky. The laughter was filled with a hint of flattery as it slowly rang out, as expected of Bai Ling's daughter. "You're so different from the masses. However, you're much more interesting than your mother." Yun Luofeng gently furrowed her brows and raised her head to look at the man in the sky. When she saw the man, a dangerous light flashed in her narrowed eyes. All she saw was a peerlessly handsome man standing in the dusky sky. He stood in the air like a god who had descended to the mortal realm. His fluttering purple robes exuded a noble aura which made it hard for anyone to look at him directly. However, with just one look, Yun Luofeng could sense that this man was an extremely dangerous person. It should be said that he was more dangerous than anyone she had ever met. "Do you know my mother?" Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment before asking. The corners of Bai Su's lips curled into a devilish smile. "You want to know about your mother? If you come with me, I might tell you." Yun Luofeng smiled coldly. "If you want me to go with you, then you must give me a reason." The man smiled evilly. His slender fingers gently stroked his chin as he sized up Yun Luofeng with a slightly interested gaze. "Reason? I'm very interested in you. Is this reason enough?" "I'm sorry," Yun Luofeng looked at the man, "I'm not interested in you, so this reason isn't enough." The young girl's words did not make the man angry. Instead, the evil smile on his handsome face deepened. "Yun girl, could it be that you haven't realized that we are the same kind of people? If the two of us join forces, I believe that in time, this continent will belong to us. What if I refuse? Then I can't guarantee what I can do. You're very talented. If I were to destroy you, I would feel that it would be a pity." Furthermore, he was indeed very interested in this lass. So, no matter what, he had to win her over. Chapter 211. "Young master, this little girl is stubborn. There's no point in talking to her." Bai Ci pressed down on his bleeding arm. His elderly face was pale and his hatred for Yun Luofeng grew even deeper. Bai Su did not even look at the old man. His lips curled into an evil smile and his body moved like a gentle breeze as he suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. A powerful pressure pressed down like a mountain, causing Yun Luofeng's body to stiffen. She wanted to resist but she could not muster any strength. Although she did not use too many moves to deal with Bai Ci just now. In reality, her body was very weak because she had used too much of her soul's power. Bai Su glanced at Yun Luofeng and the corners of his lips curled into an angle. An even more powerful pressure was unleashed and pressed down on Yun Luofeng's body once again, hoping to force her to kneel. The young girl's knees trembled uncontrollably. Under this powerful pressure, she felt that her legs could not withstand the power. But, even though her bones were cracking from the pressure, she did not let her knees bend. Her back was straight and her pitch-black eyes were filled with determination. "Little girl, you're not bad." Bai Su looked at Yun Luofeng with admiration. However, he did not withdraw his power. Instead, he made his coercion even stronger. "However, I'd like to see how long you can endure. This little girl has a very stubborn personality. If he does not subdue her now, it would be very difficult for him to use her in the future." Bai Su unleashed all the power in his body and pressed it all down on Yun Luofeng's body. If it had been anyone else, they would have been crushed to the ground by his coercion long ago. However, Yun Luofeng was still holding on bitterly. Even so, her knees were trembling more and more violently, and they were gradually bending. Qing Yan and Yiling's eyes filled with anxiety as they stared at Yun Luofeng's sweaty back. However, when Bai Su had unleashed his coercion on Yun Luofeng, some of the remaining pressure had spread outwards. This residual pressure had caused their bodies to be unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as Yun Luofeng held on under such a powerful coercion. Yun Luofeng's body could not hold on any longer. Her snow-white face was covered in sweat and her clothes were soaked in sweat, clinging tightly to her body. Yun Xiao, she gently closed her eyes as the corners of her lips curled into a smile. She murmured softly, "Yun Xiao." When the crowd heard her murmur those two words, they were all stunned. They did not understand who this Yun Xiao she was talking about was. At this moment, a sharp aura suddenly attacked. Then, a black figure rushed over like a nighthawk, stirring up a gust of wind on the entire street. Quick! This speed was too fast. He was like a gust of wind, and by the time everyone recovered their senses, he was already in front of Yun Luofeng. At this moment, Yun Luofeng, who was falling to the ground, suddenly felt an arm reach out from behind her. Then, her body fell into a warm embrace. She could feel the man's broad chest as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Yun Xiao, I knew you'd come." After being together for half a year, she was already extremely familiar with this man's aura. Hence, at that moment, she had sensed the man's aura. Hence, she had relaxed and allowed her body to fall to the ground. "I'm too late." The man gently pursed his thin lips as his black robes fluttered in the wind. He held the young girl in his arms tightly as a murderous intent emanated from his entire body. Chapter 212. He had only left for a few days because he had some matters to attend to. Who would have thought that when he arrived, he would see Yun Luofeng being bullied? Yun Xiao did not dare to imagine what would have happened if he had arrived a moment later. "You deserve to die." The man's cold eyes slowly shifted away from Yun Luofeng and turned towards Bai Su. "Those who bully her deserve to die." Bai Su stared at the man who had appeared next to Yun Luofeng and a strange light flashed across his demonic eyes. "It seems that I'm not the only one who has the foresight to fancy her. You're the same. Unfortunately, Bai Su, will never give way to anyone I fancy." Yun Xiao slowly placed Yun Luofeng on the ground and glanced expressionlessly at Qing Yan. "Take care of her." Then, he turned to look at Bai Su. At this moment, his aura was like a sword and his cold, black eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. "No one can hurt her. I'd like to see how powerful the famous Ghost Emperor is." Bai Su curled his lips into a smile and looked at Yun Xiao with a relaxed expression. He did not show any fear because of the other's identity. Instead, Yun Xiao's appearance had made him even more interested in Yun Luofeng. The Ghost Emperor? Director Ye's body trembled and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He could not help but take a few steps back as his eyes darted around to think of a countermeasure. This terrifying black-robed man was the rumored inhumane Ghost Emperor? Heavens, Yun Luofeng was acquainted with the Ghost Emperor? Furthermore, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. Yet, he wanted to capture the Ghost Emperor's people? Boom! Bai Su met Yun Xiao's attack head-on in the sky. The moment their fists collided, a powerful force surged from their bodies, destroying all the trees in the surroundings. Even the ground on the street was blasted into a huge pit. Bai Su retreated and only stopped after a long while. He looked at the man who was as cold as a deity and his lips curled into a demonic smile. The Ghost Emperor's power is indeed not to be underestimated. I've finally experienced it today. Today, I, Bai Su, will take my leave first. I'll seek your advice another day. Yun Xiao's expression darkened when he saw Bai Su turn and leave. Just as he was about to give chase, a violent aura suddenly appeared from the side. Young master, leave quickly. Bai Si roared at the departing Bai Su. The violent energy within his body grew stronger and his entire body expanded like a rubber ball. His malevolent face looked as if he was facing death with equanimity. If Yun Xiao chased after Bai Su, she would definitely not be able to stop Bai Si's self-destruction. Yun Luofeng, who could no longer move, would definitely be heavily injured by this explosion. It wasn't that Yun Xiao couldn't distinguish which was more important. His tall figure appeared in front of Bai Si and lifted the old man's body in his hands. He said coldly, "Since you want to self-destruct, I'll help you." Boom! A powerful force suddenly rushed into the old man's body, dispersing his own strength. Not long after, his body cracked open and blood slowly flowed down his skin. Ah! With this shrill cry, the old man's body exploded like a rubber ball, turning into a mist of blood. Hence, the entire street regained its peace. Yun Xiao threw the old man's clothes on the ground and turned towards Yun Luofeng. "I've injured him and he needs to recuperate for a long time. He won't be able to cause trouble for you during this time. I'll send someone after him." Chapter 213. Yun Luofeng raised her head and met the man's grim eyes. Her lips curled into a smile. "Yun Xiao, I'm tired. Carry me back to rest." "All right." Yun Xiao walked towards Yun Luofeng and bent down to carry the young girl by the waist. She then strode into the Windfall Pavilion. Chairman Yi finally returned to his senses as he watched the two leave. His face turned pale and his eyes darted around. "My son, you know the Ghost Emperor?" Yi Ling scoffed icily. His handsome features were filled with cold arrogance. "I don't know the Ghost Emperor, I only know her." The her that Yi Ling was referring to was naturally Yun Luofeng. "My son," Chairman Ye's face turned even paler, "I didn't have any interest in Yun Luo. Miss Yun. I was only following the Bai family's orders. On account that imperial father gave birth to you, please plead for mercy on my behalf." The others present may not have heard of the Ghost Emperor, but he was the emperor of a country. How could he not know of the Ghost Emperor's existence? Hence, when he heard that Yun Xiao was the Ghost Emperor, he was scared out of his wits. Plead for mercy? That's easy for you to say. Not only do you want to capture her, you want to take away her power, and now you want me to plead for mercy on your behalf? Yi Ling curled the corners of his lips mockingly as he spoke in a cold voice. What? Chairman Yi was stunned and asked in confusion, "My son, what are you talking about? When did I ever want to take away her power? I only..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the youth's cold voice. "I forgot to tell you, the Windfall Pavilion is her power. I'm only working for her. She's the real pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion." Windfall Pavilion? Yun Luofeng? Like a bolt from the blue, Chairman Yi staggered and fell to the ground, unable to withstand the blow. Why hadn't he thought of it in the first place? Wasn't the Windfall Pavilion named after Yun Luofeng? Yet he had foolishly failed to connect her with the Windfall Pavilion. She had even tried to take away the entire Windfall Pavilion right in front of the Pavilion Master. A wave of sorrow welled up in his heart at the thought of this, causing his face to turn pale and ashen. Yi Ling glanced at Chairman Yi and spoke coldly, "I only want to tell you one thing, you won't die if you don't court disaster. You've brought this upon yourself, you can't blame anyone." In the forest, the purple-robed man descended from the sky. He held on to an ancient tree beside him and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his demonic eyes slightly. He looked at the sky not far away and his lips curled into a cold smile. "I've really underestimated that girl, Yun Luofeng. To think that she could enter the Ghost Emperor's eyes. This Ghost Emperor is even more powerful than I imagined. That palm strike just now nearly shattered my internal organs. If not for Bai Si's sacrifice, he might not have been able to escape successfully. One day, I will repay you for the humiliation I suffered today." In the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace. In a luxurious palace, Empress Rong was lying gracefully on a soft mattress. A smile hung on her dignified face and her brows were filled with complacency. Bai Ling, if you die in my hands, your daughter won't be any better. Especially since your mother and daughter's personalities are too similar. You'd rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Therefore, I believe that Yun Luofeng will definitely not leave with the Bai family's experts. Chapter 214. Empress Rong lowered her eyelids, the smile on her lips deepening. The members of the Bai family would never let others have what they couldn't have. If Yun Luofeng refused to leave with the Bai family, death would be the only fate that awaited her. Ha ha ha. As if she could already see Yun Luofeng's blood splattered all over the place, Empress Rong laughed as if there was no one else present. Her expression was extremely malevolent and her dignified demeanor had long since disappeared. Your Highness, Your Highness. Suddenly, a hurried voice was heard. Then, a palace maid hurried into the palace, panting. How is it? Empress Rong sat up excitedly. Is that little slut Yun Luofeng dead? In order to learn of Yun Luofeng's tragic state, Empress Rong had specially sent her trusted palace maid to observe the situation. Her goal was to vividly describe Yun Luofeng's fate to her. When she heard Empress Rong's words, the palace maid was startled. She carefully glanced at Empress Rong and said, Your Highness, that Yun Luofeng is a low-level earth spiritualist, and he even risked his life to cripple Lady Bai Si's arm. What did you say? Empress Rong's expression changed greatly and her eyes flashed with malice. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Yun Luofeng was a low-level earth spirit? And defeated Lady Bai Si? That was impossible. How could that little slut's talent be that strong? Your Highness, it's true. Furthermore, after Yun Luofeng defeated Lady Bai Si, young Master Bai Su also appeared. This palace maid had always been trusted by Empress Rong and knew a little about the Bai family. However, she didn't know much and didn't know that the entire royal family was controlled by the Bai family. Young Master Bai Su appeared. Empress Rong's eyes flashed with joy. Was Yun Luofeng killed by young Master Bai Su? The palace maid shook her head and replied timidly, Your Ladyship, Yun Luofeng was originally going to die for sure. Who would have guessed that a man whom young Master Bai Su calls the Ghost Emperor would suddenly appear and chase young Master Bai Su away? Furthermore, Yun Luofeng is the pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion. The palace maid didn't know the identity of the Ghost Emperor, but Empress Rong had heard Director Yi mention him before. It was said that the Ghost Emperor was extremely powerful and bloodthirsty. Anyone who provoked him was the same as provoking the devil. That was why he was called the Ghost Emperor. What shocked Empress Rong even more was that Yun Luofeng was actually the pavilion master of the Windfall Pavilion. What was laughable was that she had wanted to make Yun Luofeng his concubine in order to curry favor with the steward of the Windfall Pavilion. He even claimed that Yun Luofeng would marry Wu Zhong for the sake of power. Who would have thought that she would be the pavilion master of Drifting Wind Pavilion? No wonder she did not put Wu Zhong in her eyes at that time. As if recalling the words she had said that day, Empress Rong's body trembled. She closed her eyes, despair written all over her face. Your Highness, something bad has happened? Just as Empress Rong was about to close her eyes, a figure rushed into the palace in a hurry and said anxiously, The Emperor has been captured. The third prince has led a group of people into the palace, saying that he wants to avenge young General Yun and his wife. What? Empress Rong hurriedly opened her eyes, anxiety written all over her face. Where's Luo? Where's Luo? The second prince wanted to escape when he heard the news, but he was captured by the third prince's men. Chapter 215. Empress Rong's legs gave way and she fell to the ground. Her face was deathly pale and her eyes stared out of the palace in despair. It's over. This time, she's completely done for. Outside the palace, a hubbub of voices could be heard. After a while, a handsome and aloof youth led a group of people into the palace. He waved his hand and ordered indifferently, Men, take Empress Rong and her people. No. Empress Rong finally regained her senses when she saw the murderous men approaching her. She screamed, "Let me go. I am the Empress of the nation, the mother of the world. If you dare to violate me, I will exterminate your entire family." Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and fell over her face. She looked like a madwoman as she glared fiercely at the guards. Her expression was one of insanity. "Take her away," Yi Ling coldly ordered. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Empress Rong. "Yi Ling, you little bastard, you little bastard. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed you all those years ago and sent you to accompany your mother in the underworld. But I didn't kill you in the end. Not only did you not thank me for sparing your life, you even dared to help others harm me. You're worse than a pig or a dog, an ingrate." Empress Rong struggled with all her might. Her face was filled with hatred. "Little bastard, you shouldn't be living in this world. You should have died a long time ago." Yi Ling's eyes darkened. He stared at Empress Rong, who was struggling against the guards, and his handsome face curled into a cold smile. "Empress Rong, the heavens are watching. You deserve today's retribution. However, I need to think about how to deal with you. Should I chop you into 8 pieces or feed you to the wolves? Or should I torture you to death?" Every time Yi Ling mentioned a punishment, Empress Rong's body would tremble uncontrollably. She finally felt fear and fiercely pushed away the guards who were holding her. "No. I was wrong, I've learned my lesson. Yi Ling, please forgive me this time on account of the fact that I didn't kill you. I promise I won't do it again." Yi Ling curled the corners of his lips and stared mockingly at Empress Rong's pale face. "You mean to say that I should thank you for sparing my life? It's a pity that I'm only working for someone else. Men, drag her away for this prince and execute her by 1,000 cuts." "No!" A shrill cry rang through the entire palace. However, no matter how hard she resisted, she was still dragged out of the palace by 2 guards. News of what had happened in the Flowing Gold Kingdom's imperial palace had spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial city. Moreover, due to the emperor's mishap and the empress's capture, the princes fought endlessly for the throne. In the end, it was General Yi who led the army to hold down the fort in the imperial palace that the rebellion was stopped. Even so, when the citizens of the Flowing Gold Kingdom found out that it was Yun Luofeng who had plunged the capital into chaos, they surrounded the Windfall Pavilion early in the morning. No one knew who started it, but the others also started to clamor. "Yun Luofeng, Yi Ling, you 2 traitors who plotted against His Majesty, get out here. That woman Bai Ling is a femme fatale. She is the culprit behind everything. If it wasn't for her, the 2 countries wouldn't have gone to war. There wouldn't have been so many casualties. For these people who thought that the continent was controlled by men, all the wrongs should be shouldered by women." Chapter 216. If His Majesty had not taken a liking to Bai Ling, there would not have been a war between the 2 countries 10 years ago. That woman was a femme fatale. All the casualties were caused by her. Her daughter had to live on with the lives of these people. What right did she have to avenge Bai Ling? His Majesty was not wrong, Bai Ling was the one who was wrong. Who asked His Majesty to take a liking to her? If she had obediently become His Majesty's concubine, there would not have been so many casualties. The people who had lost their loved ones in the war were even more furious. They could not wait to kill Yun Luofeng to avenge their loved ones. Femme fatale? Suddenly, a light laugh rang out from behind them. When everyone turned their heads to look, they suddenly realized that Yun Luofeng had appeared behind them at some point in time. The young girl's robes were as white as snow and the corners of her lips curled into a devilish angle. A cold light flashed in her eyes as her pitch-black eyes stared coldly at the crowd surrounding the Windfall Pavilion. "Yun Luofeng, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you only knew how to be a coward." A cold chuckle came from the crowd. Yun Luofeng turned to look at the person who had spoken and raised her eyebrows. Were you the one who said femme fatale? That's right, Bai Ling is a femme fatale. If it were not for her, there would not have been so many deaths on the battlefield. Yun Luofeng chuckled. Her smile was filled with murderous intent as she slowly walked towards the person in the crowd. As far as I know, it was Director Ye's lust that caused the war between the two countries. But now, you say that she is a femme fatale? Humph. His Majesty is the ruler of a country, he can't be wrong. Moreover, if it were not for Bai Ling, he would not have allowed the two countries to go to war. So, as Bai Ling's daughter, you should kneel down and apologize to those who died on the battlefield on her behalf. In this mainland, although women could also learn literature and martial arts, the ones in power were mostly men. Since men were the ones in power, how could they admit that men could make mistakes? Even if it was because of their own lust that caused the war, they would only compare women to femme fatale. Yun Luofeng felt that it was ridiculous. These men in power only knew how to shirk their responsibilities. Director Yi is muddle-headed and perverted. Because of his own selfish desires, he started a war with the Long Yuan nation. But all of you think that it was my mother who did the wrong thing. What did my mother do wrong? She was persecuted by the incapable emperor and her soul returned to the battlefield. What's wrong with me coming to avenge her? What does it have to do with me no matter how many lives die in the world? So what if there were more casualties in a war between two countries? I don't care how many people from your flowing gold nation have died. I only know that those who harmed my parents, I will definitely send them to the underworld to atone for their crimes. The young girl's eyes were wild and unruly. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, showing off her domineering aura. If any of you say that she's a femme fatale again, I, Yun Luofeng, don't mind using fresh blood to wash away the Windfall Pavilion's reputation. She would never allow anyone to insult her parents. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Yun Luofeng, we are just a group of ordinary citizens who have come to denounce the demoness. As an expert, could it be that you want to make a move against ordinary citizens like us? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? This was the reason why they dared to provoke Yun Luofeng. After all, Yun Luofeng had already broken through to the Earth's spiritual realm and was born into a general's family. Would she really make a move against a group of ordinary citizens? If she really made a move, the whole world would laugh at her. Chapter 217. Yun Luofeng, if Bai Ling hadn't bewitched His Majesty wouldn't have gone to war with Long Yuan country. Hence, you must kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times to the souls of flowing gold country. And release His Majesty and the Empress. They're not at fault, only Bai Ling is at fault. That's right. Release His Majesty and the Empress, you have no right to imprison them. Among these people, the two young men were the happiest. Their righteous tone made it seem as if Bai Ling and Yun Luofeng were evil scoundrels. As for Director Yi and Empress Rong, who were imprisoned by her, they were the good guys. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up as she walked towards the young man who was clamoring. Her eyes were filled with a dangerous light. I've said it before, don't let me hear another word that insults her, or else. Boom! A punch landed on the young man's chest. Before the young man could even react, his body was sent flying and slammed into the door. Or else, this will be your end. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, you won't have a good ending. You will enter the 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated. If hell really exists, I, Yun Luofeng, would really like to explore it. Yun Luofeng glanced sideways at the young man who had fallen to the ground and laughed coldly. Unfortunately, even hell doesn't dare to take me in. You. The young man pointed at Yun Luofeng angrily, his face ashen. Yun Luofeng, you demonic woman, one day, you will offend the righteous people of the mainland. They will punish you on behalf of the heavens. I'd like to know if they have the ability to do so. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up slightly and she ordered the people of Windfall Pavilion, pass down my order. Whoever insults my parents again will be killed without mercy. Even if blood stains the imperial city, I will make sure that no one dares to say another word about her. Yes, Pavilion Master. Everyone cupped their fists and replied respectfully. Blood stains the imperial city, these 4 words were not just for show. In a short period of time, Windfall Pavilion had swept through the entire imperial city like a sudden clap of thunder. All the voices insulting Whitey as a femme fatale disappeared. And those who thought that Yun Luofeng would not give up the dignity of an expert and attack them because they were ordinary citizens, they suffered the consequences of their own actions. In the elegant room, the fragrance of sandalwood slowly rose. The girl stood in front of the window, her white robes shrouded in a thin layer of light under the moonlight. She gazed at the dark night outside the house, her pitch-black eyes filled with contemplation. Yun Xiao, do you think I'm wrong? The man standing behind the girl heard her words and replied coldly, you can't be wrong. No matter what she did, it would never be wrong. What if everyone in the world thinks I'm wrong? The young girl slowly turned around and her black eyes stared at the man's handsome face. Her lips curled into a smile. Yun Xiao paused for a moment, you won't be wrong. If everyone in the world thinks that you're wrong, then no one will say that you're wrong if I kill everyone in the world. She would not make a mistake. Even if she did something wrong, he would think that she was right. At the thought of this, the man added, I will always stand by your side. Even if everyone in the world thinks that she's wrong, as long as he thinks that she's right, that's enough. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly, what if your loved ones think that I'm wrong in the future? Yun Xiao seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. His expression paused for a moment before he raised his eyes. His grim black eyes stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng. You're the only one I have. Chapter 218. You're the only family I have. Yun Luofeng wanted to say something but was momentarily at a loss for words. She stared at Yun Xiao with a complicated expression as if she had not expected this man to be an orphan. Of course, Yun Xiao had not expected Yun Luofeng's thoughts to go awry. However, to him, there was no difference whether those people were alive or dead. Yun Luofeng stared deeply at the man's grim features and said seriously, from now on, the Yun family will be your home. My family will also be your family. As long as I'm here, you will never be alone. The young girl's words easily touched Yun Xiao's heart. He could not help but raise the corners of his lips and curl them into a faint smile. Even though this smile was very small and had disappeared in an instant, Yun Luofeng still managed to catch a glimpse of the man's inadvertent smile. Instantly, her heart skipped a beat. A peerless youth was nothing more than this. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to pinch the man's grim face. He smiled evilly and said, I never thought that you'd look so good when you smile. If other women were to see this, I wonder how many lascivious bees and butterflies would surround you. Yun Xiao stared blankly at Yun Luofeng and said seriously, then. From now on, I'll only smile for you. He would answer Yun Luofeng's every word very seriously, and he would also complete every task that Yun Luofeng instructed him to do in a serious manner. Even if Yun Luofeng was only joking, he would take it seriously. Yun Luofeng raised his brows as he stared at the man's serious expression. He lifted his chin frivolously and the smile on his lips became even more demonic and wanton. Yun Xiao, do you know what your words mean? As she spoke, the young girl took 2 steps closer to the man and pressed his body tightly against the wall. She raised her brows and said, since you've already sworn that you'll only smile for me from now on, you can't smile for any other woman. Otherwise, Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. Yun Xiao's dark eyes stared deeply at Yun Luofeng, I won't take back what I've said to you. I'll never lie to you either. This was a promise he had made to her. A lifetime commitment. Yun Luofeng's heart trembled fiercely. Even she did not know why, but she placed great trust in every word that Yun Xiao said. It was as if she knew deep in her bones that this man would never lie to her. Just as Yun Luofeng was in a daze, the man's hand suddenly landed on her back, forcefully pressing her against his chest. Then, he didn't give Yun Luofeng a chance to leave. His cold lips landed on the girl's lips, and his two hands tightly embraced the girl who was leaning against his chest. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. The light in his eyes became increasingly dangerous as the corners of his lips curled up. This guy actually took the initiative to kiss her. For half a year, Yun Xiao, who had always been on the passive side, actually turned defense into offense for the first time. It seemed that his training wasn't completely useless. However, because Yun Xiao had never touched a woman before, he was as clean as a piece of white paper. Hence, his kissing skills were very inexperienced and he could only let Yun Luofeng lead him to find the knack. Yun Xiao, your skills are too rusty. You still need to continue training on this point. Yun Luofeng's hand suddenly landed on Yun Xiao's chest, pushing the man away from her. Chapter 219. Following that, her hand slid into Yun Xiao's clothes like an earthworm. Her slender fingers gently caressed the man's firm muscles. Her caress was like an electric current, causing Yun Xiao's body to suddenly stiffen. A surge of lust rushed into his heart. At this moment, he actually had an impulse to throw everything aside and push her down. Eat him up, eat him up. No one was more excited about Yun Luofeng's actions than Xiao Mo in the Divine Grimoire space. His entire body almost jumped up as two streams of tears flowed uncontrollably. That's great. Master is finally enlightened. As long as she dual cultivates with Yun Xiao, the increase in power would not be just a little. And he would be one step closer to leaving the Divine Grimoire space. Unfortunately, Xiao Mo had clearly rejoiced too early. Yun Luofeng's palm slid around Yun Xiao's chest once before he retracted it. A devilish smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Yun Xiao, your muscles aren't bad. How did you train them? Yun Xiao furrowed his brows. I'm not sure. 10 years ago, I was thrown into the forest to fend for myself. I only left that place 3 years ago. In these 7 years, I've been fighting and killing spiritual beasts in the forest. It was probably during that time that I trained them. The man's grim tone sounded as if he was narrating someone else's story. Even when he was talking about the nightmarish life of the past 7 years, his expression did not change. Yun Luofeng's heart felt a sharp pain. Even though she was a good-for-nothing, she had a grandfather who was a general. All these years, those people had not dared to hurt her brazenly. However, the past few years that Yun Xiao had lived could be described as a nightmare. 10 years ago, he was not even 10 years old and had no power. One could imagine how he had survived those 7 years in the forest. Yun Xiao, during those 7 years in the forest, have you never thought of leaving that place? He had spent the best 7 years of his life alone in the forest. It was no wonder that this fellow was so naive. If there was no one to guide him in the relationship between a man and a woman, he would certainly be ignorant. He had only been accompanied by spiritual beasts in the forest, so how would he know about things like erotic pictures? At this moment, Yun Luofeng finally understood why there were men on this continent who didn't even know what pornography was. In response to Yun Luofeng's question, Yun Xiao only said one sentence: that mountain forest is named No Return. With just one sentence, Yun Luofeng understood what he meant. The Forest of No Return, just like its name, meant that there would be no return. It was one of the most dangerous places on the continent. It was said that the Forest of No Return was tens of thousands of miles long and stretched from the east to the west of the continent, spanning across the entire continent. More importantly, the Forest of No Return is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you could lose your life in the mouths of spirit beasts. Even if you managed to escape the pursuit of the spirit beasts, you could still fall into a trap. Even the continent's powerhouses wouldn't dare to casually enter the Forest of No Return. Yun Xiao, who left you there? Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She found it hard to imagine how Yun Xiao managed to survive in such a dangerous environment. He had even lived there for 7 whole years. That person. Yun Xiao's eyes gradually darkened. He's not fit to be called a person. Yun Luofeng suppressed the sourness in his heart and walked forward to gently embrace Yun Xiao. She lowered her eyes, concealing the murderous intent in her eyes. Chapter 220. Yun Xiao, no matter who hurt you, I will avenge you. She would never allow anyone close to her to be hurt. Yun Xiao lowered his head to look at the young girl in front of him. His lips curled into a shallow smile. I have you. That's enough. He could give up on everyone else in the world, but he would never let her go. Everyone else in the world could abandon him, as long as she was there, that was enough. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lifted his head from the man's chest, a gentle smile blossomed on his beautiful face. We've been away for a long time. I'm sure that Master Yun is already furious with me. Besides, the things that I've done in Flowing Gold Country have not reached Long Yuan Country yet. I need to go home before the people in Long Yuan Country find out about this. Go home. These 2 words, to Yun Xiao, who had no family, how warm was it? From this moment onwards, as long as she was there, it would be his home. Alright, let's go home. Long Yuan Country. In the main hall of General Yun's mansion, Master Yun's face was cold as he listened to the reports from his servants. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. Ever since the eldest miss had left without saying goodbye, the general's mood has never been good. No one in the general's mansion dared to provoke him, for fear that they would bring trouble upon themselves. Lord General, the servant glanced cautiously at the old man and reported with a trembling heart, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has disappeared and the eldest miss has left without saying goodbye. Everyone in the outside world is guessing that the eldest miss is unwilling to let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Mu Wuxia spend the rest of their lives together, so she used the Crown Prince's illness as a bargaining chip to force him to elope with the eldest Mississippi. Bang! Master Yun slammed his fist fiercely on the table, breaking it into 2. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered, splashing tea all over the floor. Who's spreading this rumor? The servant swallowed hard and replied in a trembling voice, It's from Prime Minister Mu's mansion. Master Yun had not heard the rumors from the outside world and did not know how nasty they were. If he had heard them, he would not have been able to control his temper and would have killed someone on the spot. All in all, under the instigation of the bitches from Prime Minister Mu's residence, everyone was talking about Yun Luofeng and Gao Ling. Those words were nothing more than Yun Luofeng being shameless. The Crown Prince clearly did not love her, yet she used her illness as a threat to force the Crown Prince to elope with her. The pitiful Crown Prince actually fell into the clutches of Yun Luofeng. Given how Yun Luofeng had once pestered the Crown Prince, he must have already raped the Crown Prince. In an instant, all the women of Long Yuan Country who admired the Crown Prince were gnashing their teeth in hatred towards Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng were to appear in front of them, they would definitely swarm her and tear her apart. At this point in time, Yun Luofeng, who had just returned to Long Yuan Country, was still unaware of the changes that had taken place during this period of time. However, the moment she stepped through the city gates, she noticed that the surrounding people were looking at her with a peculiar gaze. She was startled and frowned slightly. However, she did not think too much about it and walked towards the general's residence. What did you say? Yun Luofeng is back. Prime Minister Mu's mansion. In the study, Mu Xingqiu, who was in the middle of a discussion, heard the servant's report. His face darkened and he sneered, I didn't expect her to have the guts to return. This time, I won't let her off. Now, every time Mu Xingqiu thought of the humiliation he had suffered at the city gates, the anger in his heart would burn uncontrollably. Chapter 221. Grandfather. Mu Wuxia gently lowered her eyelids. Her beautiful face was calm and without the slightest ripple of emotion. Yun Luofeng has returned. What should we do? Wuxia, don't worry, no one can compete with you for the Crown Prince. Mu Xingqiu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice, I don't care if the crown prince's disappearance has anything to do with Yun Luofeng. I want the world to believe that she had coerced the crown prince. As long as the world believes this, her reputation will be completely ruined. Mu Wuxia did not say another word. However, the hatred in her heart was like mushrooms after the rain. She could not stop it no matter how hard she tried. At the general's mansion, Yun Luofeng had just stepped into the front courtyard when she heard an angry voice coming from the main hall. She gently raised an eyebrow and said, Yun Xiao, go to the rear courtyard and look for me. I'll be right back. Ever since second uncle's recovery, she has moved back to the courtyard from the back mountain. Hence, she naturally asked Yun Xiao to wait for her in the rear courtyard. Yun Xiao nodded silently as he stared at the young girl's figure. He understood that Yun Luofeng was now trying to pacify the general's anger. In the dignified main hall, a servant trembled as he knelt on the cold ground, enduring the old man's surging anger. Master Dongfang was clearly unbearably angry. His elderly face was filled with rage and his eyes were filled with malevolence as if he wanted to devour someone. The table next to him had been broken into two and the tea had spilled all over the floor. It was a complete mess. Just as Master Dongfang was about to continue cursing, a soft laugh suddenly rang out, causing his elderly body to stiffen. Who was it that provoked you while I was away? Why are you so angry as soon as I've returned? The young girl's languid voice was filled with flattery, causing Master Dongfang to stiffly raise his head. He stared in disbelief at the young girl who was standing in the doorway. The young girl's white robes fluttered in the gentle breeze. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with a smile as she crossed her arms and stared at the dazed Master Dongfang with an evil smile. Grandfather, I'm back. She's back. These words finally brought the old man back to his senses. His first reaction when he saw Yun Luofeng was not to pull the girl into his arms to comfort her, nor was he to say in a friendly tone that it was good that she was back. Instead, he cursed out loud. You damned girl, tell me honestly, where have you been fooling around during this time? How dare you run away from home without saying a word? Good. You've got guts, you've got some fucking guts. No wonder you're a descendant of the Yun family. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a demonic smile as he looked at the furious old man. I went to the flowing gold kingdom to avenge my parents. This one sentence caused all of the old man's curses to vanish in his throat. He stared blankly at Yun Luofeng, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and asked again. You said you are going to avenge your parents? Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. She waved her hand to dismiss the servants kneeling in the hall. She then turned her gaze towards the old man. This time, the reason I went to the flowing gold kingdom was to find the mastermind behind the murder of my parents. Fortunately, I found those people and killed them to avenge my parents. Bang! Master Dongfang staggered and fell heavily onto the sandalwood chair. He was stunned for a moment before he suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. Chapter 222. As he laughed, he could not help but tear up as he said tearfully, Younger, Linger, can you see this from the heavens? Those who caused your deaths have finally received their retribution, ha ha ha. Revenge. He hadn't even dared to think about these two words in all these years. After all, the other party was the royal family of flowing gold country, while he was a general of an enemy country. How could he kill the dog emperor to avenge his son and daughter-in-law? He had never thought that his granddaughter would be so capable. She had killed the dog emperor without a sound. Fenger, good job. Good job. You are indeed a descendant of the Yun family. The old man gritted his teeth in hatred. That year, the emperor of flowing gold country had his eyes on Linger and wanted the Yun family to hand her over. However, your father was a man of character. How could he allow his wife to be humiliated by others? Therefore, the Yun family refused to comply. Because of this, the dog emperor, Director Yi, found an excuse to declare war on Long Yuan country. Even now, the old man was still filled with rage when he thought of what had happened in the past. His Majesty, the Emperor of Long Yuan country, knew that the flowing gold country had declared war because of this, but he still sent Ling to fight with Yun Yang. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment, his fingers stroking his chin as he asked, according to Gao Tu's character, he actually did not force mother to remarry? The old man laughed mockingly, how could he not? With Gao Tu's selfish character, how could he not force your mother to remarry to Director Yi? However, the Yun family is not so easily bullied. I can tolerate other things, but I will never allow a woman's happiness to be used in exchange for a peaceful future. If so, why does this country still need men? The old man said angrily, besides, I have confidence in your parents. With their capabilities, it is impossible for them to be defeated. Who would have known that Prime Minister Mu would be involved in this? If Prime Minister Mu had not leaked the information, your parents would not have died. Yun Luofeng was a man, and a man of indomitable spirit. Therefore, he disdained the practice of using women to form a marriage alliance. From his point of view, this country needed to be conquered with brute force. Only a coward would sacrifice a woman in exchange for the peace of a country. Any hot-blooded man would never do such a thing. Grandfather, Yun Luofeng slowly walked in front of the old man and smiled lightly, I said before, I will avenge my parents. Those people from the flowing gold nation are only one of them. Mu Xingqiu is the second. Third, it was the Bai family who protected the flowing gold kingdom's royal family. By the way, Grandpa Shen seemed to suddenly remember something and frowned, when you were away, Mu Shen from the Mu family came to look for you a few times. I used the reason that you were not around to chase him out. Mu Shen, Mu Wushuang's half-brother. The #1 hedonistic son of the imperial city. More than half a year ago, he had been beaten up by the Yun family's guards because he had caused trouble for her on the street. Then, under her persuasion, he took out 50 million taels of silver as the treatment fee. However, ever since she had gone into seclusion, she had not seen Mu Shen again. Why had he come to look for her now? Just as she was thinking, a servant hurriedly walked in and respectfully reported, General, Miss, the Mu family's second young master has come to see you. Hearing the servant's report, Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders, we were just talking about him, and he came. In that case, I will go see this Mu Shen. I also want to know why he has come to see me. Chapter 223. The sunlight poured down, covering every corner of the courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, Mu Shen was anxiously pacing back and forth. His hands were nervously clenched into fists, his eyes full of urgency. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in front of him was reflected in his eyes, causing a deep sense of amazement to emerge in his eyes. His heart was fiercely shaken because of this. Since half a year ago, after the girl failed to commit suicide, it was as if she had changed into a different person. Even every time she appeared, she would bring a halo of light, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Yun Luofeng, whispering these 3 words, Mu Shen's eyes were somewhat complicated. If it weren't for this girl, perhaps he would not be able to carry on the family line for the rest of his life. The girl walked in front of Mu Shen and slowly stopped her footsteps. Her eyebrows were filled with an evil smile, lazily hooking up the corner of her lips. You came to find me, is there something wrong with your body? Mu Shen's face turned red, and he said timidly, No. No, I came here to tell you one thing. I just inadvertently heard the conversation between Mu Wushuan and Mu Xingqiu. They want to frame the crown prince's disappearance on your head, I hope you can be prepared to deal with it. Yun Luofeng evilly raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, Why did you come to tell me this? Because, Mu Shen's face was somewhat tangled, but in the end, he still made up his mind and said, I want to follow you. Give me a reason. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and looked directly at the boy standing in front of her, Give me a reason that will convince me. Mu Shen lowered his eyes and clenched his fists tightly, I want revenge. Revenge for my twin sister. At the beginning, Mu Wuxuan listed out the crimes at the city gate. One of them was the murder of his half-sister. As for the younger sister she killed, she and Mu Shen shared the same mother. All these years, I have not enjoyed a single good day in the Mu Jia. I can only be a foil to the Mu siblings. Mu Shen raised his head, his eyes showing a touch of hatred. Miss Yun, you also know that I am known as the #1 playboy in the imperial city. Do you really think I want to be like this? Only when I become a useless playboy will the Mu siblings take me lightly and I can continue to be the second young master of the Mu Jia. His hatred burst out like a fountain. His eyes, which were filled with hatred, were dyed red by the blood-red light. He was like a wolf hiding in the dark. If one was not careful, they would be bitten to pieces. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. The Mu clan probably never thought that Mu Shen would hide himself so deeply. All these years, it was the Mu family that had raised Mu Shen, but at the same time, it had also turned him into a tiger and wolf in the dark. It's hiding in the dark and eyeing the Mu Jia's people, ready to pounce and bite them at any time. Mu Shen. Yun Luofeng stared deeply at Mu Shen. I'll give you a chance to kill your enemy with your own hands. Are you willing to take it? Mu Shen's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. I'm willing. As long as I can take revenge, I'm willing to do anything. In that heartless Mu family, her little sister was her only source of warmth. However, even this last bit of warmth was personally obliterated by Mu Wuxuan. And this deep hatred will only disappear with the death of the enemy, otherwise, it will accompany him for a lifetime. Chapter 224. Good, remember what you said today. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a charming smile, her black eyes were very bright, like the dark starry sky. At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the door. After hearing the familiar voice, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and ordered, Mu Shen, leave from the back door. Mu Shen was startled. He also understood that at this time, he couldn't let those people see him and Yun Luofeng together. Therefore, he didn't resist and nodded in agreement. All right. You take him out from the back door. Yun Luofeng casually pointed to a servant girl and asked her to take Mu Shen out of the place, then she stepped towards the door. Outside the bustling door, the crowd was surrounded, constantly pointing at the open door of the general's mansion. When they saw the beautiful girl who stepped out from the door, they immediately stopped talking. Yun Luofeng's arrogant eyes looked around. After seeing that everyone had shut their mouths, a pair of dark eyes gradually turned to Mu Wuxuan. Plop. Without any warning, Mu Wuxuan suddenly knelt in front of her. Her beautiful face no longer had its usual elegance. Her face was filled with tears, delicate and pitiful. What, didn't you kneel enough in front of my parents' grave? Want to repent in front of me? Unfortunately, no matter how much you repent, I will not forgive you. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows slightly raised, she glanced at Mu Wuxuan with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, Mu Wuxuan had already killed Yun Luofeng 1,000 times in her heart, but her face was still like a pear blossom in tears, making people feel pity for her. Yun Luofeng, no, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have fallen in love with the Crown Prince. But, if it weren't for the fact that you are a waste, the Crown Prince would never have fallen in love with me. No matter what resentment you have, you can vent it on me. I only ask you to return the Crown Prince to me. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms over her chest, her back against the door, completely looking like she was watching a good show. Do you think that a person like the Crown Prince is worth the trouble of kidnapping? Mu Wuxuan bites her lips tightly, her eyes drooping down with a trace of ruthlessness, but her tone is still pleading. The Crown Prince came to see you for treatment. You said, if he is willing to accompany you for a few nights, you will treat him. The Crown Prince told me this personally. In order for the Crown Prince to recover his spiritual power, I endured it. Who would have thought that he would disappear for several months? I had no choice but to look for you. She didn't say that Yun Luofeng was using this to threaten the Crown Prince into marrying her. Instead, he was forcing the crown prince to accompany him for a few nights. The difference between the two was that the former proved Yun Luofeng's pursuit of power. The latter meant that she was a slut who could sleep with anyone. How could she say that she would accompany him for a few nights? If she wasn't a slut, then what was she? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips, his posture languid and demonic. Mu Wuxuan, not everyone is interested in a slut like the crown prince. To be honest, no matter if it's his looks or his figure, he's far inferior to my Yun Xiao. Instead of tasting Yun Xiao's tempting pastries, I'm going to taste a pile of pig's feed? Mu Wuxuan raised her beautiful eyes in astonishment. This woman actually compared the crown prince to pig's feed? For a man, women are just accessories. Isn't there a saying that women are like clothes? But she actually compared a man to food, and even used the word taste. Chapter 225. Mu Wuxuan couldn't believe it. How shameless was this woman? She could actually say such a thing without even blushing or skipping a beat. Yun Luofeng, you. Mu Wuxuan pointed at Yun Luofeng, are you still a lady? Yun Luofeng gently raised her eyebrows, sorry, I'm just a playboy. The word lady doesn't apply to me. The world says that the eldest daughter of the Yun family is a playboy. Since that's the case, she will show her playboy character even more thoroughly. Looking at the cold man coming out from the door behind her, the corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth rose. She tightly pulled the man's arm and pressed him against the wall. Standing on her tiptoes, she raised her head and kissed the man's cold lips. The man was startled. He didn't resist Yun Luofeng's kiss. Instead, he raised his hand and embraced her body. His cold and handsome face shrouded in the sunlight revealed a faint light. So beautiful that people couldn't move their eyes away. Looking at the two people kissing, everyone's heart only felt that it was so beautiful. Like a peerless painting, it made people unable to have any obscene emotions. Mu Wuxuan's beautiful eyes widened. She hurriedly covered her mouth to stop the scream from coming out. In any case, she never thought that Yun Luofeng would kiss a man in public. Especially when the man was just a lowly guard. After the kiss, Yun Luofeng released the man in front of her. Her slender fingers gently lifted the other's chin. She smiled wickedly. Yun Xiao, just now this Mu Wuxuan said that I used the treatment of the crown prince as a bargaining chip to blackmail the crown prince into accompanying me for a few nights. Do you think that this crown prince can enter my eyes? Yun Xiao gently frowned, her cold eyes swept to the kneeling Mu Wuxuan, he's too ugly. The implication is that with the crown prince's appearance, it's impossible for him to enter Yun Luofeng's eyes. Mu Wuxuan's face suddenly changed. Back in the palace, you kept glancing at me. It was only because I didn't want to look at you that your love turned into hate. She even colluded with Yun Luofeng. It's estimated that only she would lower herself to the point of committing adultery with a guard. But now, as a guard, what right do you have to insult His Highness the Crown Prince? If it was in the past, everyone would firmly believe in Mu Wuxuan's words. However, ever since that day when Mu Wuxuan admitted to her crimes at the city gates, everyone finally realized that this usually elegant and indifferent young lady was actually so unbearable. Therefore, the crowd was waiting to watch a good show after hearing what she had to say, you're too ugly. Yun Xiao paused for a moment before continuing, the two of you are a match made in heaven. You, Mu Wuxuan gritted his teeth in anger. This was the second time that Yun Xiao had insulted him for being ugly. How could a woman who had always thought of herself as a peerless beauty endure this? Since you think that the crown prince's disappearance has nothing to do with you, then take out the evidence now to prove this matter. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off. She slowly stood up from the ground and clenched her fists tightly. Her elegant and calm face was now filled with malevolence. Regardless of whether or not Yun Luofeng had anything to do with the crown prince's matter, she was going to frame her. In any case, this woman would never be able to produce any evidence. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, regarding his whereabouts, there's no one in the 4 countries who doesn't know. Mu Wuxuang sneered, you said that there's no one in the 4 countries who doesn't know of the crown prince's whereabouts. Then why don't we know? If you want to find an excuse, you should find one that's convincing. Just based on your words, you want me to conclude that Yun Luofeng is innocent? Chapter 226. Yun Shao glanced coldly at Mu Wuxuan and said expressionlessly, a few days ago, there was a piece of news that the crown prince of Long Yuan country had sold himself in the bamboo house. Many people already know about this. As if afraid that people wouldn't believe him, he added, if you don't believe me, you can go to the bamboo house and watch. Boom! Yun Xiao's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the crowd and causing a commotion. The crown prince actually went to the bamboo house to sell himself? What kind of place was the bamboo house? It was a place to satisfy the perverted desires of men who liked men of the opposite sex. Who would have thought that the crown prince would actually go to such a place to sell himself? No, I don't believe it. You're talking nonsense, the crown prince would never go to the bamboo house to sell himself. Mu Wuxuan's body trembled as he angrily stepped forward, trying to pull Yun Shao away. However, before his hand could touch Yun Xiao's body, the man's aura suddenly exploded and with a loud bang, Mu Wuxuan's body was ruthlessly thrown out. Mu Wuxuan fell to the ground in a sorry state, vomiting blood incessantly. Her face was pale and colorless as she stared angrily at Yun Luofeng and Yun Shao. She would never believe that the crown prince would go to such a place. At this moment, the crowd was still in a state of shock. Hence, no one found it strange that a guard like Yun Shao could actually injure a genius like Mu Wuxuan. Most importantly, Mu Wuxuan didn't even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Come, let's go to the bamboo house to watch the crown prince. No one knew who in the crowd said this, but the crowd immediately dispersed, leaving behind Mu Wuxuan who was lying on the ground. There were branches of the bamboo houses all over the mainland. And the bamboo houses of Long Yuan country were located not far from the imperial city. At this time, in the private room of the bamboo house, the entire floor was filled with seductive moans that made one's heart race. The moans were sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes long and sometimes short, but it was clear that the 2 voices belonged to a man. TSK, the taste of the crown prince of Long Yuan country is really different. Such soft and tender skin, it makes one forget to go home, ha ha ha. In the room, a burly man laughed with satisfaction. He rudely pinched Gao Ling's chin, his narrowed eyes filled with a cold light. It's a pity that you receive too many guests. Otherwise, would really want to redeem your freedom. Gao Ling lowered his eyelids and clenched his fists tightly. He had learned to swallow his anger after spending more than a month in the bamboo house. If he resisted, what awaited him would be a group of vicious beatings. Moreover, the day was enough for him to relax for a period of time. When night fell, it would be a real nightmare. He would never forget that every time the moon came, the lady boss of the bamboo building would lead a few spiritual beasts into his room, torturing him between life and death. Even if he were to leave this damned place one day, he would not be able to make the trauma in his heart disappear. Crown Prince, I don't know if you have ever played something exciting before. How about we play something exciting? The rough man laughed. Gao Ling raised his head in horror. Before he could say anything, a whip lashed his body, causing his skin to split open. What do you want? A wave of anger rose in his heart, causing Gao Ling's emotions to explode. He turned around and grabbed the burly man's arm, his face contorted in anger as he roared, I'm warning you, don't cross the line.